اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وقل ربي زدني علما. Alhamdulillah. First of all, welcome, marhaban to everybody. And I also want to thank personally the Science Center from the Baladiya of Kunya, especially Ustad Ali. I don't want to say your last name because I can't pronounce so I don't want to. But Ustad Ali, who was with us last year, and he's become the director here. And so they were kind enough to allow us to use this facility, which is a very high-tech. This was a huge multi-million-dollar center, and it's the Turkish community and the government's commitment to really restoring to our tradition the importance of science. A lot of the extraordinary developments that happened historically in science were from the Muslims. And at a certain point, that aspect of worldly knowledge was abandoned to a large degree. They kept up astronomy till very late, but by and large, you did not see the types of advancements that you had in that early period. And because of that, especially in the military area, the Europeans who benefited greatly from the Muslim knowledge. In fact, I think it's arguable that the hadith about one of the signs of the end of time is antarid al-amatu rabbataha. I mean, my personal interpretation of that, I haven't seen it from a scholar, but my personal interpretation of that is that the Islamic civilization gave birth to the Western civilization, and the Islamic civilization was a amma civilization. It was a civilization of servitude, but it gave birth to a civilization of hegemony, a civilization of rububiyyah that really took it upon itself to conquer nature, and instead of working with nature to subdue nature. In fact, the metaphor that was used by Francis Bacon, who is really at the root of modern Western civilization. Francis Bacon is probably the single most important person in the change that occurs in Western civilization from a religious society to a secular society. I mean, he really begins that transformation. There are people before him, undeniably, but he's at the root of it when deductive reasoning was supplanted and replaced by inductive reasoning, and the scientific method becomes the only method of knowledge, which is only one aspect of knowledge. And so the Muslims had metaphysics, but they also had physics. And you need both to have a healthy civilization. So it's important. And the nice thing about this country is there is a lot of intellectual activity. And I spent last year, we had an evening one night with several of the Turkish scholars, and I was just really impressed to see them discussing a lot of the ideas in Western philosophy. They were, they'd read Heidegger, Habermas. They knew what postmodernism was. They knew what critical theory was. And I haven't seen that in scholars in other parts of the Muslim world. And those are important for scholars to be aware of, because these are the things that people don't realize that philosophy is at the root of what determines the worldview of civilizations. And so to ignore philosophy is really to ignore the worldview that is dominant in your civilization. And we have a hegemonic civilization that is having very, very negative effects on the environment, It's a belligerent civilization. It's a civilization that manufactures massive amounts of weapons and then spreads those weapons all over the world, and then really partakes in conflicts that happen as a result of those weapons. And so the Muslim civilization was traditionally a service-oriented civilization. It was a civilization that every enterprise involved serving the poor, free hospitals. The Muslims started a lot of the things that we take for granted in some of the more enlightened societies. And I'm talking more, not so much enlightened in terms of religious, but just in terms of social services, like the northern European countries, like Norway and Iceland and Denmark. Iceland, I think, is probably one of the most intelligent secular societies out there. And they've done amazing things in their social welfare, prohibiting pornography, not on religious grounds, but simply on the common weal. It wasn't a healthy thing for a society. They're also one of the few societies that is truly middle class. And the Prophet ﷺ, even though he chose poverty over wealth, and he had the choice, he did that as a way of solidarity with poor people, which are the majority of people on the planet. But he preferred middle. He preferred the middle, what we would call the middle class. And I'm not talking about middle class in America, which is an extravagant, wealthy class, but middle class in cultures where people have enough. They have their basic needs are met. That's a middle class, when your basic needs are met. I mean, middle class in the West is actually, would be considered a very wealthy class historically. I mean, the houses that a lot of us live in the West, if you go and visit King Abdul Aziz's house the 100 years ago, if you visit his palace in Ta'if, which we did a few years back, it's actually far less impressive than most of the middle-class houses I've been in the United States. And that was a king of the Arabian Peninsula. So people today live like kings of the past. So we're here in Turkey, and this is a really difficult time for Muslims. As all of you are very aware, I don't think anybody here is unaware of a lot of the events that have been happening in the Muslim world. There's an incredible amount of suffering going on right down the road. And there's a helplessness, I think, that we all feel. Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman radiyallahu anhu once said that towards the latter days, the Prophet told him that towards the latter days, he said, يُخَيَّرُ الْمَرْءُ بَيْنَ الْعَجْزِ وَالْفُجُورِ, that people would be given a choice of being bad people or being helpless people. And one of the tabi'in said, قَبَّحَ اللَّهُ الْعَجْزِ, may Allah make ugly the helplessness. Because these were Arab people, strong people. And Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman said, قَبَّحَكَ اللَّهُ أَنْتَ, may Allah make you ugly. Al-ajzu khayrun min al-fujur. Helplessness is better than profligacy. So the sunnah of helplessness, and our Prophet was helpless in Mecca. He was helpless at Ta'if. There's a sunnah of being helpless. And part of that sunnah is accepting your state. That is your state. It's helplessness. And it's a hard state to accept. But that is the sunnah of helplessness. It's to accept your state and to call on God and to be content with the qadr. Because there's only two views on this planet. One is that we live in an orderly universe. And this doesn't just mean the heavenly orders or the orders of the seasons. The flowers bloom in an orderly manner. Farmers don't plant in winter. Farmers know when to plant because there's an order. If you plant outside of the season of planting, you're not going to harvest the fruit. They know that. And so the nature of God's world is order. And then there's the people that don't believe that this is a chaotic, disorderly planet with no order in it. The chaos and disorder that you see on the planet only comes from the chaos and disorder that's within us, that when we don't align ourselves with heavenly order. That's all it is. It's a manifestation of our own disorder. And that is because of sinfulness. It's as simple as that. If people align themselves with God, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala harmonizes their conditions. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. Allah doesn't change the conditions of a people. مَا بِقَوْمٍ. He doesn't change the conditions of a people until they change what's in themselves. So this is takween and taklif. Amr takwini and amr taklifi. The conditions they're mukawwana, they're outside of the taklif. You can't determine your conditions. You can't determine your conditions. The people in Gaza did not determine their conditions. They were born into those conditions. We didn't determine our conditions. But what we can determine is what's in our nafs. That's where Allah has given us power. We can actually change what's in ourselves. And God says that when you get enough people to do that, He will change your conditions. That's His business. That's not our business. And part of the qalb al-haqa'iq, which is the inversion of realities that happens at the end of time, is that people are preoccupied with things outside of their power and completely unoccupied, completely negligent of things within their power. And so this is a huge problem with the human condition. So the time we're here is a short time. The Quran about ayyam al-ma'dudat, about Ramadan, it says that their ma'dudat is what they call jam'u qillah. You know, ayyam is jam'u qillah, that it's awqat, it's jam'u qillah. It's a plural of paucity. It's a few days. And so we're here for a limited amount of time, and we want to make the best of the time that we can and utilize the time, try not to waste our time. We're inefficient by our nature. And Allah's kataba alayna hada shay. I mean, this is something, even our bodies are working at about a 33-34% efficiency rate in terms of the usage of our caloric energy. Allah, that's His sunnah in creation. You know, a car has about a 7 to 10% efficiency rate. 90% of the car's energy is dissipated, it's just wasted. So humans are master time wasters. We're master food wasters. If you see the tonnage of food that's wasted on this planet, it's beyond belief. There was a lot of food wasted tonight. We waste food, we waste money, we waste time. But what we should do is make tawbah and get better and better, inshallah, at trying to utilize the time. Because as it's a diminishing commodity, if you want to use an economic metaphor, wal asri innal insana lafi khusr. By time, man is at loss because it's just dissipating. Life is a concatenant of moments. It's just one moment after the other. Allah, they called Allah, the scholastics in medieval Christianity called God the Nunc Stans. And I think they probably got that from Imam al-Jurjani. In the Ta'rifat, he says that God is al-an ad-da'im, the eternal now. God is in the present tense. And we are always in the present tense, but we're obsessed with the past and the future. We're in a state of khawf, about the future, fear. Everybody's in fear and trepidation. What's going to happen next? And then we have grief over the past. This is the human condition. The Prophet ﷺ sought refuge from these states. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-huzni, right? Min al-hammi من الهم والحزن. I seek refuge in you from anxiety about the future and hazan about the past. So he sought refuge in that state, from that state. So we have a short time, try to make the best of the time. People are obviously coming from different places. Some people were already in Turkey, so you have no excuses. But the people that came from other places, it takes a little time to acclimatize. And so utilize the time to get to sleep when you can. And then also, because of the nature of this, it's an intensive. Your mind's going to be stimulated, hopefully, and because of that, you're going to be activated, and that will sometimes make it difficult just to relax. So we have Dr. Yang who's coming to get you guys calmed down. He was here last year. People really liked him. My advice to you is he's a real gem. He's comes out of another tradition, and so be aware of that. He's very respectful of Islam, but be aware of that he's from China and he comes out of a different tradition. But he's a martial arts expert, and he's also a Qigong expert. And Qigong are the exercises that are related. Chinese martial artists do Qigong as exercises for Kung Fu and Tai Chi. Kung Fu is the young man's martial art in China, and Tai Chi is the older man's martial art. But the Qigong are the exercises that they do to strengthen their Qi and their Jing, and they're very useful. He's a really good teacher. He knows them really well, and he's living proof of how effective they are for people that were here last year. Indefatigable energy. He really has incredible energies, and he attributes that to being consistent in that practice. So, and then alhamdulillah, all the teachers are here. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to the believers, أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم, obey Allah and His Messenger, and أولي الأمر منكم, the people put in charge. So obviously at the macro level, we have to obey all the laws in this country, respect the state that we're in, and I'm sure everyone will do that. But also we have to respect the people in authority at the rihla, and inshallah none of them would abuse their power. Like the Sahaba, one of the Sahaba was Amir of a group, and he told them to jump into the fire, and they said, we became Muslim to save ourselves from the fire. So when they got back, they told the Prophet ﷺ, and he said, لا طاعة لمخلوق في معصية الخالق. You don't obey creatures if it means disobeying the Creator. And that's a qaida in our tradition. So you should obey the people. If they ask you not to do something, don't get testy with them. If it seems unreasonable or something like that, maybe go to a superior about it, but don't argue. This isn't a place for argumentation. The Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith, Imam Tirmidhi and others relate, مَا ضَلَّ قَوْمٌ بَعْدَ هُدًى كَانُوا عَلَيْهِ إِلَّا أُوتُوا الْجَدَلِ. People don't go astray after they were given guidance, except that what's replaced, argumentation is the replacement of the guidance. That's a sign that people are astray if they're arguing. And Imam Malik never argued. And if people started arguing in the masjid of the Prophet, he used to get up, shake his rida, his shawl, and say, Antum harb, your war. And he would just walk away. Our religion is not a religion of argumentation. Ulama, it's makruh for ulama to debate. It was traditionally considered haram for common people to debate about religion. Because you can't, if you don't have knowledge, you shouldn't be discussing fine points of this, that, or the other. So don't argue. You can discuss things. That's important. I was looking at some really intelligent I thought they were from me. I was thinking, oh God. But some really good questions from the Aqidah class. So shows good. So you have a right to ask any question. You have a right to ask any question. Not all answers are satisfying. That's the nature of dunya. There's certain things we just, Allahu wa Rasuluhu a'lam. We don't know why a lot of things happen, but the general principles that we have in our religion give us guidance in any situation. And then the wisdom is determining what's the appropriate guidance for the appropriate situation, which is what our ulama call tahqiq al-manat. And inshallah we'll talk about that. In fact, Imam al-Ghazali actually is the originator of that concept, which is a very important concept in usul al-fiqh. So I wanted to read, and then I'll just end this. The Prophet ﷺ, Abu Huraira mentions, and this is in the book of Al-Fitan by Nu'aym ibn Hamad, that the Prophet ﷺ mentioned that, was talking about when the fitan come. And we're living in a time of fitan, and if you don't believe that, I don't know where you are, on the North Pole or something like that. But he said, لا ينجو من شرها إلا من دعا كدعاء الغرق, that no one will be safe from this except those who call the prayer of a drowning man. And that really should be our prayer these days, because the planet is drowning. And if you're not aware of that, again, I don't know where you are. I heard somebody, I was in Istanbul yesterday, and I heard somebody in a table next to me was saying to the other person, oh, it was so amazing, we went out on the Bosphorus and there were all these incredible jellyfish. And that person probably doesn't know, but I actually read a book called Stung, which is about how jellyfish are taking over the ocean. It was one of the most disturbing books I've ever read, written by the leading expert on jellyfish who lives in New Zealand. But he said, لا ينجو من شرها إلا من دعا كدعاء الغرق أسعد أهلها كل تقي خفي إذا ظهر لم يعرف وإن جلس لم يفتقد وأشقى أهلها كل خطيب مسقع أو راكب موضع. He said the happiest people in those days would be pious people who kept their piety to themselves. If they show up somewhere, nobody knows them. If they sit somewhere, nobody's looking for them. And he said, and the worst people are the khatibs, the misqa, khatib misqa, which is a really powerful orator, because this is a time of demagoguery. And so you have orators that rile people up and get them stirred up and get them agitated in an agitated time. And then people traveling to some place. So, and he said that this fitna would be amya mudrima. It would be like a blind, dark fitna. Tamuru mawr al-bahr. It'll be like waves of the ocean. لا يبقى بيت من العرب والعجم إلا ملأته ذلا وخوفا. There's no home of the Arabs or the non-Arabs except they're filled with this dhul and fear. تطيف بالشام وتغشى بالعراق. It'll be in Syria and it'll be in Iraq, covering Iraq. وتخبط بالجزيرة بيدها ورجلها, and it will have its hand and foot on the Arabian Peninsula. تعرك الأمة فيها عرك الأديم. The ummah will be pounded like the leather cloth that's used to grind mill, like the millstone cloth. يشتد فيها البلاء حتى ينكر فيها المعروف. The tribulations will be so great that the ma'ruf won't be known. ويعرف فيها المنكر, and the munkar will be what's known. لا يستطيع أحد أن يقول مه. No one will be able to say stop, stop, silence, silence. ولا لا يرقعونها من ناحية إلا تفتقت من ناحية. Nobody will sew up one part of it except another part will be ripped open. يصبح الرجل فيها مؤمنا ويمسي كافرا. People will go to sleep believers and wake up kafirs. ولا ينجو منها إلا من دعا كدعاء الغرق في البحر. And the only people that will be saved are people that call the call of somebody who's drowning. So, Allahu A'lam if this applies to our time right now, but certainly sounds like it. So we're in a difficult time, and I think a lot of people are almost, I worked in a intensive care unit, and sometimes we had comatose patients there, and it was always very strange when you change their IV lines, or because you'd poke them or draw blood or do all that, and there was nothing, no response. So it's a very strange thing to see somebody really comatose. But the ummah seems to be really comatose. We just get afflicted with so much. And we need to call on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We really do. This is a time we should be calling the dua of the gharq, somebody who's drowning. Because that's the dua of the one who Allah will always answer their prayer. Yujib dua al-mutar idha da'a wa yakshif as-su'. Allah will answer the prayer of the desperate, and He will remove their harm. And we should believe that. So, may Allah give you all a blessed time here. I hope you don't see anything that troubles you while you're here. I hope it's beneficial for all of you. And we should, during this time, just remember our brothers and sisters in Gaza, in Palestine, in Syria, in Iraq, Egypt, Libya, Yemen, the Central African Republic, China now, the Uyghurs are having difficulties, Somalia, that's been going on for a long time, even Kenya. I recently met with a lady from Kenya, very, very high-powered Muslim lady. She has a very high position in the government, and she was in the United States visiting, and she came, had dinner with me and my family, and she said that she's from Kenya, from the Muslims of Kenya, and she said that the Muslims were always considered the most trustworthy community in Kenya. She said when she was young, all the Kenyans respected them. They were known to be honest as merchants. She said now they've begun to hate us. And she said it's very strange to see that happening, and it's coming from these really harsh manifestations of people that call themselves Muslims. I don't know where they get that idea, because the Prophet was anything but harsh. لو كنت فظا غليظ القلب لانفضوا من حولك, فبما رحمة من الله لنت لهم. It was a mercy from Allah that you were gentle. He was layyin al-arika. He was He was a gentle human being. And he really did not like violence. He was not a violent person. If you study his life, he was not a violent person. But he was a lion in battle when he was forced to. But he said, لا تتمنوا لقاء العدو in Sahih al-Bukhari. Don't desire to meet enemies. There's a sickness in that when you want to fight. It's a sickness. It's a sickness of young men in particular. Imr al-Qais in Sahih al-Bukhari, there's a section about fitna. It's in the Bab al-Fitna in Sahih al-Bukhari. And it said, the Sahaba said that whenever fitna, إِذَا اشْتَعَلَتِ الْفِتَنِ, whenever fitna arose amongst the Muslims, we used to remember the lines of Imr al-Qais, the Jahili poet. This is in Sahih al-Bukhari, right? And the lines are about the nature of war. That when war shows up, الحرب أول ما تكون فتية تسعى بزينتها لكل جهول. That when war first shows up, it shows up like a beautiful young girl, seducing every young ignoramus. حتى إذا اشتعلت وشد ضرامها ولت عجوزا غير ذات حليل. Until when the flames erupt and it becomes the harshness of war, she turns out to be an old hag without a husband. That's what they used to, when fitan came, they would remind themselves, don't get pulled into this. So there's a lot of people suffering right now because of all these fitan that have happened in the Muslim world. And for those of us who live in bubbles, and most of us do, on the one hand, we have to be grateful for the bubbles that we're in. On the other hand, we have to be really aware those bubbles can burst very easily. That in some ways, why these tribulations are happening to these people is because they're actually people that are closer to God. Because the Prophet said, Ummati ummatun marhumatun ju'ila adhabuha fi dunyaha. My ummah is a ummah that is marhuma, that it has the mercy of God on it. And part of that mercy is that its punishment is in this world. And so when Muslims that are close to God, when they go off, they get it in this world. And our community has deviated very far from the teaching of our Prophet. فَلْيَحْذَرِ الَّذِينَ يُخَالِفُونَ عَنْ أَمْرِهِ أَن تُصِيبُهُمْ فِتْنَةٌ أَوْ يُصِيبُهُمْ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. Let them be warned who go against the guidance of this Prophet. Let them be warned. فَلْيَحْذَرْ. Let them be warned. If you deviate from the path of your Prophet, this guidance he's given you, you will be afflicted with fitna and painful chastisement. So, may Allah have mercy on our ummah, on all of us, and may we keep them really in our hearts and in our minds. Make dua for them during the prayers. The Prophet ﷺ said, call on your Lord when your heart is brittle. In other words, if you cry for any reason, make dua. Even if you're crying, your pet cat died, and you start crying, make dua. Because the Prophet said that at that time, the heart's close to God. When it's brittle, when it's broken. Because when the heart breaks, there's room for the light of God to come into it. And that's why, إِنَّ اللَّهَ عِنْدَ الْمُنْكَسِرَةِ قُلُوبُهُم. Allah is with the brokenhearted. As long as you keep your faith in God, He's with you. And unfortunately, a lot of people in this time are losing their faith. And these are people that it's questionable whether they had any faith to begin with. Because the whole point of faith is not when things are going well. It's when it falls apart. That's when faith is real. So if people lose their faith when it all falls apart, you were just on the wheel of fortune. you were on the top and now you're on the bottom. So when fortune was kind to you, you remembered God. But then when fortune is unkind to you, and fortune's a fickle friend, so alhamdulillah, we should all remember these people. And Afghanistan's another place that, they've had 40 years now it's going on. The Prophet said, how will you be like when young people grow old in the same fitna? Fitnatun yahrumu fiha as-saghir. The young person grows old in it. So, but we have to be aware, it's really on your thing, it says the three, Iman, Islam, and Ihsan, the three dimensions of Islam. What is it? The three foundations of Islam. But there's really four in the hadith Jibril that people tend to forget. And the fourth one is the signs of the end of time. And that is our deen. And so it's important to know the signs, to be able to read them. If you don't know the signs, when they come, you see the stop sign. If you don't know what that means, you keep driving and you get hit. So you have to know the signs of the end of time so that I know what this is. This is signs that we're getting closer. اقتربت الساعة وانشق القمر. So we're certainly closer than the Prophet said, بُعِثْتُ أَنَا وَالسَّاعَةُ كَهَاتَيْنِ. I was sent and the hour is like this. That was 1400 years ago. So we know we're 1400 years closer, and at that time it was like this. So, but we're here, the Prophet said, if it comes and you're planting a seed, keep planting it. So we're people of hope. And Abu Yusuf on his deathbed, the great Hanafi scholar, was memorizing some masail, and one of his students said that you're about to meet your Lord and you're preoccupied with this. He said, I'd rather meet him knowing these things than being ignorant of them. And that's the way of our religion. It's no matter what, we keep doing it. Like the Chinese calligraphers when they were being attacked, and the master came out and said, this is the time to do our calligraphy. They just kept doing their calligraphy. If you saw Hero. So that's what we have to do. Just keep doing the work, keep learning the deen. My dissertation is on Abdul ibn Ashar. And I read everything I could find on him. I read all the tabaqat literature. Alhamdulillah, I've read most of what he's written. And what I was amazed about was he lived the first 20 years of his life. He died at 49. The first 20 years of his life were some of the best times in Morocco. He lived under Mansour al-Dhahabi, and very peaceful time. But the second half of his life was all civil war and fitan. His city, Fez, was bombed several times. They used to have majaniq, they would throw fire bombs in. The city was bombed several times. He never mentioned anywhere I couldn't find where he mentioned the fitan. All he left behind is fiqh, aqidah, tafsir, tajweed. He was a master of tajweed. He has several books. Grammar, usul al-fiqh. That's what he left behind. Because fitan they come and they go. As long as human beings have been on this planet, trust me, the Mongols, what they did was much worse than anything that's happening right now in the Muslim world. Much worse. They didn't leave anything breathing when they came into the Muslim cities. They just killed everybody. It was much worse. The Muslims actually their faith got stronger. You look at the post-Mongol period of Islam, and it's great, spiritual. Even this city, there's a sheikh here, Maulana al-Rumi, Jalaluddin al-Rumi. He fled the Mongol invasion. His father had some premonition and took them out. His city was destroyed after that, and they came here, and under the auspices of the Seljuks. So fitan come and go, but this stays. Knowledge stays. And that's what you're going to take with you. You won't take the fitan with you. When you leave this world, you won't take the fitan with you. But Allah says to you, Iqra warqa. Recite what you know and be raised in degrees. يَرْفَعِ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْعِلْمِ darajat. Those who believe and are given knowledge. That's to have humility. Utul ilm. Even though you have to earn it and work for it and struggle, it's still a gift from God. So inshallah, use this time to learn as much as you can. Try to implement as much as you can while you're here from the sunnah to make things become habituated. And I'm going to talk about that a lot, about habit and inculcation of habit and things. So, jazakumullah khairan, subhanakallah wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Akramakumullah, inshallah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم افتح لنا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا وإنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. Alhamdulillah, before we get into the Mabadi al-Ashara, the third qa'idah, we read the first two qawa'id. The third qa'idah of Sidi Ahmed Zarruq is الاختلاف في الحقيقة الواحدة إن كثر دل على بعد إدراك جملتها ثم هو إن رجع لأصل واحد يتضمن جملة ما قيل فيها كانت العبارة عنه بحسب ما فهم منه وجملة الأقوال واقعة على تفاصيله واعتبار كل واحد على حسب مناله علما أو عملا أو حالا أو ذوقا أو غير ذلك. والاختلاف في التصوف من ذلك. فمن ثم ألحق الحافظ أبو نعيم رحمه الله بغالب أهل حليته عند تحليته كل شخص قولا من أقواله يناسب حاله قائلا وقيل إن التصوف كذا. فأشعر أن من له نصيب من صدق التوجه له نصيب من التصوف وأن التصوف كل أحد صدق توجهه فافهم. So he says that a difference of opinion about one reality, when you have something that has one reality and then you have all this ikhtilaf, difference about it, when that difference multiplies, when you have a lot of it, it indicates the depth of understanding or comprehending the totality of that thing. In other words, that thing is a deep or profound thing, so it's hard to grasp it in any one articulation. And then he says, if you go back to one source that contains a summation of what's been said about it, then that articulation of that thing is based upon what was understood from the original thing that you're talking about. All right? So he says the summation of all the words that have been said and all the details that have been said are based on those saying it in accordance with their knowledge, their action, their states, their taste, their experience of it, and other considerations. So the difference in Sufism and Tasawwuf is from that perspective. And for that reason, Al-Hafidh Abu Na'im, he was one of the greats. I mean, he was actually considered, he's considered Shaykh al-Islam of his time. He was a Hafidh, which meant he memorized over 100,000 hadith. And he died in 430. And he wrote a famous book called Hilyat al-Awliya. And what he wanted to prove that all the early community were Sufis. So he wanted to show that that was really the foundation of their spiritual tradition, is that they were all people of this science, of tasawwuf. So when he talks about each one of them, the hilya is their adornment. When he talks about each one of them, he says that, and it's said that Sufism or Tasawwuf is this, and then it's different from what the others said. But his point was, all of those expressions were expressions of that person's state. And so what he wanted to show in this was that whatever portion of their sincerity in their inner directedness towards the divine, whatever that proportion was, that was their proportion of tasawwuf. That's what they had of tasawwuf. However much sincerity they had in their inner directedness towards the divine, that was what they had. And that the tasawwuf of every individual was his sincere inner directedness towards the divine. That's what it was. So that's the third qaida. Now, onto the subject. The text that we're going to be using as a foundation is called the Isagoji. And it was written by a great scholar of what are called the Ulum al-Aqliya. And Athiruddin al-Abhari is the one who wrote the book. And he called it Isagoji, which their understanding of it was that it meant introduction, because there's a famous text that was written by an earlier pre-Islamic scholar that was a commentary on Aristotle's categories, and he also called that the Isagoji. So that became a term in the Islamic tradition for an introduction to logic, the Isagoji. So it's Isagoji is what they called it. And he wrote this book as a primer in logic, and this was a book that was studied after the student had studied grammar. Historically, you had a hierarchy of knowledge, and knowledge is built on other knowledges. So you move from what's known to what's unknown. You need building blocks. So you need a ladder to move up in those degrees. And grammar is basically learning how language functions at the most basic level. So we learn how to read sentences, how to understand. When we communicate, we use a lot of things. Obviously, humans speak naturally, and we don't need to be literate to communicate. Language, many Aboriginal peoples, they speak without any literacy, and they have their languages, we now know, their languages are as sophisticated and sometimes more sophisticated than modern languages. So Aboriginal languages are actually as complex as the languages that we're speaking, and sometimes they actually have more words to express things. But Aboriginal languages tend to be, even though they have abstractions, because the nature of language is abstraction, you can't have language without abstraction, they're not they tend not to be philosophical languages. They're not languages that have the type of thinking that develops in literate civilizations. So as a civilization becomes more literate, it develops ways of understanding, because what happens is introspection. And so as a people develop intellectually, they begin to reflect on things in a way that primitive peoples or Aboriginal peoples don't, which is not to say that they don't reflect. They do. They have deep reflection. They have religions. They have ways of looking at the world that are profound. And there's immense wisdom in Aboriginal traditions, and people who have had the experience of being with Aboriginal peoples will know that they're not, it's a different way of being than the way of settled peoples and peoples that live in complex societies, because Aboriginal peoples live in very simple societies. So logic is one of those sciences that developed in a complex society. Grammar is the analysis of language, and then it's the articulation of what's been analyzed. So for instance, all human beings speak with nouns. It doesn't matter what you call a noun. You can call it a noun, you can call it an ism, like in Arabic you have ism, you have damir, which is a type of noun, what we call a pronoun in English. All languages have these methods, and this is the analysis of linguists when they go into to try to understand language. They look, and there's a theory of Chomsky, who's a great linguist in the United States, about this underlying grammar that exists, this universal grammar. But that's actually the early Muslim grammarians were very much aware of that. And they discuss these issues about the nature of language. You'll also find these discussions in the scholastic tradition, but much of the scholastic tradition was taken out of the Muslim tradition because of the influence of Al-Farabi, of Ibn Sina, of Ibn Rushd, of Ghazali, and others on their discourse. But they looked and they attempted to understand the very nature of language. What is the nature of language? And language is Ar-Rahman, خلق الإنسان, right? Ar-Rahman, علم القرآن, خلق الإنسان, علمه البيان. That the merciful, he taught the Quran, he created the human being, and then gave the human being bayan. And bayan is the ability to yubayyinu ma fi nafsihi, to articulate what's in his soul. It's the ability to actually speak what is in your heart. And what is that? Does language precede meaning, or does meaning precede language? In other words, do we need language to express meaning, or is language the result of a pre-existent meaning? And our scholars argued on the side of meaning, that meaning precedes language. Al-ma'ani qabla al-mabani. Meanings precede the vehicles of meaning. And when you get into Aqidah, there's huge discussions about what is the nature of Kalam Allah. Is it the meanings, or is it the uncreated meanings, or is it the actual vehicle for those meanings? Or is it both, but from different perspectives? These are long debates in that tradition. So the analysis of language is an analysis that can be done to any language in the world. Every language has grammar. Darija has grammar. If you look at Darija or Ebonics in the United States, we have a type of a common language amongst a minority community in the United States that they speak and they understand, and it moves, it evolves, it changes, but it has a grammar, and it can be analyzed. Creole has a grammar. Pidgin languages have grammars. every language has a grammar. There are certain languages that are profound civilizational languages. And these languages, because of the nature of their traditions, a certain continuity takes place. So Sanskrit is one of those languages. Chinese is one of those languages. The Hebrew language, the Arabic language, these are ancient languages. And in those languages are embedded profound worldviews. If you study the Chinese language, in the ideograms, there are literally cosmologies that are articulated in their ideograms. So you can analyze them. If you look at Hebrew, the same is true. There are cosmologies embedded. I'll give you one example. If you look at the word for human being in Arabic, the word that means human, that's shared by male and female, is called insan. And many of the philologists argue that there's not a plural. Some of them say that insanatun is a feminine form. But most say insan is like mensch. It includes the male and the female. Insan, the meaning of insan comes from uns, which is intimacy. That the human is an intimate creature. It needs to have intimacy to survive. If it doesn't have intimacy, it dries up and dies as a creature. It needs to have uns. And then it's also the same word, insan, is the word for pupil of the eye. So the insan, the bu'bu, the insan is the pupil of the eye. And one of the things that we know, that when people are experiencing intimacy, the pupil dilates. It opens up. So there's an opening of the insan, that humans, when they're experience intimacy, they open up. They get inshirah. They expand. And the highest intimacy is intimacy with the divine. That the intimacy of al-uns billah, to have intimacy with the divine. And this is the greatest expansion, the inshirah that occurs. So another, just to show you the cosmology embedded in Arabic, another word for eye is ayn. Now ayn means essence. It means the source. It's also used for a spring. An ayn is the life-giving for the Arabs. The ayn of water is the life-giving source. And so there's something embedded in that understanding that indicates that the eye, the secret of the eye, of seeing, that it's related to the essence of man, that we were actually created for mushahada. We're created for witnessing. Like our existence is there to witness the divine. And that's why the essence of the human being is shahada, which means witnessing. Shahada is witnessing. So aynul insan, the eye of the human being and the essence of the human being, is for shahada. It's to witness. So this is the nature of that. You can get into that. Now, when you study grammar, you find that there's basically two concepts in grammar. There's the concept of substance, and there's the concept of time. Substance is articulated through quality and quantity, through adjectives, through nouns, adverbs. These all tell us the quality of something. He ran swiftly. So swiftly is telling us something about the nature of the running. But running is time. Verbs are in time. So you have time and you have place. Right? This is, the human being has two orientations. Orientation to time and place. Right? So when a physician wants to look at a student, they ask them, a patient, they want to orient them to time and place. So they'll say, who's the president? And then they'll say, where are you? And then they know that they're in their right mind because they have that orientation. That's language, time and place. That's language, and that's what makes us human. Now, the other thing about language is rational. That when we speak, we have to follow an order. Table, sky, reason, nature, blue, elevate, wonderful, know, when. See, if I start talking like that, those are all words, but there's no order to them. They were just coming off the top of my head, and you aren't understanding. Each one of those words can convey a comprehension. I know what sky is. He said sky. I know what that is. But you don't know what I'm saying or what I mean because there was no order. So there is a logic to language, and that logic is expressed through syntax. I have to have an order to my language. And in our language, for instance, in English, there is a certain type of order. We have subject, we have verb, right? We have object, right? John hit. I'm going to use the Arab, because when we were kids, we learned, Dick sees Jane. Like when I was a kid, they probably don't even do that. They don't even teach grammar anymore. But in the Arab world, I told them that you're not going to get rid of violence in the Arab world until you change the way you teach grammar. Because they always teach ضرب زيد عمرا. That's how every sentence, that the first sentence you learn in Arabic grammar is Zayd hit Amr. And you're just like, what's up with that? Like, why is Zayd hitting him? Why couldn't he do something else to him? Like, Zayd, Ra'a Amran. He saw Amran. But they have the darb. They have to have the darb, right? So that is, language follows a pattern. And when you learn a language, one of the hard things about learning a foreign language is that it doesn't often have the same patterns that you have, and it can be confusing. So in Arabic, if I said akala kusa Musa, right? Did I mean the courgette ate Moses, or did I mean Moses ate the courgette? I can't tell because they're both maqsoor, right? They have the alif maqsoora, so I don't know. But and that's why you shouldn't do that, because it's mubham, it's an ambiguous. That's a time where you should put the fa'il first, right? And then the maf'ul bihi after in grammar. So you should really say akala Musa kusa. But if you know reason, it's not reasonable that the courgette ate Musa. But there's somebody can be called. There was a minister, I think, from Lebanon. Is Sheikh Jamal here? Didn't they have Minister Musa Kusa? He was in Libya, Musa Kusa. Yeah. That's a father with a sense of humor, right? Yeah. So anyway. So language, now the nature of language is it's ambiguous. Language is ambiguous because you can say things and they can be taken in different ways, right? We have what in English we call double entendres, right? You can say something and you can mean different things with it. And even our tone, like there's certain languages that tone is very important. Like Chinese, you have different tones. In English, we use tone to accent things. Yeah, he's smart, isn't he? That's very different from saying, wow, he's smart, isn't he? A completely different statement, even though it's the same words, but the tone conveys something. So this is the nature of language. But language is also clear. And the clearer a language is, the better we understand it. So people say that he's very unclear in his thinking. He's muddled in his thinking. I can't understand him. What's he talking about? And
teachers will tell you that. You need more clarity in your writing, things like this. So this is part of it. Now what logic does is it helps you to understand better what you naturally do. Everybody is using logic. And that was the meaning of that story. When the student comes back after the third time from the marketplace, oh my God, Ustad, it's unbelievable. Everybody's using logic. He finally got it. And that's what you see in the world. And it doesn't matter where you go. Logic is not a Western concept. What Aristotle did, and it's interesting that we're in Turkey and we're studying this because Aristotle was from Turkey. I mean, it was part of the, Asia Minor, and it was part of the Greek. But he lived on the Asian side. So he was actually, and he died here. But what he did, I mean, there's a debate about what he did. And we'll get to that when I do the Mabadi. So my point is that when you study logic, what you're studying is really what you do naturally. In the same way that when you study grammar, you're studying what you do naturally, which is you speak grammatically. You might make grammatical mistakes in your language. I ain't going to go there. Or, I have a friend, he's very educated, but he uses double negatives all the time, right? And he's got a, he's a PhD candidate. And I correct him because when I hear a double negative, it's like, ouch. But, a double negative is a positive, right? So you're actually saying the opposite of what you think you're saying. So I ain't going to not go there, right? So people use language and they can misuse language. And the same is true in reasoning. And that's why you learn grammar to protect your tongue from making mistakes. You learn logic to guard your reasoning so that your reasoning skills are better, but also so that you can see the arguments of others and be able to criticize them. Does that make sense? Now, one of the things about our tradition that's very important, because we have maratib al-ulum, we believe in the degrees of knowledge. In the same way that you have Newtonian physics and quantum physics. They're very different, right? Newtonian physics and quantum physics are two completely different physics. Quantum physics, all of the Newtonian laws break down in quantum mechanics. But quantum physics has been observed. So they know that underlying this Newtonian world that we live in, there's another reality, which is quantum. And they don't fully understand it, and they're trying to work out really what's going on. But the quantum world is very weird. For instance, in the quantum world, you can be in two places at one time. In the Newtonian world, you can't. You can only be in one place at one time. In a quantum world, you could walk through a wall. In a Newtonian world, you can't. So, for those of you who had the unfortunate experience of seeing The Matrix, The Matrix was somebody who was learning to work in a quantum world, right? I mean, that's really what was happening to him, was that he was learning to work in the quantum world, where the laws of physics that are Newtonian don't apply. So bullets won't kill you in that world. But in a Newtonian world, they will. And so one of the things that's important for us to understand is that this logic works on one level of existence. But there are other levels of existence where this logic completely breaks down. And one of the interesting things about the Western tradition is that they've never been able to really deal with these degrees of knowledge. And so they end up denying certain types of realities because they don't fit in to other types of realities. And they have a lot of problems in their philosophy because of this. Whereas the Muslims have always understood, Sharia and Haqiqah are two very important concepts in our tradition. You have a Sharia and you have a Haqiqah. If you look in the Muwatta of Imam Malik, there's a hadith where Moses and Adam have a debate. And when Moses meets Adam, Musa alayhi salam meets Adam, he says, you're the one, aghwayta nas. You led us astray, right? In other words, it's your fault that this whole mess has happened. And so he's talking, that's the logic of Aristotle. That's where Musa alayhi salam was working at that level. When he made that statement, it's like a judge in a court case. You broke the law, and then there were these repercussions, right? Adam alayhi salam, his response was, to go from the Newtonian world into the quantum world. And he said, you're Moses, you're Musa, you're the one that God bestowed all this knowledge on and gave you all this wisdom. Are you going to blame me for something? قُدِّرَ عَلَيَّ قَبْلَ أَنْ أُخْلَقْ أَتَلُومُنِي? Are you going to blame me for something that was decreed for me before I came into existence? And in another riwayah, that's not in the Muwatta, the Prophet said, Adam defeated Moses in the argument because he was using another logic. He wasn't using the logic of the courtroom, of the Sharia. He was using another logic. And so that's important for us when we go into this to understand that this is the logic of the Newtonian world. It's not the logic of the quantum world. It's the logic of the Newtonian world. But it is the logic that our Sharia is based on, that every rational system of law in the world is based on. When you go into a court of law, you are going into a court that relies entirely on logical arguments. And what lawyers do is they argue. Now, if the judge or the jury is not trained in logic, then they're susceptible to logical fallacies. Appeal to pity is a type of safsata. Appeal to pity. So they'll give a sob story that'll make these people feel all this compassion. That's actually a logical fallacy to do that. Now, sometimes it's important, but that's not an argument to do that. That's not an argument that holds up against these rigorous standards of argumentation. Or they'll use other types of fallacies. Poisoning the well is a logical fallacy. And if people aren't trained to identify these arguments, or they'll say, A, therefore B, but it's a non sequitur, it doesn't follow. But if somebody's not trained to see that, one of the great Chrysippus, who was a great early logician, he noted that even animals use logic, because he was walking once and he saw a rabbit turn a corner, and there was three roads, and it went down a road, and then a hound was chasing it, and it came around and it couldn't see the rabbit anymore, so it sniffed the first road and then went to the second, sniffed the second, and without sniffing the third, it just went down the third. So Chrysippus derived from that the dog was using logic, because it was either A, B, or C. If not A or B, then C. But it did it intuitively. And so this is the this is the study of logic. It's why it's important. You cannot, one of the most important aspects of democracy is that democracy is a type of government that is saying that instead of using might to impose our will, we're going to use argument. That we make cases. So you will have, somebody will try to legislate a law, and he'll give arguments. And then those people listening to it will either be convinced or not convinced. For instance, if they're going to go to war, people will give arguments. If you remember, in the United States, before the Iraqi war, what did they do? They made all these arguments for why they were going to go to war. Why? Because they're saying we have to use reason. But if people aren't trained in analyzing arguments, they can be manipulated and fooled and tricked into doing things that are dangerous and harmful and destructive. So that's why it's very important to know this, so that you can defend yourself against those types of logical fallacies. So now we're going to go into the 10 foundations. In our tradition, al-mabadi al-ashara are a mabda. Mabda in Arabic is ism makan. It's a place where something happens, the maf'al. Like maf'il is another form of it. So you have like masjid is a place of sujood. Matbakh is a place of tabakh. It's the place where you cook. Tabakha means to cook. So whenever you see that pattern, the maf'al pattern, it's a place of something. It can also be time as well. So like Mosim or Mawlid. Mawlid could be the place or the time you were born. So the Mawlid in Mecca is where the Prophet was born, but the Mawlid is also the 12th of Rabi' al-Awwal, according to most of the scholars. So mabda is the place where you begin something. The mabda, bada'tu, I began, abda'u. Kullu amrin dhi bal, lam yubda bi bismillah, fahuwa abtar. Every affair that is momentous or weighty, that does not begin with bismillah, is cut off of barakah. So we begin things, bada'tu. The mabda is a starting place. It also means the principle. Now if you look at principle, it comes from a Latin word, principia, which means first. Right? So it's also the same idea. The principles are those first things, the axioms, the things that things are based upon, predicated upon. So sciences have, our scholars identified 10 mabadi that students should always begin their coursework. And for those of you who have studied with me over the years, I've always tried to begin my classes with mabadi al-ashara. And so this is Muhammad bin Ali al-Sabban was a great grammarian. He's famous for a commentary on the Alfiya of Ibn Malik. He versified, there are other ones, Imam al-Maqari also versified the 10 mabadi. There are different versions of this, but this is a way of remembering them. So, inna mabadi kulli fannin ashara. The fen is an art. It's what we call an art, the art of logic, fen al-mantiq. إن مبادئ كل فن عشرة الحد والموضوع ثم الثمرة. So he's saying that, well, I translate it down, so I'll just go through it. وفضله ونسبة والواضع والاسم الاستمداد وحكم الشارع مسائل والبعض بالبعض اكتفى ومن درى الجميع حاز الشرفا. So I versified this into English. Each science contains these 10 elements. The essence, or definition, because definition is getting to the essence of something. The essence, its subject and benefits. Its virtue, relations and source. Its name, whence it draws legal force. Add topics and all is contained. With mastery much honor is gained. So that's mustaf'ilun, 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 for those of you who have studied arud. So the first is the definition. A definition comes in logic, it comes from a tasawwur. You have to conceptualize something in order to define it. A tasawwur is to understand its form. And when we get into the formal the causes, there are 4 causes. So you have material, efficient, formal, and final. These are the 4 causes. We'll get into this in material logic. The formal cause is the surah in Arabic. It's called surah. And tasawwur is to get the image of the thing. And in fact, Aristotle called it the phantasm, the imago. It's to get the image of a thing in your mind. And this is grasping. You know, we talk about, I haven't grasped it, right? Grasp, right? That the mind grasps things. And so it's through the senses that we come to know the world. If anybody knows the story of Helen Keller, when she was a little girl, she became ill and she was blinded. She lost her sight. She lost her ability to hear, and she lost her ability to speak. Completely cut off from the world. She became like an animal in her own description. By the time she was about 7 years old, her father brought a woman who was also blind, brought her to teacher Annie Sullivan. And she couldn't break through. She couldn't get through to her, because she wanted to teach her language, but she needed to teach her symbols. And the way that she was doing it was with her hand. She would write things, and then she would take a thing, and she would have her feel it, to grasp it. Because, I mean, imagine you can't see, you can't hear, you can't speak, but she can feel, she can smell, and she can taste. So she doesn't have all of her 5 senses. 2 very important ones, which are the inroads of knowledge. Inna sam'a wal basar wal fu'ada. It's the ears and the sight that Allah uses. These are the inroads of knowledge. This is how you come to know things, is through the eyes and the ears. She couldn't understand. And she did all these things to try to get her, but the breakthrough came with water. She was symbolizing in her hand the symbol for water, and she was pouring from the pump. She was pouring water in her hand. And if you read the description, it's a very powerful description of what happens to her, because she wrote her autobiography, and it's worth reading. But she's feeling the water, and her teacher is symbolizing in the hand. And then suddenly the light went on. She understood that the symbol over here, what's called an artificial sign in logic, the wada', right? It's a posited sign. This dalala wad'iyya was the same as the experience of that cool liquid flowing on her hand. She got it. And she understood that. What's interesting is she said suddenly her entire interior changed. She said a light went off in her consciousness. What's interesting is that night in Anne Sullivan's diary, she wrote, "I saw a light come into the face of Helen today." That's the light of consciousness. Meaning penetrated her intellect for the first time. She understood abstraction. And that is what we do. We abstract. This is the incredible gift that God has given human beings, is the ability to symbolize, to abstract, to understand abstraction, signs. We are by our nature sign makers and sign readers. And this is why the Quran calls it signs, ayat. Right? Inna fi dhalika la ayat liqawmin yatafakkarun. Right? This is what it's for people that reflect on what things mean. What is the meaning of the sign? And so the had, once you comprehend something, you have that grasping, you can then symbolize. So she had the water, she grasped it, okay, I'm getting that. Now she's got the symbol for it. Right? So she can define now water. Water is that cool liquid that is tasteless, without smell, taste, right? Doesn't have any, or color. So we all know what water is. We have a simple apprehension of water, how we define it. It's the basis of biological life. That's one definition. It's made of a hydrogen, 2 hydrogen atoms, and 1 oxygen atom. That's another definition. And that's coming from the hal of the definer, because a chemist will define it one way, a biologist will define it another way. but they're talking about the same thing based on the perspective that they're looking from. So logic may be defined as, quote, the art which directs the very act of reason, that which enables us to advance with order, ease, and correctness in the act of reason itself. And that's from a great Catholic logician, Jacques Maritain, brilliant philosopher who died in 1973. A little biographical note about him that's kind of interesting. When he was a very young man, he studied with Bergson. Bergson was a brilliant early 20th century philosopher, but of that new school of philosophy that was very radical and abandoning traditional philosophy. And he was one of his brilliant students, and he met a Russian, Jewish Russian lady, Raisa. They were at the Sorbonne together, and they fell in love, and anyway, they made a pact that if they didn't find the truth within a year, that they'd just commit suicide together. A very French thing to do. But they discovered St. Thomas Aquinas that year, so he ended up spending the rest of his life writing commentaries on St. Thomas. Anyway, that's his definition of logic, which is not his, but there are many, but that's his articulation of that. And then as a science, this is from a Muslim textbook written in probably the 1840s, 1850s by a great scholar from Fez. As a science, it regulates the investigation of concepts and proposition in ways that enable one to arrive at a previously unknown proposition. Another definition is the science that enables us to conclude from something that is known, something that was previously unknown. So it's going from what is known, these are the first two premises of the syllogism, to the conclusion, which is what was unknown. So that's a thought of Ibn al-Hajj al-Fasi. And then logic may be defined as the science that directs our mental operations, and our mental operations are three: understanding, judging, and reasoning. These are the three acts of the mind when it's in a rational state. I mean, there's obviously other states, but when we're communicating, this is what we're doing. So that they proceed with order, facility, and consistency toward the attainment of truth. The mental operations referred to in this definition are the three basic acts of the intellect, namely conception or simple apprehension, judgment, and reasoning. So that's from Kretsch, who's another traditional logician. The name is the ism. So you give sciences names. In most schools today, what was formerly known as logic is now called critical thinking. Critical thinking is one branch of material logic. It's part of material logic. You have formal logic and material logic, what they call the lesser or greater logic. The greater logic is material logic, lesser logic is formal logic. Formal logic studies the formal rules of reasoning, and material logic looks at the actual content of what you're reasoning about. So critical thinking is what logic has been reduced to in the West. In Arabic, logic is known as Mantiq because it contains three meanings: the ability to speak, the ability to comprehend universals, and we'll get into that, and the power of comprehension itself. Arabs chose this word mantiq because logic strengthens the first, the ability to speak. It makes your speaking more orderly, more clear, more persuasive. Enables the second, in other words, the ability to comprehend universals, because you have to understand what a universal is, and we'll get into that. And then the second to be more accurate, and endows perfection on the third, right? So the power of understanding. Imam al-Ghazali called it the touchstone of knowledge. He wrote 5 books on logic, Imam al-Ghazali. He was a great logician. He said that he learned logic from the prophets because he studied the Quranic arguments, and we'll get into that, their arguments. But Ibn Taymiyyah wrote a book refuting the logicians, رد على المنطقيين, and he said, ادعى أبو حامد أنه تعلم المنطق من الأنبياء لكن الحق أنه تعلمه من ابن سينا. He said, you know, Ibn Taymiyyah claimed he learned logic from the prophets, but the reality is he learned it from Ibn Sina. So, he called it mihakun nadar, which means the touchstone of knowledge. And also the criterion of knowledge, he called it mi'yar al-ulum or mi'yar al-ilm, the standard of knowledge. It is also called the key to knowledge, miftah al-ulum. It's also called the balance, al-mizan, because the soundness of speech is measured by it. Another name given to it is the upright scale, based on the Quranic verse. Imam al-Ghazali actually thought that this verse was referring to using logic. وَزِينُوا بِالْقِسْطَاسِ الْمُسْتَقِيمِ. So he called it al-qistas al-mustaqim. It's the standard, the upright scales of knowledge. Aristotle referred to it as analytics, prior and posterior. It's also divided into major, material logic, and minor, formal logic, depending upon the subject matter. Formal logic covers the validity or invalidity of the syllogism's form and structure, while material logic covers the actual content of the syllogism. The late 19th century witnessed the emergence of symbolic or mathematical logic. For centuries, until the 16th century, Francis Bacon introduced the new organon, which the organon is the 6 books of Aristotle that he wrote on logic. In our tradition, Ibn Sina wrote a Shifa, which basically was an Arabization of the Hellenistic tradition because he wanted to free Muslims from any dependency on a foreign source. So he wrote the Shifa, and he definitely added some things to Aristotle's logic, and he has his own views about certain things, but it's essentially Aristotelian logic. And then from that, the metaphysical components were removed largely by the Usuli scholars, and Imam al-Ghazali introduces it in the Mustasfa, which is his most important work on Usul al-Fiqh. In the Mustasfa, he has a 40-page introduction to the Mustasfa, which is all logic. So it's basically a primer, and he felt that the Usuli scholar, a jurist, would have to have some knowledge of logic. Ibn Taymiyyah argued that the only form of logic that was useful was analogical reasoning, and he did not, he actually refutes deductive reasoning in his book and argues that inductive reasoning is really the only type of logic that has any validity. And this is pretty much the argument of Francis Bacon. Aristotle does not deal a lot with inductive reasoning. He did not consider it as important as deductive reasoning. And for a very simplistic understanding of the two, deductive reasoning argues from universals to particulars, and inductive goes from particulars to universals. So in inductive reasoning is scientific reasoning. It's looking at things out there and then deriving conclusions from looking at particulars, deriving universal conclusions. Deductive reasoning would be based on a type of epistemology that is no longer deemed important in the West, but is the foundation of Muslim, Jewish, and Christian epistemology, which is what they call epistemological realism. And this is, we believe in what's called mutabaqa, the correspondence theory of truth, that truth is what corresponds with reality. Reality is something that's intelligible, which is metaphysical realism. And, you know, just, I'll say about this, Muslims today, many Muslims around the world are taught that philosophy is evil and Muslims should never study philosophy. The reality of it is that we are all heavily influenced by philosophy. Most of you who have gone to Western schools have imbibed a great deal of philosophy without really understanding it or knowing how it happened or why it happened. And you'd have to study the history of philosophy to really understand how these ideas emerged as the dominant ideas. But if you do not philosophize, somebody else philosophizes for you. It's as simple as that. And we are affected deeply by philosophical constructs constantly. Liberal capitalism, free market, these are all philosophical ideas. There are, economics has philosophy, right? Utilitarianism. Most of the ethics that exist today in the West is, and increasingly in the Muslim world, is utilitarian ethics, which is a consequential, it looks at the ends of things. Muslims never considered that a basis for an ethical philosophy. Muslims always had virtue ethics at the heart of their tradition. Virtue ethics looks at the virtue of a thing. And this is why, for instance, abortion is a philosophical problem. And if you read arguments for or against abortion, they're philosophical arguments. If you read arguments for or against same-sex marriage, they're philosophical arguments. Because law has philosophy. The legal philosophy of the Muslims is called usul al-fiqh. It's legal philosophy. It is philosophy. It's using the intellect to think through problems. That's essentially what philosophy is. And so you're going to get it whether you like it or not. Whatever you call it, it doesn't really matter. It's basically thinking and learning how to think, and that's why this science was the foundation of it. And this idea that Imam al-Ghazali somehow killed this from the Muslim tradition is a great slander on him, because he was a great philosophical thinker. Ibn Taymiyyah was a philosopher. And if you read his books, you'll see he's making philosophical arguments. So it's important for educated Muslims to understand that. Not everybody has to study this, and not everybody should study it. But it's important that people in your society study it. And in an educated society, it's important that everybody has some degree of working knowledge with this. This should be primary education. Traditionally, in Muslim societies, this was taught at the high school level. It's not advanced. It wasn't considered advanced studies at all. If you read Ibn Ashir uses logic based on Barahin, which was a text taught to 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds. And he's using syllogisms. And logic should not be introduced in the pre-logical period. So a child really should not be introduced to logic until they reach about 12 or 13. That's important. So anyway, those are the names. Mathematical or symbolic logic emerges in 1913. A very important work, Principia Mathematica, was published by Lord Whitehead, Alfred North Whitehead, and Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Russell was a brilliant mathematician, but basically really gave a devastating blow to traditional logic. Before that, for the last 2,350 years, traditional logic was taught. There were certain additions added with Bacon because of inductive reasoning. That was developed, and then John Stuart Mill also developed inductive reasoning. And then you have Boolean algebra, which is George Boole, self-taught mathematician from Ireland, who introduces another type of logic. And then you had Charles Peirce in America, a brilliant pragmatist philosopher who was also a brilliant logician. But before Russell, this is what was taught to people. It was taught in the United States. My grandmother, I have her textbook from high school, public high school in Wisconsin, and she studied logic and rhetoric. That was just part of curriculum. And people could think a lot better, I think, because of it. So they were better off for it. So I think we'll stop there. And any questions? logic. Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, he was a brilliant scholar in his own right, and he was, in his mind, he was really trying to defend what he perceived to be this pure teaching that came to the Prophet ﷺ, and wanted to make sure that revelation, that wahi, was always central. I mean, his impulses, I think, were very honorable impulses, and he truly believed that metaphysics was very dangerous to the Islamic ethos. And he was particularly deeply troubled by two metaphysical thinkers, Ibn Arabi al-Hatimi, who was very influential. Ibn Arabi was taught in the Ottoman period extensively. He was called Shaykh al-Akbar. I mean, now he's anathematized by most Muslims, but since the 13th century, he was pretty much the end-all in philosophical Sufism. So he was very troubled by him. He actually mentions in his Fatawa, and I've read this, I haven't read this in a book, I read it from him. He mentioned that he benefited greatly from Ibn Arabi, Ibn Taymiyyah, until he read the Fusus. He said when he read the Fusus al-Hikam, he realized how dangerous the man's ideas were. And so he spent a lot of his life writing polemical arguments against metaphysics. And what he felt was that he said originally he thought logic was fine. But then he realized that logic is predicated on a metaphysical premise that he felt was very dangerous. And we're going to get into that when we deal with the universals. In some ways, Ibn Taymiyyah really is the first nominalist. I mean, the nominalism is attributed to William of Ockham, but I think it's arguable, and this would be a good PhD dissertation for somebody. You'd have to do a lot of work to do it, but I think it would be a very interesting PhD to look at the nominalistic tendencies of Ibn Taymiyyah. Anyway, any other questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
It's very interesting that the logic wasn't taught traditionally to like youngsters, only once they begin to reason and tell the difference between certain things.
Yeah.
Is there a connection between that? I would like to know if there's a connection between that and the categorization of knowledge, as in that hierarchical way that the Muslims used to do. Could it be relative to different age groups?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, grammar was what they taught. You know, the Muslim tradition, and it's not dissimilar to the Western tradition before the end of the 19th century. The Muslims believed that the great gift that young children had was memorization. That the mind is very agile, and the ability to absorb a lot of information is readily available to a child of about 7. And so they would focus on rote memorization without understanding. At about 12, the intellect really starts kicking in. This is what they call sinu tamyiz is 7, where they're moving out of the magical realm, because children before 7 they're in a magical world, which is why the Prophet ﷺ prohibited, you cannot strike a child before 7 years of age, and you shouldn't, because there's no taklif at all. At about 7, taklif starts kicking in. It's not there, but now they can really understand. And people say, no, they know before 7. My 5-year-olds know. They don't. They're not capable of lying. A 5-year-old, people say, no, he's lying. I know he is. They're not. In their world, there are different possibilities. Really, I mean, quite literally, there are different possibilities. So if they break something at 5 or 4, and you say, who broke that? I don't know. You know, that is a totally viable answer for a 4-year-old. And it's not a lie. They're not making it up. It's just in their world, it's perfectly acceptable for them not to know who broke it, even though they know they broke it. But at 7, it's different. Now they know they broke it. And they know that's the only real possible answer. So that is the beginning of tamyiz. And then by 12, 13, as puberty begins to settle in, the logic kicks in. Now, what's interesting is in all pre-modern societies, mathematics was not taught to children other than basic rote memorization only. They did not teach any mathematics to children before 12 or 13. And it is well documented that a child can learn all of the mathematics that we teach between 6 and 12, they can learn between 12 and 13. All of it. And they actually learn it better, and they understand it, and they don't get the math phobias that a lot of people are traumatized from mathematics because they were taught too early, and so it's too abstract. Mathematics is very abstract. It's a completely abstract subject. And the child's not in the abstract world yet. They're still in the world of just sensory experience. They haven't entered into abstraction. So that's really why, that was the understanding, that you didn't want to traumatize. In fact, Steiner, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Steiner, so I'm not promoting him or anything, but Steiner argued that if you introduce mathematics or logic to prepubescent children, you'll actually disrupt the process of their, like the menarche, the onset of puberty will change. You'll affect these things. So you'll get earlier onset puberty because you're disrupting a natural evolution. And this is wisdom of ancient peoples. So, any other question? It's all clear. Would you say that in general the pragmatist school is consistent with the Muslim worldview? Not at all. I don't think so. I mean, with that would be a whole long discussion about pragmatism and what pragmatism is. I mean, Muslims, we're all pragmatists to some degree, but a lot of the Islamic law is not based on pragmatic things. There are other considerations. Then the pragmatic one is not the only consideration that Muslims would use. Yeah.
Inshallah, this will be our last question.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. If animals have logic, as you've described, and we know that they have communication from the stories of the Quran, particularly with Nabi Sulaiman and the Hudhud bird, who had very advanced concepts of God and worship and things like that.
Right.
Is the philosophical reasoning power that the basis of human search for God? And could that be the difference between animals and humans?
So what you're asking is is our ability to reason, is that what is the foundation of our search for the divine? Is that?
And the capacity that, because we seem to have, animals seem to have most of the skills and the capacity that we have in terms of communication and logic and things like that.
And even some productive skills, like beavers build dams and things like that. Yeah, no, I think more than reasoning, when we get in, because the first section of this, which I'm going to focus on more than any of the other sections, because what I'm hoping that you get out of this is a desire to pursue this study. This is not something that we can really do in 3 weeks. I'm going to cover the text, though, inshallah. When you get in, the most important thing that I want you to get is the first section on understanding and the second section on propositions. On the reasoning, the syllogisms, I'm going to focus more on material fallacies than on the others, because the syllogism takes a lot of time and practice. You have to do exercises, learn how to reduce syllogisms, learn, there's 4 types of what they call the moods and the figures. When you get into that, there's 4 types, and they extend to 19, and I mean there's 64 possibilities, and only 16 of them really have validity. So it's learning how to work with syllogisms, because every argument can be reduced to a syllogism. Every argument. There's no argument that can. I mean, you have long arguments that sometimes take sorites. You have to use several steps to get to it. And that's why symbolic logic became a very useful tool for people that this is all they do is logic, because it enables you to get large, abstract arguments condensed down. For me, and when I get into the first section, I'm going to talk about the allama Adam al-asma, what that means according to our tradition, what Fakhruddin al-Razi said about it. The single most important thing that we have, and the gift that we've been given, is not so much reasoning, but it is simple apprehension, it's comprehension, it's understanding. And that comes from our ability to abstract. And abstraction is a uniquely human thing. Animals, as far as we know, do not abstract. Angels do not abstract either, because they have immediate intuitive knowledge, so that they don't go through an abstraction process. And this is why when the angels were told by Allah to tell them the name, they couldn't do it, because they can't go through the process of abstraction. They don't abstract in the way that we do. They have immediate intuitive knowledge of things, whereas the humans have the ability to abstract. And that ability is what enables you to abstract the divine from the material world. And that's why the material world is the greatest sign of God. People that are looking for proofs for the divine, the proof is all around them. It's right in front of them. And that's why that people that deny God are called blind in the Quran. It's a profound spiritual blindness to deny that there is a reality behind this that is infinite, that is conscious, that it has knowledge, it has will, and it has being. Whether it's a personal God that we find in the Abrahamic faith, or whether it's an impersonal God that is more in the Eastern traditions. Because, Buddhists pray, Hindus pray, they have a different concept. It's a different concept of reality, of the divine. But they still have an understanding that there is transcendent being, that there is reality beyond this. And that is the fitra nature of humans. The Abrahamic expression of that is through the personal God. And it's our belief that that is a real expression of God. And that's why we attempt to share it with others. But that is absolutely coming out of this ability. And one aspect of this is really about that. And that's why traditionally theology and logic were sister sciences. I mean, our theological tradition used logic. It was part of it and was never divorced from it after the 4th century, 5th century. So, subhanakallah wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah khairan.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وقل ربي زدني علما. وصلي اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Alhamdulillah. Just before we start, I think it's likely, inshallah, that the foreign minister, Dr. Ahmed Dawood Olu, is going to come and address the group. And so if just everybody could just have real adab and no quick movements, because the people with him get very nervous. Last year we had dinner with him during Ramadan, and he's from Kunya, so he invited us. He wanted the rihla to come here this year. So his team, based on his request, really helped us a lot, facilitated the program. So we have a debt of gratitude to Turkey, first and foremost, and then to those people that were instrumental in helping us make this a reality. So he, just for those of you who don't know who he is, he was a very well-established intellectual and a professor at the university before he entered into politics. He has a PhD in political science. He's written several books, and they've been translated into English. He's considered a serious intellectual in Western academia in the area of political science. So he's a heavyweight, and it's very generous of him, especially during this time, because as you know, there's a lot of things going on. And foreign ministers are, for the Americans, it's basically the Secretary of State, same role, like John Kerry's playing that role right now. So they're very busy. They do a lot of traveling. They travel all over. It's international relations. So whenever there's these crises, they're the ones that have to interface with everybody else. So it's, but with having said that, I said probably because the nature of people that have very heavy responsibilities is they're not always available. And they get called. So, inshallah, he'll be here, though. Anyway, let me continue on with the next qa'idah, and then we'll go on to finish the mabadi. The qa'idah number 4, and qa'idah means a base, it's a foundation. It's unfortunately been, you know, if you study tajweed, you study what's called al-qa'idah. So if you're ever going back to the United States, they ask you what you were studying, don't say al-qa'idah. And if you have a little book in your, you know, they call them al-qa'idah nuraniya or al-qa'idah al-Baghdadiya or something. So, but qa'idah is a principle or a foundation. So qawa'id are similar to usul. They're foundational principles. And in that way they're related to logic, because logic is based on certain postulates or axioms. So he says in the 4th qa'idah, صدق التوجه مشروط بكونه من حيث يرضاه الحق تعالى وبما يرضاه ولا يصح مشروط بدون شرطه ولا يرضى لعباده الكفر.
فلازم تحقيق الإيمان وإن تشكروا يرضاه لكم فلازم العمل بالإسلام فلا تصوف إلا بفقه إذ لا تعرف أحكام الله الظاهرة إلا منه ولا فقه إلا بالتصوف إذ لا عمل إلا بصدق وتوجه ولا هما إلا بإيمان إذ لا يصح واحد منهما دونه فلازم الجميع لتلازمها في الحكم كتلازم الأرواح للأجساد ولا وجود لها إلا فيها كما لا حياة لها إلا بها فافهم ومنه قول مالك رحمه الله تعالى من تصوف ولم يتفقه فقد تزندق ومن تفقه ولم يتصوف فقد تفسق ومن جمع بينهما فقد تحقق قلت تزندق الأول لأنه قال بالجبر الموجب لنفي الحكمة والأحكام وتفسق الثاني لخلو عمله من التوجه الحاجب منهما عن معصية الله ومن الإخلاص المشترط في العمل لله وتحقق الثالث لقيامه بالحقيقة في عين التماسك بالحق فاعرف ذلك. So this is longer than the others, but he says that صدق التوجه, which is how he defined tasawwuf, this idea of a sincere inner directedness towards the divine, is conditioned upon it being in accordance with what is pleasing to the truth and by means that please the truth, al-haq. And you cannot have something that's conditioned upon something without the condition. The Quran says He is not content or pleased with His servants to be in a state of denial or ingratitude, al-kufra. So, وَلَا يَرْضَى لِعِبَادِي الْكُفْرَ. And in Aqidah, I think he'll discuss that, the difference between, because you have rida, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not content with but allows, and then you have the rida that you have things that He's not content with but He allows, and then you have things that He's content with and allows. So then he says, and it's necessary, it follows that the realization of Iman, if you are grateful, your Lord will be pleased with you. And so this necessitates then acting according to submission, to this state of submission to the truth of Islam. And then he says, so there's no tasawwuf without fiqh. Because the sidq al-tawajjuh is what the tasawwuf is, but it has to be in accord with what's pleasing. And then he says, because you can only know the decrees or the rulings of God, the exoteric ones, the external ones, only by that, by fiqh. It's fiqh that teaches you how to bathe, how to pray, the ritual, formal components, because tasawwuf is dealing with the inner state during those rituals. But you have to do it through the form of the ritual. That if you don't have the form, then the inner state is not going to be able to function as it should. And so he says, وَلَا فِقْهَ إِلَّا بِالتَّصَوُّفِ. And you can't have fiqh, the formal, without the internal. So you can't have the internal without the external. You can't have the esoteric without the exoteric. You can't have the fruit without the hull or the exterior that protects the fruit. Right? You can't benefit from a fruit if it has no exterior protection. So, and then he says, and وَلَهُمَا إِلَّا بِإِيمَانٍ. You can't have either of them without iman. So one of them without the other two, it's not. لَا يَصَحُ وَاحِدٌ مِّنْهُمَا. One without the other is impossible. You can't have it. فَلَازِمَ الْجَمِيعُ لِتَلَازُمِهَا فِي الْحُكْمِ. So you have to have both because of the interdependency of one upon the other in the hukum, in this, the outward and the inward. Like the interdependence of spirits with bodies. So he's giving you an analogy now. This is a type of reasoning. He's showing you an analogy that enables you to understand this. So he says, وَلَا وُجُودَ لَهَا إِلَّا فِيهَا. You can't have the spirit except in a body. You can't have the spirit except in the body. كَمَا لَا حَيَاةَ لَهَا إِلَّا بِهَا. And in the same way, you cannot have a body that has life without the spirit. So he's saying the fiqh is the body, the sidq al-tawajjuh is the spirit. Ibn Ata'illah in the Hikam, he says, al-amalu, the deeds are bodies. And he said that the spirit, the arwah, are the ikhlas, is the sincerity in the body. So your deeds are like bodies, they're forms. But those forms are animated by your sincerity. And then he says, and this is why Imam Malik said, and this is a famous statement attributed to Imam Malik that's mentioned in many books. Whoever does tasawwuf, and this was a word we know that was used during his time already. It's very early, it's used very early. And Imam Malik was aware of the Sufis. And obviously, as somebody with sidq al-tawajjuh, he himself has a big portion of this science, even though he didn't teach it formally in the way that it was formalized later by Imam al-Junayd. And so he says, whoever becomes a Sufi, man tasawwafa, walam yatafaqqa, and he doesn't learn fiqh alongside it, faqad tazandaq, he will go astray. He'll become like a heretic. Zindiq is a heretic. وَمَنْ تَفَقَّهَ وَلَمْ يَتَصَوَّفْ فَقَدْ تَفَسَّقْ. And if he learns fiqh without sincerity, without the sidq al-tawajjuh, then he becomes a fasiq. So he'll be in a state of disobedience. وَمَنْ جَمَعَ بَيْنَهُمَا فَقَدْ تَحَقَّقْ. And the one that brings the two together, he's the one who's realized. This is what Imam al-Shafi'i, he said, صُوفِيٌّ وَفَقِيهٌ فَكُنْ لَيْسَ وَاحِدًا فَإِنِّي وَحَقِّي لَإِيَّاكَ أَنصَحُ. The Sufi and the Faqih, don't be one of them without the other. And he said, by Allah, I'm giving you sound advice. This is in his diwan, Imam Shafi'i. He said, because the Faqih, without the tasawwuf, he doesn't have the spirit, and the Sufi, without the fiqh, he doesn't have the protection of the... So you need both. This is what he's saying. And then he explains, Imam Sidi Ahmed Zarruq explains, Tazandaq al-awwal, the reason the first becomes a heretic is because he'll end up saying bil jabr al-mujib. He will, because he'll have spiritual states, but he's not protected by the Sharia, he's not protected by a mental understanding, and so he'll end up saying things that are heretical. One of them is that he won't see asbab. And so he'll actually go into pure determinism without recognizing free will. And then you go into what's called the antinomial state, where antinomials were people that did not see the Sharia as binding on them, that they were free from the Sharia because they had achieved the haqiqah. And Imam Junayd was asked about them. They said, what do you say about a man who said, لَقَدْ وَصَلْتُ حَتَّى رُفِعَتْ عَنِّي الشَّرِيعَةِ. I have arrived, and so I'm no longer bound by the law. He said, Na'am, qad wasal ila al-jahim. He's arrived, but he's arrived to hell. So, because he'll negate the hikmah and the ahkam. He'll end up negating the hikmah and the ahkam. And this is why Ibn Mashish, in his famous prayer, he says that he seeks refuge min awhal al-tawheed, from the dangers of tawheed. Because you can have an experience of tawheed, of pure unity, where you lose sight of sharia. And some of the ecstatic Sufis have shatahat that are famous about this. Subhani, glory to me. Ma tahta jubbati siwa Allah. You know, things like that. They made these utterances. That came from the danger of having this profound experience of unity without having the protection of the constructs that give it a proper understanding. And then he says, Tafassaq al-thani, the second one, the faqih without tasawwuf, he goes astray because لِخُلُوِّ عَمْرِهِ مِنَ التَّوَجُّهِ الْحَاجِبْ مِنْهُمَا, because he doesn't have in his actions the tawajjuh al-hajib, this tawajjuh that will protect him from these going astray. Like he won't have that sincerity that will protect him from the dangers that a faqih without tasawwuf has, or the Sufi without fiqh has. Those are the two dangers. And if he doesn't have the sidq al-tawajjuh, then he falls into one of those two dangers. And he says, so he falls into ma'asiyah with Allah on the one hand, and then that anything that he does it's done with the condition of ikhlas, al-mushtarat fil amal. He's supposed to have ikhlas. That's a condition of any action, is sincerity, that you do it with a pure intention. Inna Allaha tayyibun wa la yaqbalu illa tayyiba. Allah is pure and He only accepts purity. So if you don't have purity in your intentions, then you don't. وَتَحَقَّقَ الثَّالِث لِقِيَامِهِ بِالْحَقِيقَةِ مِنْ عَيْنَ التَّمَاسُكِ بِالْحَقِّ. So the third one has realization, تَحَقَّقَ. He has realization because he is fulfilling the reality, بِالْحَقِيقَةِ فِي عَيْنَ التَّمَاسُكِ بِالْحَقِّ. In the essence of his firmness, of his state of firmness in the truth. He's fulfilling that reality which has an exoteric and an esoteric component. So he's solid, he's firm in his qiyam bil-haq. He has the both sides of it. So he says, so understand that. We got yesterday to the subject matter. Now, the subject is al-mawdu'. And al-mawdu' in Arabic, it comes from wada'a, wada'tu shay'an, wada'an, to posit something, to place it. And so the mawdu' is what has been posited here. So the subject matter of logic covers the three operations of the mind. And the three operations of the mind are understanding, judgment, and reasoning. Understanding is your grasping of concepts. Now, one of the things about modern logic, which is called propositional logic as opposed to term logic, traditional logic is called term logic because it's built on terms. So you have building blocks. If you look, for instance, Euclid, one of the things, what's interesting about Plato's Academy, we don't really know what was taught in Plato's Academy, but we know geometry was taught in it because you had to master the books of geometry just to get into the Academy. And we know that Euclid studied at the Academy. So Euclid is the one that wrote all that stuff down that he was being taught. But the geometry, which was translated early into the Arabic tradition, and Imam Shafi'i studied geometry, in fact said, "Man ta'allama al-handasa jazula ra'yuhu." Whoever learns geometry will have a very sound opinion in things. I mean, one of the interesting things in American history is Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln, he taught himself geometry at the age of 40. He was a lawyer. And he actually writes in his diaries that the reason that he studied geometry was because he kept hearing this word demonstration, that the lawyer has to demonstrate. And he said he looked up the word in several dictionaries and none of them could really give him a definition of it. He said it was like telling a blind man that blue is a color. Right? So he ended up taking time off from his law just to study the 13 books of Euclid. And he mastered the books and he could prove all the demonstration. He could demonstrate all of the theorems. And so that's one of the reasons why he was such a powerful debater when he debated, is that he knew how to demonstrate something beyond a reasonable doubt. So the Euclid, he bases his book on definitions he's got these definitions, right? In book 1, there's 23 definitions. And then he's got postulates and he's got common notions. These things are assumptions. In other words, you can't prove them. You either get them or you don't. So a common notion is the whole is greater than the part. If you don't get that, you're never going to understand geometry. And I don't think much else. Because even children can understand that. So the definitions, he defines things. Like he said a point, one of the definitions in the first one is a point has no parts. What does that mean? A point has no parts. It doesn't have depth, breadth, or width. Right? Or a line is a segment, a breadthless segment. What does that mean? They're mysterious definitions, but those are the assumptions of geometry. If you don't assume those things, then you can't prove the theorems later on, right? Because the theorems can be proved, but they can only be proved with those things that are assumed. The common notions, the postulates, and the definitions. Those are assumed. Logic is similar in that way because geometry is to mathematics what logic is to language. It's very, very similar. And so the subject of logic is understanding, and the understanding is concepts. You have to understand, you have to grasp concepts. And it's the argument that people that are committed to what is epistemological realism is that the world is something that makes sense to us. The world is something that we can actually understand, and that our experience of the world is true. Now, we can be fooled, obviously. There are things that fool us. We can have an immediate understanding of something. I mean, a good example of that is we see the sun rise in the east and we see it go down in the west, and we talk about the sun moving across the sky. That is fitra, and it's intuitive. And that's really the basis of Sharia. Sharia works from a geocentric model. I mean, if you read the Quran, it's very clearly geocentric. And that's the fitra understanding. In reality, it's very possible, and there are very, very powerful arguments that have been postulated and then proven convincingly that it only appears to be that it's moving, that in fact we're actually moving around ourselves, the earth is spinning around itself, and then at the same time it's moving in an orbit around the sun. And so we're not really seeing a sun rise, we're seeing an earth turn. But nobody says what a beautiful earth turn, right? Because it's counterintuitive. Even a scientist will not say that, because he really has to go against his fitra experience of what's in front of them, right? Like Mullah Nasruddin, since we're in Turkey. You know, Mullah Nasruddin, this man who he didn't like, came to borrow his donkey. And he didn't want to lend him his donkey, so he said, it's really too bad. My brother came yesterday, and he borrowed the donkey. And so the man said, I'm sorry to hear that, but thanks anyway. He starts to leave, and suddenly he hears the donkey in the back of the house start braying really loud. And he looks, he said, I thought you said your brother borrowed the donkey. So Mullah Nasruddin said, who are you going to believe, me or the donkey? Right? So who are you going to believe? You know, the scientists or your own senses, what you're experiencing, right? So the Beatles said it best. The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the earth spinning round. And then the second is reason, is judgment, which is once you have concepts, you can put those concepts together by either affirming or negating. And this is called a subject and a predicate. In Arabic, it's called mawdu' and mahmul. So la ilaha illallah is really a negation and an assertion. Because what you're saying is, there is no God worthy of worship. There is only one true God. So small case G, there is no God worthy of worship other than the one true God. So you're making a negation, it's nafi and ithbat. And those are the two things that the mind can do. And it's there in the shahada. It's nafi and ithbat. That's judgment. You negate and you assert. And iman is assertion, it's tasdeeq. And that's why they call this in Arabic tasdeeq. They call it asserting, judgment, making a judgment about something. And then finally, reasoning through argumentation or demonstration. So burhan is a very high form. There are other ways to argue. You can argue poetically. Poets argue also. You can argue sophistically. You can argue rhetorically. You can appeal to people's common sense. But demonstration is the most powerful form of argument. So those are the three operations of the mind, and that's really the subject of logic. If you get that, you understand what logic's about. It's about concepts, which involve definitions, because you have to understand something before you can define it. And then it's about making judgments, propositions, which are either assertions about something or negating something about something. And then the benefit, which is called the thamra, is very important because the thamra is the fruit. It's what do you get from the knowledge? Like a tree, the purpose of a tree, a fruit-bearing tree, is the fruit. That's really what everything, that whole tree is there to bring forth the fruit. That's the benefit to us, is the fruit. And so what is the fruit of logic? According to Imam al-Ghazali, and this is from the Mustasfa, he says logic is, quote, an introduction to all knowledge, and the one who has not mastered it cannot be relied upon for his knowledge at all. Its greatest benefit. So, I mean, that's a pretty powerful statement. Imam al-Ghazali is basically arguing, look, if you don't understand this science, and he calls it a propedeutic science, in other words, a science that must be studied before you study other sciences. An introduction to all knowledge. It's a muqaddima lil-ulum. It's an introduction to all knowledge, and the one who has not mastered it cannot be relied upon for his knowledge at all. Now, some people have criticized him for that statement and have said, well, then what? Are you saying the Salaf, they didn't know logic? He actually says in another place that in the early period, their minds were clear. Their minds were clear, and they were able to understand things, to make judgments about things, and to reason and argue in ways that were sound. He said, but people's minds weakened. And this is a common motif in many cultures, the golden age. It's the idea, and there actually recently there was an article written that the ancients were smarter. Did anybody see that article? It was an interesting article just arguing that people are actually less smart now than they were 2,000 years ago. We have more tools now, but if you actually look at the average people, and if all you have to do is read Euthyphro, you know, or Meno, you know, read Meno, Socrates takes a young servant boy and basically gets him to understand the Pythagorean theory very quickly, something that, you know, in our culture, people go through 12 years of mathematics and they're hard-pressed to explain that. So, I mean, obviously it's arguable that they had a teacher like Socrates, it probably would have been a lot easier. So, So he says that logic became necessary because people lost that ability to reason soundly. Its greatest benefit then derives from the clarity of thought and sound reasoning skills it engenders in one trained in its art, coupled with more effective oral and written communication. It orders thought, it orders the mind. Much of people's problems come from our inability to define things, right? This is the foundation of, or that my definition is the only definition. And and through the looking glass, Humpty Dumpty tells Alice, she questions his definition of a word, and he says it can mean whatever I say it means. And the man that wrote that book was a logician. And both Alice in Wonderland and Alice Through the Looking Glass are dealing with a world without logic. Like he was showing what a world would be like if we didn't have logic or reason working. The queen says, off with his head, and now we'll have the trial. Right? And Alice says, that doesn't make sense. Where I come from, we have the trial first and then the judgment. She said, no, here we do it the other way around. Okay? Modern America. So, and then the topics. Now, topics and subjects are almost in our culture considered synonyms, but traditionally subjects, and this is like genus and species. A topic can be a subject, and then a subject can be a topic. So, but you can look at it like a subject is the overarching rubric, and then the topics are those things that fall under it. So if we look at like the topic of the subject of grammar is al-kalam al-Arabi min nahya al-i'rab wal-bina. All right? So that's like basically what nahu is about, right? And so if you look at the topics of grammar, then the topics of grammar are like the marfu'at, so you have 7 marfu'at, the mansubat, you have 15 mansubat, the 3 majrurat, right? So those are basically, those are topics. So the maf'ulun bihi is a topic under the rubric of grammar, all right? And so when you look at the topics of logic, the topics of minor or formal logic, so that's called minor or formal logic, the lesser logic, logique petite, consists of simple apprehensions. So the simple apprehension is the grasping of something. You just grasp it. Like, a glass, you see, if you grasp a glass, all right, then once you grasp what a glass is, then you can bring another type of glass. Like this is a wine glass, okay? But the genus is glass. The species is wine glass. Because the difference is this one's used for wine. I mean, obviously we're in Turkey, so it's a water glass. But, in Western culture, this is a wine glass. But the idea of a glass is you grasp it as a simple concept. And once you have that concept, if I say, go get a glass, you can go to the kitchen, and it doesn't matter what kind of glass. You understand the universal concept of glass. That's a simple apprehension. And so that's one of the most important topics. And then the concept, where we begin to understand the tasawwur at a deeper level, right? It's an apprehension, but the simple apprehension is the foundation of a concept. And then the terms, how we articulate those, what words we use. Like, see, the concept of a glass, right? I call this a glass in English. But if I said to Amjad, ma hadhihi, Amjad, being a Libyan, would say, tilka hiya zujaja, right? So now we have a zujaja. What's the difference between a zujaja and a glass? The difference between a zujaja and a glass is that we use different terms for the same concept. So the concept is universal, and that's why the concept precedes whatever articulation we use to describe it or define it. All right? And that's why we can call this many things in many different languages, but every single person, whether he's Arab or Chinese or Hindu or a Pakistani, or it doesn't matter. Once he grasps this, it doesn't matter what word that you use to describe it. I mean, it matters in terms of being able to communicate it to somebody, but he still grasps it in his mind. Because I can say, how do you say glass in Turkish? Where's Yusuf? Is he here? Huh? Badak? Yeah, badak. So if I say, how do you say glass in Turkish? And he says badak, khalas, he knows the concept. Because if I just said to him, you know, Turk, he said badak. He doesn't even have no glass in English. I can get that out of him. Oh, okay. So the concept of glass in your mind is called badak. That same concept in my mind is called glass. So the universal concept is the simple apprehension. The term is what's called the wujud al-lafzi that we use. Because you have wujud dhihni, wujud haqiqi, that's a wujud haqiqi, wujud dhihni, wujud lafzi, wujud khatti, how you write it, right? So these are different types of existence that things have. And then there's an argument about whether it exists in reality in the mind, or is it only real here? Are they different? That's a metaphysical problem. And then you have definitions. So the definition, the had, right, the qawl al-sharih, is knowing what the genus and the difference is. That's how you define it. And that's not always easy, because sometimes it's hard to differentiate between a property or an accident and a difference. So, but this is how you learn to define things, you see, because we need definitions. So when we talk about governments, government is a genus, but it has different species or speci. So you have democracy is a species of government. Tyranny is a species of government. Oligarchy is a species of government. And each one of them, the genus is government, but what's the difference? So a tyranny, the difference is it's absolute rule by fiat. There's no process. They just say what they're going to do, and they do it, and they implement it. And if you have a dictatorship, usually it's one dictator. So a dictatorship is where one person has absolute power and arbitrary rule. He can do whatever he wants, off with his head. So that's the way you define things, is by knowing. So that's an important aspect in the topics of logic. And then divisions, how you divide them. So wine glass is a type of division. There's other types of glasses that you have, right? And then cup. Cup it's from the same genus, but it's different from a glass, right? It has a handle, right? Arabic does this, all fiqh al-lugha does this, because Arabs are very specific about things, right? And then they wouldn't call this a kas, because a kas has to have something in it. So now that's a whole other thing, right? When you have the vessel, and then when something's in it, you describe it with a different word. And that's modal logic. That's something really Aristotle doesn't, that came later. You know, modal logic is where you get, you know, modalities change. And then you have judgments, so that's tasdeeq. Propositions are the qadaya, al-qadiyya is a judgment, right? And then there are varieties, because there's different types. So you have, you know, they differ in quality and quantity. And so there are different types of propositions. And then you have simple, compound, affirmative, negative, categorical, hypothetical, and modal. So like a categorical is, John is here. It's categorical. So either it's true or it's false, but it's categorical. If it's 9 o'clock, then John is here. That's a conditional or a hypothetical. So if A, then B. A, therefore B. Like that. And then with modal logic, it's more like it might be possible that John's arrived, right? So, or it's probable that he's here because it's 9 o'clock. So that's modal logic. It's also, because you have deductive, inductive, and then you have Charles Peirce identified a third, what he called abductive reasoning, which is this type of reasoning. It's like, it's a type of almost guessing, but it's guessing when there's reason or cause for a judgment like that. So, and then you have opposition, and there's a square of opposition, and it's the relationship between propositions. So you have, a universal affirmative proposition, a universal negative proposition. They call that A and E, from affirmo and nego, right? Affirming something or negating something. So all animals, all men are animals, right? No angels are animals. So one's a universal affirmative and the other's universal negative. But then you have some animals are men, right? You have that, and so that's a particular where you're affirming, and then you have a particular where you're negating. And so that's how they work together, and there's rules that go with that. So that's, when you learn the square of opposition, you learn the rules of those, the contradictories, the contraries, the subalterns. And then you have conversion, which is converting a subject and a predicate, just converting it. So no animals are men, or no angels are animals, no animals are angels. Just switching them around. And some things can convert and some things can't. So reasoning then is the qiyas, and that involves the syllogism and its divisions. Like you have 19 forms or figures, and you have what are called moods. And so there's different types of syllogisms. They're broken down out of the 19. Najmuddin al-Tofi identified 10 in the Quran. Out of the 19 that are used, he identified 10 of the different syllogisms that are used. So the Quran definitely uses, there are over 30 arguments in the Quran that are using this type of logic. Which, interestingly enough, in the early Ashari period, some of the Asharis wanted to argue that it was i'jaz, that the Mantiq in the Quran was i'jaz. Al-Baqallani said no, that's not part of the i'jaz of the Quran, because humans are capable of reasoning in that same way. So he didn't consider it acceptable as a miracle of the Quran to say that. And then finally you have induction, which was developed. It was first argued by Francis Bacon in his Novum Organon, which was an attempt to rewrite Aristotle's Organon. He was an anti-Aristotelian. And then later in the 17th century, Mill, who's a very, very influential person, had in many ways very positive effect on society, but in other ways a very negative effect. Really probably one of the most influential human beings in history. But a lot of what we are in now is Mill's vision of the world. So then you have material or major logic, and that deals with the contents of syllogisms and involves categories. So that you have 10 categories, and we'll get into those, like substance. You have the category of substance. Right? Everything has to be a substance if it's a thing. God is not in the 10 categories, but everything that exists is in the 10 categories. So the first one is about the essence of it. It's the johar. This is what they call the johar in the Arabic tradition. And then you have the 9 accidents. So you have the quality. So it's a big ball. It's a little ball. Talk about the size of it. And then you have the quantity, and then you have, so that's kam, and then you have kayf, and then you have the time, the place, the possession, the position. These are all the categories that things fall under and how we talk about things. And then you have what are called the 5 arts, the 5 predicables, al-alfaz al-khamsa in the Arabic tradition. And this is the genus, the species, the difference, the property, and the accident. So the Arabs called it the jins, which is genus, same root, jins. And then you had the nu', you had the fasl, you had the khasa, and then you had the arad. And then you had the 5 arts, which are the sina'at al-khams. These are the ways that we argue. So you have, for instance, burhan is one type of argument that is used. And he'll do that. The Isagoji goes into this at the end. And then another argument is with the mujarrabat. That's an argument, like arguing from experiment and things like that. So you have axioms, things that are agreed upon. And then shi'r, you argue khataba is an argument, and safsata is an argument. Logical fallacies are ways that people argue, and those are in the 5 arts, because sophistical reasoning is it's a fin. People learn it. Lawyers learn it. They know how to use it. And there's books on how to effectively trick people. They study them, and if you get a degree in marketing, you'll learn all about that. And then the topics, the topos are, the things that we use in argument. And this was one of the 6 books of the Organon, was called the Topics. And this involves working with the 5 predicables, things like compare and contrast. It's related to rhetoric in that way. And then the istimdad. When you look at the istimdad, what the istimdad is what does it derive its sources from? Yastamiddu min ay shay. What's the medad of the science? Yumidduhu. What gives it its the flow, right? The med wal jazar in Arabic. This is a metaphor, istimdad. Med and jazar. You have the ebb and the flow. So the tide ebbs, it goes out, and then the med as it comes in. So medad is a Sufi terminology as well, right? So what's giving it its medad? What's giving it its flow? What's coming to give it its power? And so logic does not derive its sources from any other science. So for instance, fiqh derives its sources from Quran, sunnah, hadith, right? Qiyas. These are the sources, ijma'. Logic doesn't derive its source from any other science. It is the singular introductory science, and its sources are observation and intuition. Logic's basic tools are intuited concepts and concomitant propositions that stem from them. Concepts involve the mind's abstraction of universals from particulars, which enables definition. Propositions involve composing or separating concepts in a subject-predicate form upon which judgment is based. These 2 operations of the mind are how we reason deductively or inductively in the 3rd act of the mind, argument or demonstration. These 3 mental operations are the sources of logic, which is essentially an analytical inquiry into these acts of the mind, which enable us to reason soundly and avoid the pitfalls common to an untrained mind. Its sources and foundations, such as the laws of identity, non-contradiction, and the excluded middle, are rooted in self-evident truths. That is, any truth, the opposite of which is impossible to conceive. So, for the Americans here, one of the American creeds, one of our common notions in the United States is that all men are created equal, right? That's in the Constitution, in the Declaration of Independence. But what does he say before that? We hold these truths to be self-evident. So what he's saying is it's a common notion. It's a self-evident truth. A self-evident truth is something the opposite of which is inconceivable. That's a self-evident truth. So that's probably more of a piece of rhetoric, because it's not so self-evident. You have to define those terms. What do you mean by equality? Because people are clearly, some people are faster than other people, some people are stronger than other people, some people are taller, some people are lighter, darker. People aren't the same. So you're using a mathematical concept and you're applying it in a sociological sense, which is very problematic, right? But we can understand something intuitively. For us, it's much easier for us to say that it's self-evident because we've been taught certain things in the modern world that a lot of pre-modern peoples didn't have. But the Prophet ﷺ, I would argue, is the first person to actually argue that. An-nasu sawasiya, ka-asnan al-misht. I don't think you'll find any person in human history before the Prophet. And I would challenge somebody to do that, to show me a quote. Because Aristotle, the greatest mind of the ancient world, arguably, said there are people that are natural slaves because of their inferiority to other people, and women are naturally inferior to men. And that was Aristotle's opinion, which was held by many, many people, educated people all over the world for centuries. But the Prophet ﷺ said, no, people are equal, but they're also not equal. So he meant they were equal in the eyes of God as human beings, but they are unequal in what they do. So we're created equal, we're born equal, but we don't grow up equal, right? There are people that are more beneficial than others. And the Prophet ﷺ said that khayrukum, right? He said, khayrukum wahhabukum ilallah anfa'ukum li'iyalihi. The best of you and those most beloved to God are those that are most beneficial to His creation, to His dependents, which are all these things that depend on God. So that just means creation, really, everything. But humans are, first and foremost, the dependents of God, that most things are here to sustain. And so those three laws these are the axioms of logic. If you don't accept them or understand them, you'll never understand logic. So the first one is the law of identity. And the law of identity is very simple. It's things are what they are, right? A is A, and A is not A, right? There's a double negative. A is not A. In other words, A is A. So a thing is what it is. And identity, right, is something that's identical to something else is the same. So identity is your sameness, right? So Amjad is not Asad, and we can differentiate between the two, even though they're brothers. They're not the same. They're different. And Amjad can't be Asad, and Asad can't be Amjad. That's the law of identity. The law of non-contradiction is related to the law of identity. And the law of the excluded middle is also related. In fact, the law of non-contradiction and the law of the excluded middle, some will argue that they're the same thing, and just looking at it from a different perspective, but there is a subtle difference between the two. But the law of non-contradiction is simply that something cannot be and not be at the same time, right? Something cannot, Amjad cannot be Amjad and Asad at the same time. He's either Amjad or he's Asad. One or the other. Sorry to use you as an example, but you're right in front of me. So that, and then the law of the excluded middle is arguing that there's not a middle position where it can be, that it's either A or it's not A. It has to be one or the other. So in these three laws of thought, this is the foundation of logic. These are axioms. So this is the istimdad is from intuitive. Now, one of the things I mentioned last night was about quantum physics and where the laws of logic break down. Well, there is a law called the law of the inclusive middle, which is exemplified in certain aspects of quantum mechanics. And the law of the inclusive middle is also a Buddhist concept
in the Nagarjunan logic, which is an Indian logic that came out of Buddhism, they will argue for the included middle. So something can be something and not be that thing at the same time. So a light can act as a particle and a wave. Particles and waves are two different things, because a wave is more like a line and a particle is more like a point, right? And a point is not a line. A line is made up of points, but it's not a point, right? So if something is a point and a line at the same time, then you've got included middle. It's not an exclusive middle, because it's a thing and it's something else at the same time. The Ash'aris use this law of the included middle in some of their formations, and that's why when you talk about God, God transcends logic. He's outside of the categories, and there are certain logical things that, even though we use logic in theology, there are certain things where it breaks down. And an example of that is that God is neither connected nor disconnected from his creation. So the Ash'ari logicians, the Ash'ari mutakallimun say that Allah is غَيْرُ مُتَّصِلٍ بِخَلْقِهِ وَغَيْرُ مُنْفَصِلٍ عَنْهُ. He's neither connected nor disconnected. Don't put him in either of those. And the reason for that is because both of them are problematic. So they suspended that judgment and said that it's neither nor in this case, which breaks the law of the excluded middle and the law of non-contradiction. Because if we say God is connected to his creation, then what we're saying is that the corruptible is part of the incorruptible or the divine, because we know that creation is by its very nature corruptible. Whereas if we say that he's disconnected, then we have a separate existence beside God. So they chose to say he is neither connected nor disconnected. This is a supra-rational, if you like. We're entering into the realm, we're out of Newtonian physics and we're into quantum physics. This is a different, and these are maratib al-wujud. Not everything works in logic. Logic breaks down. But it works in the realm of Sharia. It works in the realm of cause and effect that's here. In reality, the majority of Muslims historically did not believe in cause and effect. And this is Ibn Taymiyyah, one of Ibn Taymiyyah's real problems with Ash'ari Kalam, is that the Ash'aris were arguing that what in the West is attributed to Malebranche, who's a French metaphysician, and they call it occasionalism. Hume also hints at this, although he wasn't an occasionalist, but he did argue that we cannot, in any way, we cannot assume, you know, if I do that, intuitively we say that the force of this, acting on this, created that sound. What Hume argues is that that's just an assumption. We've seen it so many times that we assume, you know, if A, then B. So if this hits this, we get the sound. He said that's actually a type of fallacy. This, therefore that. Right? The propter hoc fallacy. So he argues that that's just, the mind does that. Right? To be fair to the Ash'aris, they did argue that by Sharia there is cause and effect, but in Haqiqah there isn't. So again, at the Newtonian level, they were arguing for Newtonian laws. So if you push somebody onto an oncoming train, you caused his death, and you can't say, oh, there's no cause and effect. God did that. I'm just a sabab. Right? You can't make that argument in an Islamic Sharia court. No, you caused his death. But if we look at it from the istita'a, the fi'l, the actual action, is an action of God. He enabled, and that's why tawfiq is when he enables you to do good, khidlan is when he enables you to do bad, and what you're doing is the kasb.
So you're acquiring that. So this is the way our scholars interpret it. And arguably, most of modern physics would probably argue they're moving towards that worldview. Cause and effect. In fact, if anybody was following the accelerator events that happened in Bern in Switzerland, did anybody follow that? Right? Where they're actually seeing these particles faster than the speed of light. I mean, they're basically arguing we're going to have to throw cause and effect out the window if this proves to be true. And they replicated the experiment several times. So they're really, I mean, they're saying it's undermining so many of their principles, but primarily cause and effect. So, you know, but cause and effect is the realm of Sharia. But in haqiqah, most of our scholars argued that there is no cause and effect. It only appears that way. That in reality, every act is an instantaneous creation. ولا يقال يقطع بالسكين ومثله يقال في التسخين فإن فعله له بواسطة أحاله أولو العقول الضابطة. Don't say that the knife cuts. Don't say that the fire burns, because that there should be an intermediary between God's actions and the action itself. Those of innermost understanding deny that. They say it's impossible. So this is an argument that basically, I mean, we're getting into theology a little bit, but it's all related. This is the thing. I mean, you know, in the West, they've recently discovered what they call interdisciplinary studies, right? I mean, Muslims were never, they didn't have separate disciplines in that way. They had a unified understanding of knowledge. It's a holistic understanding that all of these knowledges relate to each other. But they have what is better called transdisciplinary, as opposed to interdisciplinary. It transcends the separateness of these disciplines and recognizes the interdependence of these disciplines. That they're all really hovering around the same thing, which is existence. I mean, everything. Because logic is just about existence. We're talking about the world. That's why we use logic. We're talking about things in the world. So it's all about metaphysics in the end. And metaphysics, you know, the great questions of metaphysics: why is there a world? Where did the world come from? What are we supposed to do while we're here in the world? And given that we see that the world ends, i.e. we end, I mean, the world might go on, but as far as we're concerned, we're gone. What happens after we go, if anything? These are metaphysical questions, and these are the only real questions in the world. All the other things, you know, gee, the price of tomatoes, what do you think about that? I mean, that is not serious in the light of your mortality. Right? You know, do you think the Yankees are going to win this year? That is not a really important question in the scheme of things. But these are the things that people preoccupy themselves from the big questions by being obsessed with the little questions. Right? Small-mindedness. And then finally, no, we've got a few more. The founder, al-wadi'. The founder of something is the one that posited it first. And you know, what's interesting is we had books. Abu Hilal al-Askari wrote a book called Kitab al-Awa'il, which is a book of all the first things that happened. Like who started grammar? Like one day somebody was sitting around thinking, you know, we say these things, and why are they in the order that they're in? And what's the difference between this thing that we're saying and this thing? You know, this one relates to time, whereas this one doesn't. I mean, somebody came up with these things at some point, reflected on them, and thought about them. I mean, Euclid, if you study Euclid, where did he get those ideas? Like, well, why did they start thinking about these things? Where did the Pythagorean theorem come from? I mean, how did they work that out? How did they work out the universal law of gravity? I mean, what is that? Like an apple fell on his head, and that's it? I mean, how did that? What, you know, just an amazing insights. So, who's the first one? Reasoning is elemental to the human condition. I mean, people have been reasoning as long as we've been here thinking. We're rational beings. Reasoning is elemental to the human condition. We're all gifted naturally with the powers of reason that govern our action. Everybody's doing things for reasons. I'm going to Turkey to study. I'm going to Turkey to have a good time. I'm going to Turkey to see the Topkapi. I'm going to Turkey to find a manuscript. I'm going to Turkey to visit a wali. I'm going to Turkey to get married. Right? People go places for reasons. And if they don't, we say they're nuts. Like, why are you here? If you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Why are you here? You know, I'm still thinking about it. I haven't worked it out. Right? And that you can be in that place as well. I'm here because my mom told me to come. And that's a reason. Your mom had a reason. You might not. Or your reason is you're just being a good Muslim, you know, doing what your mom said. That's a reason. So, according to Muslim sources, logic as a codified science was first developed by the ancients and remained latent. In other words, they hid it from people. So when you read the early Muslim books of logic, that's what they argue, that they kept it. It was too dangerous to teach people because it can be used for good and evil. It's a dangerous art in that way because it's a powerful tool. And if you have this tool, you can do a lot of good with it, but you can do a lot of evil. And sophists master this. Sophists are masters of certain elements that are found in this science. And then Aristotle, who died in 322, I think he's born around 384. Aristotle recorded its rules, defined its terms, and revealed its secrets. He's called Aristoteles or Aristo, right, in the Greek tradition. He wrote the 6 books known collectively as the organon, which means the tool, the ala. And they're considered the first books on logic. And thus, he is typically considered the founder or the first teacher of logic. So he wrote this organon that had the categories, the 10 categories. He defines those. And he has a book on interpretation, De Interpretatione. And then he's got the prior analytics, the posterior analytics. He's got the topics. And then he's got on sophistical reasoning, like how you can argue the fallacies. So in the Islamic tradition, Al-Farabi, who dies in 961 or 350 in Hijrah, is considered the second teacher. They call them Al-Mu'allim Al-Thani. And Al-Farabi was a great intellect, a truly great intellect. He was once asked, and there's some humility, but it's arguable that there's not a whole lot. But he was asked if he would have, had he been alive at the time of Aristotle, would have he surpassed Aristotle? He said, no, but I would have been his best student. So he basically introduced logic. He studied it here in Turkey, and he actually, when he arrived in Halab, he arrived wearing Turkish clothes, Byzantine clothes. This is actually a Turkish hat, by the way. This was a Byzantine hat that the Muslims adopted after they conquered Constantinople. So the fez, they call it the fez in Morocco. The fez actually spread from Turkey. But anyway, he went to Aleppo, and he spoke 70 languages. He was a master of music. He knew all the maqamat. And a friend of mine from Nubia, who's Egyptian, some of you might know him, but Hamza Alauddin, he was a oud player, brilliant musician, but he knew the maqamat. Like he'd actually he gave me the book of Al-Farabi called Al-Musiqa Kitab al-Musiqa al-Kabir, the big music book, and it's like, it's this thick. It's the biggest book in my library, single book. But he gave me that book, and it's all the maqamat, and in there are the secrets of music, which they used to use here in Anatolia, and they still do. As far I've heard that there's still in Turkey people that know the science of healing through musical instruments, using the maqamat. And they do this also in Morocco. There were maristans in Andalusia, Morocco, Iraq, where they would treat people with their mental diseases. They would treat them using maqams to try to re-harmonize the imbalances in the body through sound, because sound has an effect. And this is why people move when they hear sound. You know, you have a startle movement because it affects you. The sound affects you. So sound is very powerful, which is why dhikr is so powerful, because these are sacred sounds that are affecting, resonating in you. And that's why doing them either, even silent dhikr, has that effect also. So anyway, Al-Farabi, when he went to Halab, he came in and somebody, you know, there were a bunch of ulama there. They used to have the majlis, and the ruler was there, and he asked him if he knew anything. No, he was sitting, and one of the servants spoke a dialect, and he couldn't understand what the ruler was saying, and so Farabi explained it to the servant, and he said, "Oh, do you speak their tongue?" And he said, "Ahsinu sab'ina lugha." I can speak 70 languages. And he said, "Tuhsinu shay'an min al-Arabiyya." You know something about Arabic? He said, "You know, test me out." And so the grammarians started talking to him, and finally they just said, he's ahead of all of us. And then fuqaha said, you know, and then he asked him, "Do you know anything about music?" He said, "Bring me an oud." So they brought him an oud, and then he played till they all laughed, and then he played till they all cried, and then he put them to sleep. So he knew, which is one of the reasons why, you know, Plato warned about music in the Republic because of its effects on the soul. And some of the ulama that prohibit music argue it's because of the effects that it has. It's called tahrim al-wasa'il, which is not the thing in and of itself, but what the effects of the thing. And most musicians don't know what they're doing, how they're affecting people's souls. So some music will drive people mad. And it's clear if you just see certain concerts, how people start behaving. It's the music that's doing it to them. And they might like it because it's a Dionysian experience. It's very ecstatic and wild and out of the body. But often aided and abetted with illegal substances. But nonetheless, it's very dangerous. And if you change the modes of music, you'll affect the whole culture. So great shifts in culture happen when musical shifts occur, according to that theory, ethos theory. So later, Ibn Sina, who died in 428, 1037, attempted to provide for the Muslim world what Aristotle did for the Hellenic civilization, an encyclopedic work covering logic, natural science, mathematics, the metaphysics. And then he wrote a book called the Shifa, which is very similar to the Organon. He has a section on the Ilahiyat, which is theology. And but it's basically an organon of logic. And that became the basis for Arabic logic. It has some differences in its metaphysical assumptions. After mastering Ibn Sina's work, Imam al-Ghazali removed what he deemed any objectionable aspects of it. And then he wrote 5 works of varying levels of difficulty. So Imam al-Ghazali wrote these books on logic to help students. And I think the most interesting of them is called Al-Qistas al-Mustaqim, which is where he argues against a Batini person, an esotericist. He argues that the way you judge is not through the Imam Ma'soom, like some hidden occultic knowledge that a teacher has, but the way you judge is using the qistas and mustaqim that he says is in the Quran. And so he shows how the Quran teaches you logic. So he uses that book as a book of logic, but it's only from the Quran. A very interesting book. Its relationship to other sciences. Its relation to other sciences is that of a universal to a particular, as all other sciences are comprised of concepts, propositions, and arguments. So every science has concepts. You study grammar, there's concepts. The verb is a concept in grammar. It has a definition, right? The noun is a concept. And then propositions. There are propositions in any science. And then there's reasoning also. So you make arguments based on your terms and on your propositions. The virtue and the rank, and it's called, in the West they called it liberal arts. A liberal art, according to Aristotle, a liberal person, a free man, is somebody who lives for his own sake. A slave lives for another's sake, which is why if you're Abdullah, you live for the sake of Allah. But if you're free to other people, you're not living for their sake. You're a free man in that way. And so the liberal arts are arts that are studied for their own sake. They're not studied for like a vocational art. So you study some arts for other sake. So Aristotle and the Muslims would later take this categorization. They have productive arts, practical arts, and then they have theoretical arts. So the productive arts are things like carpentry. You learn how to make things. That's a productive art. And then you have the practical arts that are beneficial, like politics and ethics or medicine, right? And then you have the theoretical. And in the modern world, because of not philosophical pragmatism, but because of moral pragmatism, sociological pragmatism, theoretical sciences are seen really as a waste of time. But the ancients put them first and foremost. The highest sciences were those that were for their own sake, like theology. It's not studied as a practical or a productive art. It's studied to know. Fa'lam, know. Fa'lam, right? Know that there's no God but Allah. Just know that. I mean, obviously there's benefits, but in essence it's to know, because you were created to know. ما خلقت الإنس والجن إلا ليعبدون أي ليعرفون كما قال Ibn Abbas. To know me. And to know him is to love him, and to love him is to worship him. So in the Muslim world they were called the ulum al-ala, the instrumental arts. These are arts that help you understand. And then you have fadluhu or sharafuhu or rutbatuhu. All three are used. The virtue and rank is its rank in relation to other sciences, and this is important in terms of the hierarchical nature of science. Maratib al-ulum, that we have martabat. We have maratib al-wujud, maratib al-ulum. There's degrees of knowledge. And Allahumma inni as'aluka ilman nafi'an. I ask you for beneficial knowledge. Right? Alimni ma yanfa'uni. The Prophet sought refuge in knowledges that were not beneficial. And then what's the most beneficial knowledge? أهمها العقائد ثم فروع تصوف وآلة بها الشروع. That was the traditional hierarchical nature of knowledge. أهمها العقائد. The most important are right thinking. And then the next ثم الفروع, right action. Right? Behavior, how to behave properly. ثم تصوف, right states. وَآلَةٌ بِهَا الشُّرُوعِ, and a tool that you begin with. Grammar, logic, and rhetoric. So you need those tools to begin. And the most important, obviously, is al-Arabiya. So given its universal benefit vis-a-vis other sciences, logic is an overarching science. Its subject matter, concepts, propositions, and arguments is integral to every other science. Hence, scholars have always considered it a necessary propedeutic science and a means to sound knowledge, while as ends, other sciences surpass logic in rank. So in terms of ends, other sciences are more important. But in terms of means, it's one of the most important. So logic in rank, its supreme virtue is as a means that ensures intellectual rigor in the pursuit of knowledge. The hukm al-shari' is the final, the legal category. The opinions of scholars can be categorized as to those who consider the study of logic mandub, recommended, permitted, jaiz, or mubah. 3, a collective obligation, fard kifaya. And finally, muharram, prohibited. The first opinion recommended is that of most theologians and legal theorists, the usuli scholars. So the mutakallimun and the usuliyun, most of them argued that it was mandub. And many of jurists, including Imam al-Ghazali, according to one narration, Ibn Arafat, the great Maliki jurist from Tunis, Al-Ubbi, the great Maliki jurist, As-Sanusi, great Maliki jurist, and this is the soundest opinion. According to most scholars. The second opinion is that logic is permissible for those whose intellect is sound and who have knowledge of the book and the sunnah. This is the opinion of Taqiyuddin al-Subki, he great Shafi'i scholar from Syria, died in 756, 1355. And the third opinion is that it is an obligation. This is the opinion of Al-Qutb al-Tahtani. They had Qutb al-Din al-Fawqani. He lived in the room over him. And then they had Qutb al-Din al-Tahtani. So they were both teachers in the same madrasa, and they were both logicians. So he considered it wajib, as mentioned by Al-Ajhuri and Al-Zarqani in the chapter on jihad, because they always deal with the fara'id al-kifaya in the chapters on jihad. Some argued that the obligation was individual because sound knowledge of God relies upon sound reasoning, and others said it was collective because the religion is made safe by protecting its beliefs, and that has to be done through the use of reason. This is the opinion of Imam al-Yusi, who he's called the Ghazali of the West. He was a great, great Moroccan scholar, died in 1650 or 1060 Hijrah. And then of Imam al-Ghazali and his Ihya. So Imam al-Ghazali, there appears to be two different opinions, but given how much emphasis he put on it, it's arguable that he saw it as a fard kifaya for people that were working in either kalam or usul al-fiqh. The fourth opinion held by such formidable scholars as Ibn Salah, Imam al-Nawawi, As-Suyuti, and Ibn Taymiyyah is that preoccupation with logic is prohibited. However, our scholars concluded that what they were actually prohibiting was not logic per se, but rather philosophical logic, specifically the metaphysical foundations of it and the false conclusions derived from them. On the contrary, logic is none other than the grammar of thought. That's what they called it. Imam al-Ghazali calls it the nahu al-aql. It's the grammar of the intellect. Just like nahu is the grammar of the tongue, he said it is to the intellect what grammar is to the tongue. And furthermore, and also our scholars codified it and purified it of any ungrounded epistemic speculations contained in philosophical logic. Furthermore, given that the cause of the prohibition was removed, the effect became null and void. So the reason being that in a legal ruling based on scholastic opinion, a cause cannot be disassociated from an effect in its presence and its absence. So in the Sharia, al-illatu taduru ma'al ma'luli wujudan wa adam, and this is a qaida. And so when the reason for the thing is there, the hukm is there. When the reason is no longer there, the ruling is no longer there. So the reason for its prohibition was philosophical speculation. If there's logic without philosophical speculation, then it gets removed. Now I would argue, and this is for whatever it's worth, my 2 cents. I would argue that particularly for Western students and people that are exposed to a lot of these ideas that are out there, and they're formidable ideas. Postmodernism is real. The academia is filled with philosophical and epistemological assumptions. One of the things that you'll find if you go into studies in any of the social sciences or Islamic studies, for instance, you'll find that nominalism is the dominant approach to their epistemology. They do not believe in essences anymore. They don't believe that human nature has an essence, which is why homosexuality is viewed the dominant theory is the bundle theory of human beings, that we're just a bundle of contradictions. Neuroplasticity, that we move in and out of states, that we have no fixed essence. It's all accidents, right? So these are ideas that you're going to be confronted with in your life, and you might not be able to identify them because you haven't studied them, but that you're being affected by them. And so I would argue that the ulama today, if they really understood what was going on, and unfortunately a lot of our ulama, we have different types, but the majority of our ulama are just trying to hold on to this tradition as best they can. And they're not really engaging the intellectual ideas of the world. But one of the obligations of scholars is radd al-shubuhat. You cannot make you cannot deal with obfuscations, with all of these philosophical problems, if you don't understand them. I don't want to hear somebody who has a degree in Sharia give me a legal ruling about evolution. I don't want to hear them do that. I want somebody who knows Islamic theology really well and who knows evolutionary biology really well at a very high level. I want to hear their opinion. Imam al-Ghazali, before he made judgments about the philosophers, he wrote a book called Maqasid al-Falasifa. It's a pretty neutral book. He basically just shows, here's what they say. It was kind of like, during his time, it would be like philosophy for dummies. And a lot of ulama were really upset with him because he made philosophy so clear that even common people could understand it. And these books for dummies are written by experts in those fields very often. But what he did was he followed that up with tahafut al-falasifa. So what he did first, he showed them, look, I know what you're talking about. Here's why you're wrong. We just say, here's why you're wrong. I don't really know what you're talking about, but here's why you're wrong. That's the modern approach. So we get people, and then we have people that grapple with these issues. And unfortunately, they evolve in the public space sometimes. We had a young scholar from England who caused a bit of a stir by saying he believed in evolution. And but he was a physicist. He's trained in the highest levels of science. In this, I'm talking about the West, in the Western, which is now globalized. So it's here as well. It's everywhere. And he had some background in Islamic sciences. And he's grappling with these issues. I don't think you should grapple with them in the public space because people, you shake up common people, you cause problems. And I think there's better ways of doing that. But these are problems of our time. And to simply just write them off and not deal with them, not understand them. It's hard enough, though, to be fair. It's hard enough just to learn this tradition on its own, let alone learn another tradition. And that's why we really need people of ijtihad, people that are willing to really struggle hard and work hard so that they can understand these issues and provide guidance for people, because a lot of people are confused. We have lots of young Muslims confused about evolution because they study it and it's taught as fact, and like there's a man here in Turkey that writes all these books about evolution, but they're not going to convince somebody at Cambridge or Harvard, they might be useful for simple people that you're trying to protect. There's probably some validity to that approach, but in terms of really grappling with these problems, you need really trained intellects, and logic is one of the tools that you need to be fortified with, and arguably symbolic logic as well, because that's very much in the arsenal of the enemy. Alhamdulillah. Any questions?
Assalamu alaikum. Can you repeat the Muslim understanding of transdisciplinary knowledge and how we understand the categories as opposed to and how it all kind of fits?
That's a term that came from Piaget back in the 70s. I like Piaget. He's a famous child psychologist. I don't agree with everything he said because I tested some of his things on my own kids at the appropriate age and they didn't work. So I'm not totally convinced. But he had this idea of the holistic nature of knowledge, and transdisciplinary approach is an approach that transcends the idea of separateness in these. So interdisciplinary is working within, between disciplines. So interdisciplinary studies will utilize the tools of a historical methodology, a sociological methodology, might bring in some of the hard sciences. This is interdisciplinary. Transdisciplinary is really recognizing that there is a meta-discipline that involves a holistic understanding of the relationship of knowledges, that knowledges are related to each other. And this is extremely important, because Muslims really saw all knowledges as facets on a diamond. The diamond was one, and they really understood. And that's why when you get into later scholastic tradition in Islam, a good example of that is Imam al-Bajuri. He's bringing in logic, rhetoric, grammar, theology, fiqh. It's all in one book. The book is primarily on logic or hadith, or, I mean, he wrote on many subjects. He was mostly he wrote glosses on other works, but he's late tradition, so he had all the tools of the entire tradition, and you'll see that he's using them all in a holistic approach. I mean, he brings ahlul into it, prosody, and amazing. And so they saw all of these as working together for enlightenment. That these were all tools for one thing, which is ma'rifah. And they were all helpful towards that end. Is that clear?
Why they don't believe in cause and effect in the Ashari school?
Okay. The reason is because cause and effect, if we accept that I can cause something, or that this can cause something, then I am giving this some kind of intrinsic power. And if I give it intrinsic power, then I'm giving something that is God's alone. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. I'm giving something that is intrinsically God's alone, and I'm attributing it to a created thing, and in that way it's a type of shirk. It's shirk al-asbab. And so what they argued was that in every instant it's a new creation. بَلْ هُمْ فِي لَبْسٍ مِنْ خَلْقٍ جَدِيدٍ. In every instant it's a new creation. So, to give you a modern metaphor to understand this, if you've ever been in a theater when the projector breaks down, has anybody ever had that experience, when the projector breaks down? Okay. Now you have digital, so it just all goes crazy. But in the old days, if you're old enough to remember when they actually had film, what happens is suddenly the frames, you see the still frames. Now between those still frames is a dark space. What happens is the projector, it's going so fast that it appears to be a linear movement, but in reality they're individual frames that are frozen, moving at a very fast speed. This was called the magic lantern. It was invented in France, and this is the beginning of cinema. And little kids, if you ever did those little papers where you draw the little stick men and then you flip them real fast, and it makes it, kids love that, because what they're seeing is it's an optical illusion. And the optical illusion is of sequential linearity. A moves to B, moves to C, and it's a succession of events. According to the dominant opinion of the Asharis, what happens is it's actually an on-off cycle. And so Allah is creating and destroying, it's an on-off. So that He's creating it in each, I mean, we can't even say nanosecond, because we don't know that whatever time that is, it's some type of time, but it's so fast that it creates the illusion that we feel like we're moving around, but in reality, it's just one creation, and then it stops, and then it's again, and then it stops. So we're like those stick men. And Allah's making the thing happen. So when the knife cuts, it's not really cutting. Allah's creating an opening. So the knife is just a sabab. It's Allah who's actually recreating the thing anew. But now it's opening. And then blood. And then, so if you could see it, if you had a, you know, what Imam al-Junayd called fana, you know, annihilation. If you had that moment, you'd go on to an off cycle, and you'd see that nothing exists. That's annihilation, where you see that nothing exists except Allah. And that's why He's al-Hayyul Qayyum. He's sustaining the whole thing. And that la ta'khudhu sinatun wala nawm, because if a moment of ghafla took God, the whole thing would just disappear. So His qayyumiyyah, you know, in one of the du'as, you know, حَتَّى أَرَى قَيُّمِيَّتَكَ السَّارِيَةَ فِي جَمِيعِ الْمَخْلُوقَاتِ. You know, let me see your qayyumiyyah that's happening in every instant in creation. That Imam Ali said, مَا رَأَيْتُ شَيْئًا إِلَّا رَأَيْتُ اللَّهَ قَبْلَهُ وَفِيهِ وَبَعْدَهُ. I never saw anything except that I saw God in it, before it, in it, and after it. Meaning that he saw that it's God that's doing all of this in every instant. And that is what the position that most of the scholars took, which is arguably from spiritual experiences that they had. I mean, I find that very hard to believe. In a book on the atomic theory and history, which was written by a scholar from England, he argues that the Muslim atomic theory is unique in the history of civilization, that nobody really came up with that type of atomic theory before. And it's arguable that there's certain theories now, like string theory, that are very similar to that type of understanding. They're trying to work this out. They're trying to get some theory of everything that's going to explain these four forces and how they interact. But they don't have it, because the theory of everything is God. You know, and if you're denying Him, how are you going to see Him? Right? So, go ahead. What's your name?
Kamran.
Uh-huh.
Assalamu alaikum. Yesterday you talked about, to define something you need to conceptualize it.
Right.
And I think the Arabic word you used is tasawwur. So then how would we define God if we can't conceptualize Him? And does everybody's conceptualization differ?
Yeah, that's a really good question. The definition of God, you can't put God in a genus, and you can't put Him in a species. And that's why, in the end, we can't define God, and therefore we use negative things. So the argument about, is this called the via negativa in the Latin tradition, scholastic tradition? The Muslims call it the salbiya, right? So he has sifat al-salbiya, the attributes that negate the opposite. So wujud is a sifa nafsiya, and that's why al-wujud ayn al-mawjud. And we'll get into that when we get into the categories, and I'll explain that. But it's a good question. So we can define God in terms of our limited understanding of how God has spoken about Himself. And there's also rational definitions like al-mustaghni an al-kull wal-kullun muftaqiru ilayhi. I mean, that's one definition. The 20 attributes that you're learning in Aqidah is another way of really defining God. But if you really break it down, it's working around what is undefinable. And that's why kullu ma khatara bi balika Allahu khilafu dhalika. Everything that occurs to the mind, God is other than that. And so we cannot, in reality, define Allah other than how He has described Himself. So we use rasam and not had, really, the descriptions that God has given us, that He is qa'im,
that he is al-Qayyum, that he is al-Baqi, that he is al-Ghani, that he is al-Jabbar, that he is Malik, al-Qudus, al-Salam, al-Mu'min, al-Muhaymin.
Him, how can we know him?
Well, in the same way that there are things that you can grasp, right, without definition. So there are ways of understanding God and grasping God, but in the end, you'll never know his essence. His essence is completely unknowable, and the only way you can know him is through his sifat. And the sifat, in the end, our scholars don't use the term accident for God, because when we get into the categories, you understand why. But the sifat in relation to that are like the وَلِلَّهِ الْمَثَلُ الْأَعْلَى. They're like the accidents in relation to the essence. Mm-hmm.
Assalamu alaikum. Following from your previous differentiation between concepts, names and subjects, can a person believe in the concept of God without using the name of God, or knowing that the subject of the concept in which they believe in is God? I mean, you have people who say they don't believe in God, and you ask them, do you believe in something? And it pretty much seems like...
Yeah, it's a good, again, we get back to what was just talked about, that when you say the concept of God, in reality, we don't have a concept of God. We don't have a tasawwur. What we have is a type of understanding, right? There's a type of ma'rifah that we have. And that ma'rifah has degrees. At the most basic level, it's iman, which is tasdeeq. So we know that God is wajib al-wujud. And wajib is a concept, wujud is a concept. And that's why we know God analogically. Like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْبَصِيرُ. There is nothing like God. So any tasawwur you have, God is other than that. And then it says, and that wow is called isti'naf, and yet, he hears and he sees. So how do we know hearing and seeing? We know hearing and seeing because we have hearing and seeing. وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَفَلَا تُبْصِرُونَ. In your own selves, don't you see? So we can conceptualize hearing and seeing, but when we relate that hearing and seeing to God, we have to get rid of any conceptualization that it's like our hearing and seeing. لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. So there's no tashbih in reality, but you have tanzih and tashbih. But you need tashbih to approximate. This is called taqreeb al-ma'ani, to approximate the meanings. All right? So if somebody says, I don't believe in God, first, you need to define what they don't believe in. So you can say, I don't believe in this God that came down and died for our sins. You can say, well, I don't believe in that God either. So we're both atheists of that God. Right? And then we can discuss other understandings. Right? But in the end, Allahumma la nuhsiya thana alayka anta kama athnayta ala nafsika. We can't ever say what you are. But we can only say what you said about yourself. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ Allahu samad. لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. Our scholars say that negates the 8 ways that people fall into shirk. So those are all negative approaches to God. They negate concepts of God. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. That negates the concept that God is plural or that he's composite. Right? 1 is not a number. And this is one of Euclid's, one of his books, I think it's book 7. He says that a unit is that thing which we call one. That's a unit, that's a wahda. And then he said number is a multitude of units. So 1 is not a number. Every number is a multiple of 1, but 1 is not a number. So when we talk about God, we're saying that he is one, and that's negating kathra
and ta'addud. It negates the idea that he's composite, that he's made up of parts. So he's a simple reality. Simple, I mean by that there's no parts. It's infinite simplicity. It's pure oneness. And then Allahu Samad, that negates the haja, ihtiyaj, naqs. It negates deficiency and aib. So it negates, we can't conceive of God as needing anything or having any blemishes. He's salam, he's perfect. Salimun min al-uyub. And then, lam yalid wa lam yulad, that negates illa wal ma'luliyah. It negates cause and effect. Nothing caused God, and God is not the cause of anything in a cause and effect relationship. In other words, that cause and effect cannot be separated, right? So we can't, one of the things Aristotle, his problem with God, he called him the prime mover, because he said that God is the uncaused cause of all existence. So we say that God is the cause of existence, but we say it majazan. We say it to say that he's not a cause. Do you see? I mean, these are we're getting into advanced kalam, and it's, you know, you really need a lot of preparation to get into into these concepts. But God says, be and it is. Kun fayakunu. That fa is not sababiyya. If it was sababiyya, it would be majzoom. He says, kun fayakunu. Be and it is. So there's no, God is not interacting in his creation in a cause and effectual way, in that way, that things are interacting with other things in a cause and effect way. Al-'ilm ma'luliyah. And then, وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ يَنْفِي الشَّبَهُ وَالنَّظِيرُ. You know, that he could have shabihun or nadir, that he has a likeness or an opposite. So the devil, you know, if you get into Ahura Mazda, Ahriman and Ahura Mazda in dualistic thinking, the devil is seen as a nadir of God. You know, that there's a dark God and a light God. That's a dualistic Manichaean thinking. That's negated by that. So the Qul Huwa Allahu Ahad is the via negativa of our tradition. It is yasribu you know, anwa' al-kufr al-thamaniya. It negates those 8 types of kufr. And that's why whoever really understands ikhlas understands tawhid, at least at that level. Does that help?
Yeah. Is that valid though? If the person even believes in God, or believes in the concept in the way that you have described it, but they don't know it to be God. I mean, is that definition? I mean, that's for Allah to judge. You know, you know, alhamdulillah, bu'ithtum du'at, lam tub'athu qudat. Like one of the ulama said, you were sent to call people, not to judge people. Only Allah can judge people. You know, I mean, if somebody is born into a house and as a little kid and they're molested from the time they're like 2 years old or something like that, and they're so messed up and they end up on drugs and you know, crack cocaine or whatever. I mean, I'm not going to judge that person. I mean, that's for God to judge that person. I'm not going to judge that person, you know. So we're living in a world where the Sharia is judges. If you're a qadi, you have to judge. But the qadi should judge with fear and trepidation. And that's why the Prophet said 2 qadis in hell, 1 in Jannah. You should judge with fear and trepidation. So, you know, we don't know. People say they're atheists. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what led them to that point and how God's going to judge them. One of the things that I find interesting about atheists, and I think this has to be appreciated by somehow, is that they do more dhikr than God than most believers. I mean, they just think about God all the time. They write books about God. Every conversation you get in with an atheist, within 2 minutes, they're talking about God. It's amazing. They're just obsessed with God. And in some ways, their opinion of God is so high
that they end up disbelieving in him. You know, it's like their opinion is so high that I can't believe in God. I can't believe in a God that will allow pedophilia. I can't believe in a God. You know, these are the arguments a lot of them use. And who is it for me to say that's rubbish? You're just saying that. You know, and there's certain, you know, the cheese and cracker crowd, you know. I mean, you know, having their wine and eating I don't know how these people can believe in God, you know, really. It's really quite absurd. They're imaginary friends, you know, that kind of, there's a certain arrogance of those type people. But some of the people in the greatest tribulation are the biggest believers. I mean, that's what's so amazing about people in really difficult, dire circumstances, and yet they don't give up their faith in God. They believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, you know, it's just not for us to judge people, you know. And people can move in and out of faith. You know, you shouldn't feel so secure about your faith. You should ask Allah for husn al-khatima and be concerned about that. I mean, there's Christians that have lost their faith. That's why these Christians say, I ask a Muslim, they always doubt whether they're going to heaven or not. They don't know, but we know we're going to heaven. You don't know. There's Christians that ended up leaving Christianity, becoming atheists. Bart Ehrman, you know, writing books, why it's not true. And they were devout fundamentalist Christians. So people can lose their faith. Muslims lose their faith. There's people that lose their faith in Islam. You know, but why and what are the reasons and what led up to that? I don't know. I mean, there's people that drive people out of Islam. The Prophet ﷺ said that he was the advocate for the dhimmi that was mistreated on Yawm al-Qiyamah. Like he's going to be his lawyer with God to say he didn't see the real Islam. He was mistreated by Muslims. He said that, Ana khasmu man adha dhimmiyan Yawm al-Qiyamah. I'm the advocate of a dhimmi on the Day of Judgment. So he's going to actually say, don't judge him the way you would judge somebody else, because what happened to him wasn't right. So there's going to be people, Imam al-Ghazali says that if Islam was presented in a distorted way and somebody rejects it, they're not rejecting true Islam, they're rejecting a distortion. And he says that he didn't think they'd be taken into account for that. He says that in Faisal al-Tafriqa. So... All right. So any other questions? I've been kind of...
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I'm not sure if I've understood the negatives, but how would you then reconcile, for example, what God says about himself in terms of his omnipotence and certain negatives, for example, he cannot lie?
Well, like I said, what you have to understand is that you can conceptualize attributes, but you can't conceptualize the essence. So we can have a conceptualization of attributes of God. Like we can conceptualize power, but then we have to recognize that that power is not like our power. But the essence of God, you can't conceptualize it. And you can't define without conceptualizing an essence. And in that way, the definitions of God are all negative definitions that work. I think Dr. Winter, one of his contentions is that theology is the search for the least silly definition of God. 22. Yeah, theology is the quest for the least silly definition of God. So, I mean, he's pretty much saying the same thing. That, you know, we define God, but in the end, we're defining the undefinable. So you just always have to keep that in mind. That the qaida is laysa kamithlihi shay. That's the foundation of all Islamic theology. There's nothing like God. So his knowledge is not like our knowledge, but we have some approximation of what that means because we have knowledge. Like he put his attributes in us in a limited temporal way. We have divine attributes: speaking, kalam, irada, sam'a, basar. These are divine attributes of God. But they're only approximations for us to get a hint at what that means. Even the akhirah, all the descriptions of paradise in the Quran, Ibn Abbas said, لَيْسَ فِي الْقُرْآنِ إِلَّا لَيْسَ فِي الْجَنَّةِ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا إِلَّا الْأَسْمَاءِ. The only thing in paradise that's the same as this world is the names. So he's saying the same thing even about the creation of paradise. It's مَا لَا عَيْنٌ رَأَتْ وَلَا أُذُنٌ سَمِعَتْ وَلَا خَطَرَ عَلَى قَلْبِ بَشَرٍ. Jannah is what no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no thought has ever been conceptualized in the mind of a human. If that's about paradise, then what is God? And that's another creation. And we still can't conceive of it. Any other from the ladies?
I was going to... Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh. So based on this, logic is the tool by which we study all the other sciences,
right,
but it doesn't work for Aqidah, or we don't use it as such.
It's used in Aqidah. I mean, much of Aqidah, late Aqidah, it uses logic a lot. I mean, for instance, there are different barahin for the existence of God. The Quran uses logic. It uses, Burhan al-Tamanu is a proof that God uses in the Quran. Burhan al-Tatbiq, for instance. The idea that God is uncreated, that you can't have an infinite regress. The argument from contingency. These are all logical arguments, and they're studied in syllogistic form in the Muslim scholastic tradition. And they're, I mean, most philosophers in the West, after Kant, will argue that, to use a very hackneyed academic statement, that you can't really define, you can't prove the existence of God. I mean, that's one of Kant's arguments, that you can't prove it. And that's Ibn Taymiyyah's argument as well. He argued against using logic with God. He just said it's a waste of time. And in that way, he's very Kantian. Or Kant is very Taymiyyan, or something like that. So, but for me, these are fitra arguments. The idea that something can come from nothing is intuitively, it's so against our fitra nature. And so even though quantum physics is trying to make this argument now, and there's people like Stephen Hawking that are obsessed with this, and there's a recent slew of books that have been written on this subject, that we've finally proven that the universe can come from nothing. I don't know. Allah says in Surah Al-Kahf that we didn't show you the creation, the beginning of it. We didn't even show the beginning of your own creation. So that argument for me is very, but, kullu hadithin makhluq, al-kawnu hadith, idhan al-kawnu makhluq. I mean, that's the argument in a really simplistic form. But the argument for the kalam cosmological argument is arguably the last argument standing. I mean, even most philosophers will have to admit that all the arguments have pretty much fallen by the wayside, except for the kalam. I mean, there's some that will argue the ontological argument is still an argument. But like the teleological, most philosophers will not take that argument seriously. I personally, teleological is very convincing to me. It certainly was a traditional Muslim argument. But the kalam cosmological argument, which is a very sophisticated argument that you cannot have an actual infinity. And by that it means an infinity of discrete number. So you can't have an infinity of discrete things. And that if we say that the universe is infinite, then it's an infinity of discrete things. And that's impossible. The alternative to that is obviously pantheism or panentheism, which some people will argue for that.
But the Muslims were not pantheists. Ibn Arabi was not a pantheist, even though Western scholars, the Orientalist scholars, not the Ibn Arabi scholars of late, but the earlier scholars, people like Nicholson and others, they'll say that he was a pantheist. And that's only because they don't have any other term in their limited mind to describe some of his articulations. But he was, and by that it means an infinity of discrete number. So you can't have an infinity of discrete things. And that if we say that the universe is infinite, then it's an infinity of discrete things. And that's impossible. The alternative to that is obviously pantheism or panentheism, which some people will argue for that. You know, but the Muslims were not pantheists. Ibn Arabi was not a pantheist, even though Western scholars, the Orientalist scholars, not the Ibn Arabi scholars of late, but the earlier scholars, people like Nicholson and others, they'll say that he was a pantheist. And that's only because they don't have any other term in their limited mind to describe some of his articulations. But he was definitely not a pantheist. And wahdat al-wujud is not a term he used. And I will deal with that concept when we get into the abstractions, inshallah. Mm-hmm. What's that?
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you wait for the mic, please? You know, you said logic is based on observation, intuition.
Right.
When I think of logic, I'm thinking rationally.
Yeah,
so in terms of like intuition, where does that come in? If you could just maybe explain it a little bit.
Like you intuit that 2 is greater than 1. That's not something that's ever explained to you. It's just known intuitively. It's called badiha in Arabic. You know, ta'lamuha badihatan. أن الاثنين أكبر من واحد. You know it badihatan. And badiha is a type of proof. It's a very strong proof. And the argument, I mean, a lot of modern philosophers will argue that there is no basis for intuition, that intuition, you know, the Kantian revolution, which is called the Copernican revolution in philosophy, Hume begins it, and it's arguable that Descartes begins it, but Hume is taking from Locke, arguing that there's only matters of fact and relations of ideas. There's what are called tautologies, and then and tautologies are just basically, the definition of a thing is reiterated in the predicate. So you say something like, you know, bachelors are unmarried men. That's a tautology. You know, it doesn't, if you understand the concept of bachelor, you understand the concept of unmarried men. You know, they're the same. They're not different. They're just different terms for the same concept. And then there's matters of fact, which, according to Hume, could only be stated about things that the 5 senses could deal with. So, you know, Zainab's taller than Layla. And so you can put them together, and indeed, Zainab is taller than Layla. Therefore, you know, it's true. So that's a matter of fact. So these are what Kant will go into synthetic and analytical propositions. It's the same basic idea. And what emerges out of that is what's called logical positivism, that nothing can really be known. Metaphysics is all hogwash. It's just garbage. Like everything that you're talking about. And this is what Dawkins and people like that, these are the philosophies that they adhere to. And these are their assumptions. Because, you know, every argument has assumptions. So if you want to understand the argument, you have to examine the assumptions of the one making the argument. And this is one of the things that logic teaches you. I'll give you an example. Darwin, one of the primary assumptions of all Darwinian thought is that it is unscientific to have a supernatural explanation of anything. That is not the assumption of Newton as a scientist. Newton found it perfectly coherent to believe in supernatural explanations. Was he scientific?
For a pre-modern person, that would have been considered perfectly valid science, that God is an explanation. And it's a more logical explanation than to say this just popped into existence. But in modern scientific thought, they say, no, everything has to be explained without God. And so Darwin said, okay, if everything has to be explained without God, how do we explain the origin of species without God? How do we explain that? And so he came up with his theory of evolution, which is a micro theory because it doesn't explain the universe. And this is what Stephen Hawking is working on. He's trying to be the Darwin of cosmology. He's trying to find the natural selection. He's trying to find these mechanisms that Darwin identified in explaining the origin of species. He's trying to find them for the origin of the universe. It's the same impulse, but you have to understand his assumptions. They're atheistic. And not everybody's working from those premises. It goes back to your definitions, postulates, and common notions. What are they? Right? What's your definition of reality? These people say there's only material things. They don't believe in demons. They don't believe in angels. I don't know why. It seems there's a hell of a lot of evidence for the demons. I mean, have you seen MTV lately? Isha, subhanaka wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين ووفقنا توفيق الصالحين وانفعنا اللهم بالقرآن والذكر الحكيم اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وعملا متقبلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم لا سهل إلا ما جعلته سهلا وأنت يا حي يا قيوم تجعل الحزن إذا شئت سهلا سهلا اللهم أعذنا من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا وأصلح لنا شأننا كله لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا الحمد لله. So, Bismillah. The next qaida, number 6. الاصطلاح للشيء مما يدل على معناه ويشعر بحقيقته ويناسب موضوعه ويعين مدلوله من غير لبس ولا إخلال بقاعدة شرعية ولا عرفية ولا رفع موضوع أصلي ولا عرفي ولا معارضة فرع حكمي ولا مناقضة وجه حكمي مع إعراب لفظه وتحقيق ضبطه لا وجه لإنكاره. واسم التصوف من ذلك لأنه عربي مفهوم تام التركيب غير موهم ولا متلبس ولا مبهم بل اشتقاقه مشعر بمعناه كالفقه لأحكام الإسلام والأعمال الظاهرة والأصول لأحكام الإيمان وتحقيق المعنى فاللازم فيهما لازم فيه لاستوائهما في الأصل والنقل. So he says that a technical term for something, when you use a technical term which is called in Arabic mustalah. So the mustalahat are the technical terms of a vocabulary. And one of the things in logic is terms. They're very important because one of the most important things, first of all, communication is only possible when we understand the words that are being used by the speaker when one is listening, and then also by the
speaker, when he's speaking, he has to know his terms also. We often use terms that we don't fully understand. In fact, all of us are guilty of that. And because much of our language was acquired contextually, so we don't, a lot of the words that we use, we learn them in context. So we're often surprised when we look up a word that we've used for a long time, and then we find out that we weren't necessarily using it correctly. And there's people that find that attitude towards language, persnickety, this idea that we have to have this precision in language, but communication is really most effective when it's most precise. And the more ambiguity in communication, the less the communication is effective. And a lot, the Arabs say, awwal al-harb kalam. Wars begin with words. And they very often do. Not always, but they very often do. They also can be great misunderstandings in the way things are said. And there are many, many points in history where there were great misunderstandings in translations, when translators would translate between two leaders. And a lot of misunderstandings can arise because the words aren't fully comprehended by the translator, which is why one of the most rigorous jobs in the world, and a job that people don't last very long in, is that of the professional translator at the United Nations. They're very stressful, highly stressful jobs, because they have to be so precise. And they're trained for a very long time and almost always translate into their native tongue. It's very rare that you get a translator that's going to be translating into a language that they've learned. So technical vocabulary is a special type of vocabulary that develops out of the need to articulate a science. So words are developed in order for people to understand those. So the numerator and in mathematics, that is a term that means something. And if you know about fractions, then you'll know what that means. In geometry, a plane is different from a line. These are terms. And a window pane, right, is a term that can be used commonly in the urf, but it can also be used as a term in architecture. So you have words that are mustalahat, but they can also be used in common usage, and you'll find that. We have medical terms that enter into common usage in vocabulary. So people will use a word like ulcerative colitis, which is a very specific type of illness, but it can be used also by somebody who's doesn't know anything about what that means, and people will understand, oh, that's a disease that relates to the colon, for instance. So what he's saying here is that when you use a technical word, it is a word that indicates مِمَّا يَدُلُّ عَلَى مَعْنَاهُ, the thing itself. It's indicating what that thing is. وَيُشْعِرُ بِحَقِيقَتِهِ, and it enables one to understand. It gives us a sense here. I mean, this is what he means, يُشْعِرُ. It gives us a sense. Sha'ar is to sense something. So it gives you a sense of its reality. يُنَاسِبُ وَيُنَاسِبُ مَوْضُوعَهُ, and it's appropriate for the subject. So the term is appropriate for the subject that's is under discussion. وَيُعَيِّنُ مَدْلُولُهُ مِنْ غَيْرِ لَبْسٍ, and it helps identify, it gives you the ta'yin is from, ayn. So it's yu'ayyinuhu, it's giving you the essence of what's being signified, the madlul, without ambiguity. And this is one of the most important things in logic, is when you define things, the term has to be as precise as is possible. And in traditional debate, in both the Arabic tradition of dialectic, the munadara, and in the European tradition of dialectic, so the Islamic tradition of dialectic, which was really incorporated by the Europeans, it really developed out of the Muslim scholastic tradition.
But in that tradition, if you used a word, then your interlocutor had a right for you to, he could demand a definition. And if he didn't accept the definition, then he was mani'. He could refuse the definition. That's why a definition traditionally was called jami'un mani'un. It had to be comprehensive and it had to be restricted enough to be specific to that thing. So it had to be a comprehensive thing in that it indicated the whole thing, jumlatuhu, but it also had to prevent that ambiguity. So it was restrictive enough that there was no ambiguity in it. So if somebody challenged you on that definition that you defined, that it wasn't what was called, for instance, a had tam. It wasn't a complete definition. It was naqis. Or it wasn't a definition at all. It was actually a description, a rasam. And so these are all the ways of the people of this science. And that's why you can see, even though this is a book on tasawwuf, he's using the tools of logic, which were used by the usuli scholars. And this is a book on the usul of tasawwuf. So just like you have usul al-fiqh, what he did in this book was he wrote a book of the qawa'id of tasawwuf. So he's really giving you the foundations of this science. And so he's saying that وَلَا إِخْلَالْ بِقَاعِدَةٍ شَرْعِيَّةٍ. It also does not in any way compromise a sharia foundation, something that's foundational in the sharia. وَلَا عُرْفِيَّةٍ also. So it's not, because you have the lughawiyya, the urfiyya, and the shar'iyya. So what he's saying is it doesn't cause that ambiguity, and it's not problematic in terms of how it's used as a qaida shar'iyya or urfiyya. وَلَا رَفْعِ مَوْضُوعٍ أَصْلِيًا وَلَا عُرْفِيًّا. So it doesn't remove what the original subject is or how it's conventionally used. وَلَا مُعَارَضَةِ فَرْعٍ حُكْمِيًّا. And it doesn't go against some other, because there are other ways that it could be used. وَلَا مُنَاقَضَةِ وَجْهٍ حُكْمِيًّا. Or some other aspect of it. مَا إِعْرَابِ لَفْظِهِ. With a full i'rab of its articulation, so it's grammatically correct. وَتَحْقِيقِ ضَبْطِهِ. And it's ضبط is using the word properly. So for instance, when you get into the mustalahat of logic, one of the terms is kulliya mujiba wa juz'iyya mujiba. Well, it could be mujaba or mujiba. There's a khilaf about that. So the dabt would be to use the word properly and appropriately, and to use it correctly with its and this is a problem in the Islamic tradition, because the Arabic language has a lot of possibilities. There are a lot of variations. So you can see words, and there's more than one way to say that word. It could have different tashkil. And so a dabat, a scholar who's a dabat, is somebody who really knows the right and the appropriate articulation or pronunciation of the word. And this leaves no room for its negation or denial. La wajha li inkarihi. So all of that was a prologue to what he wants to say about tasawwuf. So he's saying, here's what a technical term is. Here's what it is. It should be a word that indicates the meaning of the thing that you're using it for. It should give you some sense of what that thing is. It should be appropriate for the subject matter. It should really indicate or assign a meaning to that thing that's being signified without ambiguity. So it shouldn't be an ambiguous term. It's very important. Nor should it affect other uses of the word. So it should be a clear technical term, so that there's no ambiguity about its use also in terms of either a customary usage of it or a usage from the Sharia. And so he says, وَإِسْمُ التَّصَوُّفِ مِنْ ذَلِكَ. And the name tasawwuf is from that. It's a technical word. And it accords with what I've just said about technical terms. لِأَنَّهُ عَرَبِيٌّ مَفْهُومٌ. It's clear Arabic. تَامُ التَّرْكِيب. It's complete in its construction. غَيْرُ مُوهِمٍ. It's not ambiguous. وَلَا مُتَلَبِّسٍ وَلَا مُبْهَمٍ. So it doesn't indicate something it's not ambiguous, and it's not a vague term, because the logicians distinguish between lips and ibham. So they distinguish between a vague term and an ambiguous term, because an ambiguous term can have more than one meaning, whereas a vague term, if I say he's tall, that's not ambiguous, but it's vague, because he could be 6 feet tall. Or if you're in Malaysia, you know, he could be 5'7" and be considered tall, because people are smaller in that country. So it's a relative term in that way, because people are small and tall. So they differentiate between that. بَلْ اشْتِقَاقُهُ مُشْعِرٌ بِمَعْنَاهُ. Its derivation gives us a sense of its meaning. Ishtiqaq is a very important term. The word shaqqa is to split from something. So the derivation is derived from something. And the Arabs, ishtiqaq is one of the most important subjects of the study of the Arabic language, because it relates to morphology, it relates to philology, and enables you to understand the embedded meanings, the semantic universes that are found in the Arabic language. And the Arabs have different types of ishtiqaq. So you have kabir, you have saghir, ishtiqaq al-saghir, which is like fa'ala yaf'alu fi'lan, fahuwa fa'ilun. That's the saghir. So you learn dhahaba yadhabu, fahuwa dhahibun, right? And then you have what's called the kabir, and then you have the akbar. So you have the kabir relates to like jadaba and jabada. You know, they have the same letters, and there's a relationship between the meanings. So you have like ilm and amal. They're related because they share the same letters. So when the word shares the same letters, even though it's not in the order of the letters, there's a relationship usually in the meaning. So like amila ya'malu, alima ya'lamu, and lama'a yalma'u. Like lama'a means to shine brilliantly. So people that have knowledge tend to shine. So we call people, he's brilliant. And that's why the Arabs call the great scholar al-ma'i. Somebody who's brilliant is al-alim al-ma'i. So it's related in that way. And then you have the ishtiqaq al-akbar, which is the nuanced meanings of the last letter in the dyadic structures. So you have like nun, fa, nafasa, nafaha, nafakha, nafatha. Those are all from nun, fa, and the end relates to, it's all about breath. So nafasa, to breathe. Nafaha is a breeze or a strong breeze. Nafakha is to blast or blow strongly. Nafatha, nafathati fil uqad, the blower on the knots. It's a light blow. So those are all related. That's a type of ishtiqaq. So he's talking about now the ishtiqaq of tasawwuf. The ishtiqaq indicates its meaning. Kal-fiqhi li ahkam al-Islam. Fiqh relates to the ahkam al-Islam. Because fiqh means in Arabic to understand, but the root of it, faqhuha yafquhu, the faqih in the Jahili period was the one that could, he was the Bedouin who could see pregnant animals before anybody else could. So it's the one that sees the ma'alat. The faqih is the one who looks for what's ahead. When he makes his ruling, he's not just thinking about the immediate. He's seeing something that's hidden that other people aren't seeing. And so that's and then he says, وَالْأُصُولِ لِأَحْكَامِ الْإِيمَانِ. And the fact that we use usul ad-din for aqidah. Aqidah was traditionally called usul ad-din. He's saying that ishtiqaq makes sense because iman is the foundation. So that you call it usul is appropriate. And he says, فَاللَّازِمُ فِيهِمَا لَازِمٌ فِيهِ. What follows from these two also follows from tasawwuf. لِيَسْتِوَائِهِمَا فِي الْأَصْرِ وَالنَّقْلِ. Because they're the same in their origin and in their transmission. So these meanings came out of our tradition, and they were transmitted in that way. الاشتقاق قاض بملاحظة معنى المشتق والمشتق منه. So the derivation is something that brings attention to the meaning of the mushtaqi wal mushtaqi minhu, to the thing derived and what it's derived from. So it gives you an understanding. فَمَدْلُولَ الْمُشْتَقِ مُسْتَشْعَرٌ مِنْ لَفْظِهِ. So the signification of a derivation is sensed from the actual word itself, its oral expression. فَإِن تَعَدَّدَ تَعَدَّدَ الشُّعُورِ. So if it has multiple meanings, it comes from the fact that it gives you multiple senses. You can sense it in different ways. ثُمَّ إِنْ أَمْكَنَ الْجَمْعُ فَمِنَ الْجَمِيعِ وَإِلَّا فَكُلٌّ يُلَاحِظُ مَعْنًا. So if you can square these meanings, then you square them. And if you can't, then each one is understood as a separate thing. So they could have a relationship. There's, in logic, in the material logic, there's something called the genetic fallacy. And so words that mean something in their original sense, etymologically, you can't use that to say, oh, well, because it's from this word, that means it means this. That's a fallacy in logic. So that's what he's saying, that you try to square the differences, but if you can't, each one is understood according to its own meaning. So understand this. إن سلم عن معارض في الأصل. As long as in the foundation it's free from somebody who's challenging that meaning. وقد كثرت الأقوال في اشتقاق التصوف. There are many opinions about where Sufism is derived from, the word. وأمس ذلك بالحقيقة خمسة. But really the most important ones are 5. So the ones that are amassu, they're the ones that most touch this issue are 5. الأول قول من قال من الصوفة. The first one is those who say it's from Sufa, which is a kind of like a cotton ball. لأنه مع الله كالصوفة المطروحة لا تدبير له. Because it's like a cotton fluff with Allah. They just go where the wind takes them. So they're just in a state of complete submission. They don't have any resistance. والثاني إنه من صوفة القفا. If you look on the back of the nape of your neck, on the back of your neck, right? The qafa is the nape. You can feel a very soft hair. It's softer than your normal hair. So it's layyin. That's called sufat al-qafa. So some of them say it's from that because the Sufi is hayyunun layyinun. Because the Sufi is like that, very soft and gentle. And the Prophet said, al-mu'minu hayyunun layyinun, in qida and qad. The believer is gentle and lenient. Lenient maybe is from layyan, he's gentle and lenient. If he's led, then he follows. So if somebody pulls him along, he just goes with him. Don't always do that. Right? You know the Mughanni al-Lusus, one of the Muhammad al-Amin al-Shinqiti, the great Mufassir, when he was in Sudan, he mentions this in his Mudhakirat. When he was in Sudan, he was with a group of Sudanese, and they were saying where they were from, and one of them says, "Ana min al-balad al-mubarak al-madhkur fi al-Quran." He said, "Which one is that?" He said, "Khurtum." Because the Quran says, "Sanasimuhu ala al-khurtum," which means hell. We're going to send him to hell. And he didn't know. A lot of people don't know that. You meet people in the Arab world, Bedouin people that are named Fir'aun, because they look in the Quran for tabarruk, and then they just name the kid Fir'aun. So he said, "You remind me of the Mughanni al-Lusus, the singer of the thieves," because one of the caliphs got these highway brigands. They were highway robbers, which is a capital offense in Islam. It's what we would call today armed robbery. It's actually a capital offense in Islam. It's interesting because thuggery, which is like mugging. You know, mugging. If you don't use a weapon, you just mug somebody. You don't even lose your hand in the Sharia, right? Even if they stole from you, you don't lose your hand, because in essence, you're kind of giving the other person an opportunity to defend his wealth. You know, it's kind of relatively even Steven. Whereas if you use an armed weapon, it's a threat to the whole society. And so it's a severe punishment. Anyway, so he captured these thieves, and he ordered for them to be killed. And then one of them said, no, please don't put me amongst them. I'm not one of them. I was just mughani al-lusus. I just used to sing for them. And I never did any thievery with them. And he said, طيب غني لنا. You know, sing something. He wants to see if he's really. So he said, sing something that you know. So he started singing. عن المرء لا تسل وسل عن قرينه فكل قرين بالمقارن يهتدي فإن كان ذا شر جانبه. He said, don't ask about a man, but ask about the company he keeps, because everybody is like the people that they spend time with. So if he's evil, avoid his company, and if he's good, follow him and you'll be guided. So he said, you're a hujjah against yourself. So he stuck him with the rest. So الثالث إنه من الصفة إذ جملته اتصاف بالمحاسن. So the third opinion is it's from sifa, attribute, because they take on all of the beautiful attributes and they avoid all of the negative attributes. So اتصاف بالمحاسن وترك الأوصاف المذمومة. الرابع إنه من الصفا وصحح هذا القول. The fourth opinion is that it's from safa, which means purity, and he said this is the soundest of the five. حتى قال أبو الفتح البستي. Abu Fath al-Busti was a great scholar, and Imam al-Hakim said he was unique in his time. He wrote some interesting books. But he said in verse, تنازع الناس في الصوفي واختلفوا. The people differed about the Sufi and disagreed. وظنه البعض مشتق من الصوفي. And some of them thought it was derived from wool. ولست أمنح هذا الاسم غير فتى صافى فصوفي حتى سمي صوفي. But I don't favor that opinion. For me, it's a person صافى فصوفي حتى سمي صوفي. He صافى يصافي, is to struggle to purify yourself. فصوفي, until he became pure. حتى سمي صوفي, the pure one. So, and then الخامس إنه منقول من الصفة لأن صاحبه تابع لأهلها فيما أثبت الله لهم من الوصف حيث قال تعالى يدعون ربهم بالغداة والعشي يريدون وجهه. وهذا هو الأصل الذي يرجع إليه كل قول فيه والله أعلم. So he says the fifth opinion is from Sufa, the ahlul Sufa. Because the one who is of this path follows those people. He's really a follower of the people, the Ahlul Sufa. Because they were called Adiyafullah, the guests of God. And they were on average 70 people that the Prophet ﷺ fed every day. So it's amazing that for 10 years the Prophet fed 70 homeless people every single day. I mean, if you just think of that, I actually calculated it's almost 1 million meals. It's amazing because they went. Sometimes they were twice that number, sometimes less. But on average, they were 70. And these were people that came from all around the Arabian Peninsula. They came from Yemen. And they would live right outside of his house on this sufa. It was a raised, elevated area, and he would take care of them, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But it said about them, يَدْعُونَ رَبَّهُمْ بِالْغَدَاةِ وَالْعَشِيِّ يُرِيدُونَ وَجْهَ, that they call on their Lord in the morning and in the evening, desiring his wajh. Right? So he preferred that fourth one, which is from Safa, purity. Wallahu a'lam. So that's qawaid al-tasawwuf. Bismillah. So what I'd like to do now, and I'm going to, as we go, inshallah, as these days progress, there's going to be reiteration. The Prophet ﷺ used to repeat everything 3 times. And one of the things about Mantiq is it's not really useful if you don't really get the concepts down. It's one of those sciences where it's not rote memorization. It's actually understanding. And that's why you can memorize all the rules, but if you don't understand them, then it doesn't really work. So I'm going to give you an overview now, which is an extension of the 10 mabadi. You know, we say he can't see the forest for the trees, which means that the universal, like a nominalist can't see the forest for the trees. The universal is hidden in the particulars. And this is a logical concept, the idea of abstraction. So very often people can't really see the forest because of the trees. In other words, they don't get that. So sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees. So sometimes you can't see the trees for the forest, and sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give you an overview, and don't get overwhelmed. It is overwhelming, but I don't want you to get overwhelmed. And don't worry about getting it right now. This is not for you to, suddenly know all these concepts. But I'm going to give you an overview so you get an understanding of the whole picture. You really see the big picture, and then we can go into it. Traditional logic is not, the concepts are, there's 3 basic concepts. The first concept is understanding. And it's based on what's called a simple apprehension, and the logical term for that, the technical term, is called a term. So we use that. That's an example where the technical and the conventional have some crossover, because all of us know that term, which is from terminus, the end. And it's the same exact meaning in Arabic of had, which is a term, because a lot of these technical terms came from the Greek into Arabic and then into Latin. Most of logic was translated initially from Arabic into Latin until they rediscovered the Greek texts. And you will see words like quiddity, which is not the word that Aristotle uses. It's a Latin term that does not, it's not an equivalent to the Greek term for the same meaning, because Aristotle didn't use, his term meant more like a thing. So quiddity, quid est in Latin, means what is it? That is a direct translation from mahia, which is the Arabic term. That's an invented word by the Arabs. It's a hybrid word. It's what's called a portmanteau word, if you want a specific dictionary term for that type of word. It's bringing 2 words together to make one word. So mahia means essence, but it's really saying what it is. Mahia, because it could be a question or it could be mahia, what it is. So traditional logic is different from symbolic logic, which is taught in, if you take a logic, how many people have taken a logic course in a university? So what did you do? Okay, so you did a critical thinking course where they did a lot of the fallacies, the logical fallacies. That's a very common, and it's useful, but it completely removes some of the most important components of logic, which, for instance, definitions, how we obtain a definition, the concept of categories, predicables. It also removes completely the metaphysical distinctions between
true abstraction. And I mean, there's some really interesting metaphysical issues in logic that modern critical thinking classes don't cover at all. Did anybody else have? So what was yours? Fallacies. Anybody else? Nobody? Yusuf? Oh, okay. And what was yours?
That was over 30 years ago.
Okay. Was it symbolic? Or was it?
Go.
Do you remember? Yeah. That's most of our experiences with education, so it's okay. There's the 5-minute university. You know about that? Somebody back in the 70s said that he was going to open up a 5-minute university to save people all the money of spending 4 years of going to school. He would teach you what you would remember after 5 years. And so he called it the 5-minute university. Because he said, like, if you study with him business or economics, he said, it's basically supply and demand. Because he said, if you take an economics course, 5 years later, all you'll remember is supply and demand. His business class was buy cheap and sell for more. So, in most classes that do teach logic, it's usually people that are doing philosophy degrees. And logic is very important for philosophy. And then schools are either continental philosophy or analytical philosophy. There's a lot of students don't know this. When they go into universities and I want to major in philosophy, they really don't know that they're often going into a lion's den. They don't know what that school is promoting. Because some schools are promoting empiricism, some schools are promoting rationalism, some schools are promoting more traditional, like if you go to some of the Catholic schools, they're more into epistemological realism and metaphysical realism. If you go to most of the United States, it's analytical philosophy. You'll do a lot of language analyses. You get into a lot of the critical theory that comes in philosophy now, and so you'll be into deconstructionism. Even if you go into humanities, like if people take English degrees, a lot of people will go into this because they want to read good literature, and they really enjoyed reading literature when they were in high school, and they're really looking forward, and then they end up reading literature from a deconstructivist point of view, and you read Jane Austen to study the servants and the marginalized people in the novel, and then it becomes what's the subtext of the novel. A hierarchical British class system where people of leisure sit around making witty repartees amongst each other. And I mean, this is the type of studies that goes on now in a lot of colleges and universities. So logic, unfortunately, traditional logic has almost been completely removed. And the problem with it, here's the problem, is for over 2,000 years, this is what people studied. So it's very odd that this is the foundation of much of the great literature, the great works that we read, whether we read them in Arabic, Persian, French, German, English, whatever language you read them in. If you read Hume or if you read Locke or if you read, they were all masters of logic. They're all making logical arguments. And you can't really understand them, just like I guarantee you, what I've been reading to you from Ahmed Zarruq, if you haven't studied logic, you wouldn't really be able to understand what he's talking about because he's working within a framework. And so this is why it's really important to reestablish these tools, because they're valid tools. People were not misled for 2,000 years. It was a very useful tool that enabled people to do certain things. It has its limitations, undeniably. And there have been criticisms, and some of those criticisms are valid.
that were made about the limitations of logic. But it's still a very important study, and for that reason, understanding it is very useful. And I guarantee you, after you've studied it, you will begin to see a lot of things that you might not have noticed before. Even in your readings, you'll begin to see things. So traditional logic is based on two branches. What's called formal logic, and then material logic. So these are the two branches. So, I mean, I didn't finish those. Understanding the second concept was basically judgment. And then the third concept was reasoning. And that's logic. So now that's the skeleton. Here's the musculature and the nerves and all of the organs that make it up. But the skeleton is basically those three things. So in formal logic, you're looking at induction and deduction, and deduction is the logic of the Islamic tradition, and certainly of the Western tradition until the 19th century. I mean, Francis Bacon in the 17th century, he was born in the 16th, but in the 17th century, he wrote a book called Novum Organon, which is an anti-Aristotelian work. And he argued for induction, that this was the only truly scientific means of reasoning, and that deduction was not, that there really wasn't true deduction. It was all induction. And that's a metaphysical perspective, which I'll get into when I get into abstraction. With induction, you have complete induction, incomplete induction, and then reasoning by analogy. The ulama tended to use induction in the usul. So that's qiyas is the type of what they call istiqra. This was the type, in Arabic it's called istiqra as opposed to istintaj. Istintaj is deductive, istiqra is inductive. And so they would do the istiqra. Complete induction is like if you study all of the particulars of a set. So you have a set of things, and you study all of them, then you come to the conclusions. That's complete induction. So for instance, if we study all of the land masses on the planet Earth, and scientifically we come to the conclusion that they all can bear life, that's a complete induction. But if we say in England in the 16th century, all swans are white, and then some decades later, somebody travels to Australia and they see a black swan, right? Because you have black swans in Australia, right? So nobody knew about the black swan in Europe until somebody went to Australia and said, that looks like a swan. And the other one said, it can't be a swan, it's black. He said, it looks just like a swan. And he said, it can't be a swan, it's black. Right? Because every swan has to be white. This was the understanding. Well, black and white are accidents. They're not of the essence of something. The essence of that black thing was the essence of a swan. And so they had to conclude black swans exist. So it's called the black swan fallacy in induction, which is why induction is probable. It doesn't give you complete knowledge. And there is philosophical arguments that it doesn't really give you knowledge at all. So, and then the second type of reasoning, which is istintaj in Arabic, is called deduction. So if you look like, if any of you read Arthur Conan Doyle, the method of Holmes was what? He always says deduction, but it's actually induction. Right? So he was inducing, not deducing. But deduction is Aristotelian logic, and it's the logic that the Muslims adopted. Ibn Taymiyyah argued against it in Radd al-Mantiqiyin, which is an interesting book. He argued only for
istiqra. And in fact, Wa'il al-Hallaq, in his introduction to that book, said that this is clearly his genius that wasn't realized by the Muslims, and it would take the British empiricists some centuries later to realize the great contribution of Ibn Taymiyyah. But I mean, I would argue that they did understand the problems with it, and that's why they actually did not take his approach, but rather this approach. Deduction has categorical reasoning, and categorical reasoning is what we call qadiyya hamliya in Arabic, and that's using, again, simple apprehension, which is a term, and then tasdeeq, judgment, which is your understanding, which is simple apprehension, and then your judgment about it, which is negating or affirming, and then deductive inference from that. And then it also has hypothetical reasoning, which is usually called a shartiyya in Arabic, although they differ on Ibn Sina uses a different term, but because the conditional is one type of the hypothetical. And so you have the conditional syllogism, which is if there's something, then there's something. And that can be disjunctive or conjunctive. So, you know, like in a disjunctive, you say either numbers are even or odd, right? Something like that. And then you have, so that's basically formal logic. And that's considered the easier part of logic. And the isagogy is more involved in this type of logic. For me, the more interesting logic is material logic, the modes of argumentation, the modes of being, and the modes of knowledge. In terms of the modes of argumentation, they say that there's basically 4 types of argumentation. Judicative, which is what we would call forensic. It's in courts and things like this. It's arguing legal reasoning, legal argumentation. And then dialectical argumentation, which is where you can't really demonstrate something in any absolute way, so you're not going to arrive at something where somebody else has to accept your conclusion, but instead you make your arguments and you try to show yours is the better argument, but very often what comes out of the dialectical argument is some type of synthesis. And this is the great Hegelian contribution to that, the idea of having a thesis, antithesis, and from that comes a synthesis, but this is the basis of dialectic. And then you have rhetorical argumentation, which is what orators often do. So very good orators will use emotion, they'll use fear. Politicians very often use fear, and these are warned about in the books. If you study rhetoric, they actually warn you about, they have a chapter usually on emotions, and they talk about how emotions are very powerful. You can use emotions to rile up a mob. You can use emotions to calm a mob down. If you want to see a great example of that, watch Robert Kennedy's speech to a group of African Americans immediately after Martin Luther King died. I mean, very, very powerful example of rhetorical argumentation, because he completely calmed this group down. In fact, some of them said they actually came to cause trouble, and then after they heard his speech, they just couldn't do it. So. And then you have poetical argumentation, which is you know, shi'r in the Arabic world is what we would call verse. In the Aristotelian approach, it's more all of creative or imaginative writing. And great authors are very much making arguments. If you read Dostoevsky, if you read, he's got arguments in there. if you read Jane Austen, a book like Sense and Sensibility, she's definitely making an argument for ways of being. Marianne and Eleanor represent two different ways of being. And she's making a case for constraint in one and for the other also to be more open to that. So, I mean, you can debate about what it means, but that's an example of that. And then in terms of modes of being, Aristotle identified 10 ways of being. So, and you have what's called comprehension, and you have what's called extension. These are very important terms that we'll get into later, so don't worry about it all now. But in traditional logic, you also seen it as connotation and denotation. You'll see it as extension and intention, not intention with T-I-O-N, but S-I-O-N. And so you have substance. So everything is made up of something. It has a material cause. And then you have quantity. You can measure it if it's in the world. It has quality. This is fine wood. Glass has a certain texture. This is very smooth. That's the quality of it. The color is part of the quality. And then it has a relation. So the computer is next to me. That's the relation that it has in terms of its mode of being. Or that's my son, or that's my father. So there's my relation. So relations are relative, right? So the dog is next to the house is also next to the dog. And then you have what's called the position, so how I'm sitting. And this is also a relative. It's an accident, and it's temporary. And then you have time. You're always in time. You can't get out of time. As long as you're a thing, you're in time and you're in place. And you have relations to things. And you have quality, you have quantity, you have substance. This is our reality. This is being in the world. These are the modes of being. And then you have action, which is what you're doing. Right? And then you have passion, what's being done to you. Passion here means infi'al in Arabic, if you want the Arabic term. I mean, these all have Arabic terms like the jawhar, the kam, the kayf, the nisbah, the wada', the waqt, the makan, zaman, makan. And then the action is the fi'al, the passion is the infi'al. And then the possession is the what you have, like how you're dressed. What's that? Imtilak, yeah. So you have what your and generally this relates to humans. I mean, Aristotle, possession. Later logicians determined this far less important than he would have put to it, but he didn't apply it really to humans, to other things. He applied it to humans, but also it could be applied to horses. The horse is saddled, or to the dog. The dog has a collar. So those are also aspects of it. And then you have, in terms of extension, and these are what those things relate to. So the genus, which is called in Arabic jins, the species, which is called the nu', the difference, which is called the fasl, and the nu' is the genus and the fasl together, the jins and the fasl. So the genus and the species, difference makes the species. And then you have property, which is not essential to the thing, but it emanates from the essence. So an example of that would be like one of the properties. I mean, what is the essence? What's the genus of a triangle? Okay. Any other? It's a polygon, right? Yeah. So it's a polygon, and so meaning it has many angles. Polygon. Okay, so what's unique about it? What's the difference from other polygons? It has 3 angles, triangularity. So that makes the species a triangle. So the genus is polygon, the species is triangle, the difference is triangularity. The property is that its sums equal what? 180 degrees. So that's a khasa. That's specific, because that's not true of a square, right?
And then an accident would be that it's isosceles, scalene, right? Equilateral. Those are all accidents. And then you have the division, and then you have the causes. So you have the formal cause, which in Arabic is called the illa suriya, from surah, the form. And then you have the material cause, which is the madda, what it's made up or composed of, al-illa al-maddiya. And then you have the efficient cause, the illa al-fa'iliya, so who does it, who makes it. And then you have the final cause, which is called the illa al-gha'iyya. I'm promising you, don't worry about this. You know, I don't want you guys to, this is too much. It's like, what's he doing? Why is he doing this? You know, it's just, we're just looking at the forest right now. I'm not, you know, even though these are trees in the forest, I want you to see the whole thing. So we're not really focusing on the trees right now. We're looking at the forest. So just enjoy it. And then modes of knowledge. The modes of knowledge are, like definition is a mode of knowledge. And that, the causes are in the modes of knowledge. Because the definition comes from understanding these are very important. And they relate also to the gene species difference in property, because that's also related to definition. So that should actually be connected to the one above it as well. And then, so the definition is, it's going to help you to know what it is based on its form. That's how you define something, really, by knowing that's one way of defining it. So a chair has a form that makes it very clear what it is. And that's why, even though you see different types of chairs, it's clearly not a table. Now, this is a type of table, and that's when you get into, like, when you get into division. Because when you get into division, you're looking at the different types of things. Because they're divided into different types. And so this is a microphone, and this is a microphone stand, right? And these are all the ways in which these are the modes of knowledge, how we know things. And then the material cause, this is made out of metal, this is made out of wood, right? This helps us define it. The efficient cause, this was made by a carpenter probably, furniture maker, who knows who made that. And then the final cause is why. This was made to sit on. This was made, it could have been made for ornamentation, but its primary use is for things, to put things on. So this is a side table, and appropriate that it's got these things on it, right? I probably never thought it would have a La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah crescent moon on it, but... And then argumentation. That's one way we come to know things, is through arguing and then division. So I'm not going to go, because I did these. Okay. So that was the forest. So tomorrow we're going to start with the trees, inshallah. Any questions about either of those two? Go ahead. Rania. Okay, good point. When we say, there's a hadith in, I think it's in al-Bayhaqi, I'm pretty sure. Now they've got these search engines, they can find it immediately. But there's a hadith, inna Allaha خالق كل صانع وصنعته. That Allah makes every صانع, every maker, and what He makes. In Mauritania, when they first introduced the car and the Mauritanian Bedouins saw airplanes, they were a little overwhelmed by them. And one of the Mauritanian ulama said, إن الوتى في الفلاة حيث يجريه ربنا عظيم القدر كذاك الطيار حيث طار يطيره الإله لا نصارى. So he said, like, you know, the wata, they called it an auto, you know, so it's wata. إن الوتى في الفلاة حيث تجري. The car in the desert, when you see it going, and the plane up in the air, when you see it flying, you know, it's Allah who made them run, not the Christians. So that's basically the idea behind that. So we would say Allah is indeed the fa'il in haqiqatan, but we're in the world of asbab. And so majazan we say, just like the Prophet is ashari'u, majazan, haqiqatan ashari'u huwa Allah. The lawgiver is Allah, but we call the Prophet the lawgiver because he's the means by which the law came to us. So the same thing, the carpenter is the maker. But in reality, it's true, the maker is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The illa gha'iyya is why you're making it. It's called the teleological. It's the why of the thing. And for Allah, there's no illa gha'iyya. Our mutakallimun negated that. All of these don't, you know, they don't apply to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They apply to the possible world.
And also in Quran we have...
in the same way that the categories, Allah is outside of the categories. So don't put God in the categories. He's outside of the categories.
In Quran we have Allah khaliqu kulla shay. Allah is
yeah, He created everything. He's al-khaliq al-bari al-musawwir.
All these are things, maybe.
They're things.
That's why.
Yeah, He is. He's the creator. But He doesn't create them in the way that we make things. Humans, we do sana'.
Sana', exactly.
Yeah, Allah does khalq. Khalq is ijad. Humans, in Arabic, in proper Arabic, you don't say Zayd khalaqa hada.
No.
You say sana'ahu. Which is why some of the ulama reject using sani'. If you notice, the Ibn Rushd will use sani', and a lot of, like Ibn Sina uses sani' for Allah, and that's problematic because even though the reason it's problematic is because it's not one of His 99 names, or even the 121 names that are mentioned in the Quran, either directly or by ishtiqaq. But the problem with it is that it indicates a pre-existing material. So the philosophers believed in the eternity of the world. And they believed that the Creator was coexistent with the world. And that what the Creator did was He made order out of chaos. And this is the problem of cause and effect. I mean, we're getting into philosophy, and I don't really want to do that right now, but so we'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Any other questions?
Could you clarify what an accident is? Like how a triangle being equilateral is not a quality, but an accident?
Okay, yeah. So they're both accidents. The property is an accident also, but it's an accident that flows from the essence. So part of, and these, again, you know, these are ways of understanding, and you don't want to, harakan mutanatti'un. If you keep pushing the thing, it begins to break down. And that's the nature of thought. It's got its limitations. And even in these definitions, you will find much debate about, like Ibn Taymiyyah rejected the difference between a khasa and a fasl. You know, he said, you know, that's just wordplay. But there is a difference, and these things are, I think they're real, but they do have their limitations. So determining the difference between a fasl and a khasa is not always that easy to determine what is the essential difference and what is a property. I'll give you an example. If we're going to define religion, religion is a genus, right? And religion, I had in a class I had at the university, we read 4 books, all arguing that there was no such thing as religion. I mean, literally, just that was the argument. And there's people that believe that, you know, philosophers that believe that you can, you know, this whole idea. But that's the problem of nominalism. Like they don't believe in essences, that things have essences. And so if you accept the idea of religion, that there is something that has an essence that we call religion, then you can define the religion. So the genus of religion has different types. There's species of religion. So Judaism is a species of religion. Christianity is a species. Buddhism, arguably, some will say it's philosophy. Hinduism, arguably, some again will say it's something else. Muslims often don't like the term religion. They say we're not a religion, we're a way of life. You know, it's a millah. I mean, traditionally they call them milal. And so millah is probably the closest Arabic word that we have, or deen also, because there are other deens. But if you look, what would you say the difference of Christianity is? If the genus is religion, what's the difference?
The way it's practiced?
No, I'm talking about, we're trying to define Christianity. So what would be an essential difference between Christianity and all other religions that make it... You think so, Trinity? I think, I mean, I would go with that argument. That's what I would say. I would say the essential difference is vicarious atonement. Because that's what Christianity is all about. Jesus died for your sins. And if you get that, you got the whole thing, right? That really defines the religion of Christianity. And they would argue that as long as you accept that, justified sinning, you know, you know, you can do, I mean, they don't say this, and it's not fair to Christians to say that, you know, because they don't. But there is a concept in a certain type of Christianity of justified sinning, which is basically that we're all sinners, you know, and we just try your best, but God died for your sins, so in the end it's okay, right? That's justified sinning. So, that, I would say, is it, that Jesus died for your sin. That's the real difference, vicarious atonement. So, and then the species we would call Christianity. So what would be the difference of Islam? What do you think? Tawhid? I mean, it's called Islam. You know, it's not called Tawheed. So Tawheed would be a khasa. It's a property that flows from the essence of the religion, but the real essence of the religion is submission, because part of the submission is accepting Tawheed, right? So, I mean, that's what I would think. We could, again, these are not fixed in stone. They really aren't. They're ways of definition, and definitions, we'll get to it, are one of the hardest things in logic. But if you define things well, it really helps in understanding and discussion. So,
Assalamu alaikum. I think the whole sort of introduction to logic has got me thinking that, me personally, I don't know how to think, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, you do know how to think.
No, but...
Yeah. In the same way you know how to speak, but you might not have studied grammar. Oh, so you're going to make mistakes. Or you might wonder, you know, what does that sentence mean? Whereas if you knew grammar and understood that there's a reason why he's using the pluperfect tense, or there's a reason why it's in a conditional construct, or that's actually a dependent clause, or hey, that's a dangling modifier. If you know those things, It enables you to better understand what you're reading.
No, of course. But I mean, as Muslims, when we're young, we're always taught that the Prophet is truthful, he's right, and everything.
Yeah.
But as we're like young kids, we don't truly get the essence of that.
Right.
So there was a talk on TEDx by Leslie Hazeltine,
Yeah,
and she's an agnostic Jew, and she said the reason that the message is truthful for her was because his response as a human was so rational. So I mean,
this is one of the most appealing aspects of Islam historically, is that it made sense to people. Yeah. It's called Din al-Fitra. And this is one of the things that it doesn't offend the intellect. Now, obviously, somebody like Dawkins would say, you know, riding on a magical horse offends my intellect. And he'll often use that in his debates. And if those of you who saw the debate with the journalist from the Jazeera, who did a relatively good job, but I would not send a journalist to do a theologian's job. The response to him, what should have been, I think, is that first of all, that is not an article of faith to believe that that was a literal, physical event. In fact, scholars are in absolute agreement, with the exception of a very, very small heterodoxic group, but Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah are in agreement that the night visit from Jerusalem into the heavens was not a temporo-spatial visit. It was in another realm. Because Allah, you don't go to, you know, God's house you can go to in Mecca, but you cannot go to a place where God is. So, you know, the response to him at that point was, and it was good that he said that he believed that, because we have to believe that. And our scholars say that things are to be taken literal before they're taken metaphorically. In other words, أصل الكلام الحقيقة إلا أن يصرفه صارف. So the foundation of language, when the Quran says something, we should take it literal, unless there's a reason why it should be interpreted metaphorically. And there is metaphor. The idea that there's not isti'ara in the Quran is completely insane. And the people that deny isti'ara in the Quran are really denying something so fundamental to language, and certainly to the language of the Arabs. I mean, the Prophet ﷺ used metaphor all the time. The Quran uses metaphor. The Quran says, وَمَنْ كَانَ فِي حَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا أَعْمَى فَهُوَ فِي الْآخِرَةِ أَعْمَى وَأَضَلُّ سَبِيلًا. You know, the one who in this life is blind will be blind in the next life. That can't be literal. Huh? What's that?
Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh. If traditional logic, which was used previously, I understand, with people of faith, Christians and other people of faith, Jews possibly, nowadays we're debating atheists generally, and their reality is different to our reality. So how does that work?
The new atheists are actually far less formidable than the old atheists. And if you want to read a really good atheist, you know, Nietzsche is much more interesting than Hitchens or Dawkins or Dennett or Sam Harris. I mean, Nietzsche at least thought the thing through. You know, because he said, hold on, we're on for a real ride. He said it's going to get so dark if we can't transcend this thing, right? The transvaluation of values, the Obermensch. You know, I mean, he was arguing that when you remove God, you remove the ground of being. And we have to become gods ourselves in order to deal with that. So, I mean, these people are very glib, in my estimation. But people forget. There have been atheists always. I mean, there have always been people that have had a hard time with belief in God. And so the same problems arise. Dawr and tasalsul. You can't get around infinite regress and circularity. I mean, these are all the same issues. It's not that different. Trust me. I mean, I really, don't trust me. Learn for yourself. Study for yourself. And, you know, I mean, taqleed is a, you know, taqleed is not a good state to be in. You know, to be a blind follower, an imitator of, I mean, one of the things, you know, what's really interesting to me is the Muslims had no interest in proving the existence of God. Their obsession was proving the prophecy of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. All their books are about proving he was a prophet. Because if you prove he was a prophet, ipso facto, there must be a God because he sent him. So their whole thing was to prove, I mean, Imam al-Bayhaqi wrote a huge multi-volume work called Dalail al-Nubuwah. And he said, here's the proof that he's a prophet. The Prophet ﷺ predicted many, many things that have come true. That in the 7th century in Arabia, it just would not have been possible to predict those things, or they wouldn't even occur to people. And people say, well, Nostradamus did that, so what, is he a prophet? I mean, the predictions of Nostradamus are so obscure. And anyway, there's an argument that he had access to certain Jewish tradition because they had the signs of the end of time as well. So it's not, you know, there are definitely signs that have not come. And all the Buddhists have signs of the end of time, the Hindus have signs, the Kali Yuga age, you know, the Hindus talk about the signs when children will no longer obey their parents. I mean, parents have always had trouble with children, but not like today. I mean, something is very different, which doesn't mean the end of time's around the corner. You know, I'm not suggesting that, and I think that's a dangerous approach to take, but it's certainly closer than it was 1,400 years ago, and arguably much closer. And there are many signs that should be troubling to people. The Prophet predicted same-sex marriage. I mean, that's a sound hadith. He said the end of time will not come until a man marries a man and a woman marries a woman. And we have no evidence in human history that that was ever, we have no evidence that any culture has ever sanctioned same-sex marriage. But he said it will be one of the signs of the end of time. He said you will see nikah al-rajul al-rajul, wa nikah al-mar'ati al-mar'a. And nikah here means clearly marriage because homosexuality existed, so he wasn't talking about homosexuality or musahaqa. He was talking about marriage. So, you know, he predicted that the buildings of Mecca would surpass the mountains. You could have thought of that in the 7th century of Arabia. Who could have thought of that? He predicted that people would fly in the air. He predicted that people would go out of their houses with things on their thighs that would tell them what was happening back in their families. He said that people would talk to shiraku na'alihi, which in Arabic, shiraku na'al is this. That is what a shiraku na'ali, which is the universal sign today for telephone. And he said a man will talk to his shiraku na'al. You know, that's how people say it, right? The Arabs call that shiraku na'al. Is Imam Jamal here? Dahabi? Is he here? He went? Yeah. So all of those are aspects of the Prophet. And then the fact that he was predicted by previous revelations. I mean, he's predicted in the Dhammapada. There's a Hindu professor that proved that he was predicted in the scriptures in Sanskrit. I mean, he wrote a whole book on the Kalki avatar. And he didn't become Muslim. That's what's so weird about it. But he said it could be nobody else but Muhammad. It has to be him. You know, so he was predicted in the Old Testament. I mean, what was Salman al-Farisi doing in Arabia? He was looking for the last prophet. He'd been told about him. Why were the Jews in Yathrib? I mean, there's a lot of nice places to live for the Jews at that time. I mean, they came from Sham. Why would they live in Yathrib, middle of the Arabian desert? because they actually believed that the last prophet was coming from that place. There were rabbis in Yemen who knew that he was coming. 80 years before the prophet was born, there was a Yemeni chieftain that tried to take over Medina, and when he found out it was the place of the last prophet, he made a waqf, which is where the prophet's house was. And he said, I want this to be where that prophet lives. I mean, these are all recorded. The Prophet ﷺ predicted the Baghdad is predicted, the circular city that would be destroyed, many, many things. So, you know, in the end, man sha'a falyu'min, whoever wants, let him believe. Wa man sha'a falyakfur, whoever wants, let him disbelieve. It's a choice. In the end of the day, it is a choice. Let people believe, let them disbelieve. You know, it's a choice. What we should strive for is common weal, right? We should have even secular values, acknowledge common weal. Iceland outlawed pornography, not because of any religious instinct, because it's a very secular country, but they just said it doesn't promote the common good. And it's a very highly educated middle-class culture. And pornography tends to be uneducated people are the consumers of pornography, or very, very deviant, cosmopolitan type people that are jejun, you know, the nafs is just so sick that, you know, Hugh Hefner syndrome.
Sorry, can we wait for the mic? So everyone can hear the question. And this will be the last question.
All right.
Sorry, just wondering whether reason and logic is the same thing, right, and if it's the same as aql. And there's this verse, I mean, I don't know much, but there's a verse in the Quran which says something about either use your aql or turn to the scriptures. So maybe if you could just maybe say a few things about that.
Yeah. The reason, logic as a technical term comes from a Greek word, logos. In Latin, they use the word ratio, which is where we get rationality from. Ratio is a proportion. So like 2 to 1 is a ratio. So this city is twice as big as this city. That's something the intellect does. That's reasoning, analogical reasoning. So you're taking one thing and using it as an analogy for another thing. So that thing that we do naturally has been codified and articulated in a way that helps people do it better. What we do naturally, logic helps you to do better. So logic as a technical term is the art of reasoning. It's the science of reasoning. Aql in Arabic, there are many words for that meaning. One of them is furqan, which is very similar to the word intellect. وَمَن يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ فُرْقَانًا. The one who has taqwa, God will give him a furqan. The furqan is the ability to discriminate between things. And that in Latin is called intellectus. Intellectus means to judge between things, right? So judging between things, that's the essence of what the intellect does, and that's called, in logic, it's called tasdiq in Arabic, which is judgment, or assent, or hukm ala shay, right? And then in English we call it judgment. And that's the second component of logic, after understanding, just grasping something. So in logic, what the human mind is always doing, it's grasping what a thing is. So that picture I understand what a picture is because I grasp its essence. I've abstracted it. In Arabic, it's called tajrid. Ujarriduhu. Ujarriduhu means to make it naked, to denude it of its attributes. So you remove the accidents and you see the essence. That's what abstraction is. Once I get the essence, anytime I see a picture, I say, that's a picture. Even though it's not the same. It might even be different. But if it has the same essence of the picture, so that's the simple apprehension. That's understanding. We all do that naturally. Animals don't do that, as far as we know. If they do it, they don't articulate it. But they're not sitting around saying, what kind of a picture do you think that is? The two gophers. I think they use it for lemonade. No, I think that's a beer pitcher. As far as we know, no animals are doing that. But there is Mantiq, Tayr, and Suleiman was taught the logic of the animals. So they're communicating at some level. But as far as we know, they're not abstracting. Angels intuitively get it. They don't need to abstract. They have immediate knowledge. Humans don't. Their knowledge is mediated. And the first mediation is the abstraction. And as far as we know, angels aren't doing that. Which I'll get into that when we get into terms about Allama Adam al-Asma, because Fakhruddin al-Razi makes a very good argument for why what we do is different from what the angels do. And that's certainly the Christian view also in Catholic tradition. So the intellect is also called aqal. Now aqala means to restrain. So the intellect is the thing that restrains you from going astray. It prevents you. So afala ta'qilun, don't you use your intellect. Ya'qilu al-ba'ir means to hobble the camel. And the iqal, what the desert Arabs wear on their head, in Saudi Arabia they have that thing on their head, that comes from their Bedouin past. It's called the iqal. The iqal it's a mushtaq of aqal, because it does to the camel what the intellect does to the human. The iqal is there to make sure that the camel doesn't go astray. The aqal is there to make sure that you don't go astray. So humans go astray when they stop using their intellect. Or when they use it improperly. And we'll get into that, just about what's called real goods and apparent goods. In all the Abrahamic languages, the word for sin, to sin, means to miss the mark. It's an archery term. Armatia in New Testament Greek, right? In Hebrew and in Arabic, khati'ah, which is it's a akhta'tu al-marma. Khati'ah is an archery term, to miss the mark. And the idea that sin is missing the target of good. Because you thought you were getting a good. When people sin, they're trying to get something that they think is going to be good for them. Or they wouldn't do it. That's why we're all rational. Even when people sin, they sin for rational reasons. I mean, if somebody kills somebody, unless they're mad, they have a reason for doing it. I mean, even Dahmer, this guy, for people who are fortunate not to know who he was. But in America, we had this guy that was eating kids, But he was a Satanist. He worshipped Satan, and he believed that, that he was getting some kind of power in doing that. So there was some reason for why he did that. But people go astray, and they can go really astray. But they always think that what they're doing is the right thing. So they miss the mark. That's why sinning is missing the mark. And that's what the intellect and revelation enable you to see the mark. And to aim for what's right action, to do the right thing in any given situation. Sometimes it's ijtihad, what's the right thing. Imam Umar, radiallahu anhu, he suspended the had punishment during the famine because he said it's inappropriate to implement a punishment on people when they're only doing what they're doing out of necessity. So there he was using his intellect, his aqal, to apply a hukm shar'i, that in normal circumstances would have been one thing, but he was saying, in this one, I think it's this. So he was using his intellect, and he's called Faruq, the one who distinguishes between right and wrong. And he had a brilliant mind. I mean, Sayyidina Umar is a great logician, but he didn't need formal logic. In the same way, he was a great Arabic master, and he didn't know formal grammar. I mean, Umar didn't know fa'il and maf'ul bihi and, you know, makhfud bi nazar khafid. He didn't know any of those things. Go ahead. Yeah. What's the mic? Okay. Last question, I think Sadaf said, so we'll give the men a chance.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Can you please explain the difference between deduction and induction, and the idea that in Islam we are more in induction? And if you can give an example in fiqh.
Okay.
Please.
All right. Well, in the Islamic tradition, the argument of most of the scholars, particularly after Imam al-Ghazali, deduction was very important, which is arguing from universals to particulars. Maqasid al-Sharia is based on universals. So like what Omar did was he was using deduction rather than induction in his application. His reasoning would have been the Sharia is for the good of people, right? And in times of necessity, people do things that they would not normally do. Therefore, in times of necessity, we can't, the maslahah for the people would be different from normal times, something like that. So, you know, at the most simplistic level, deduction is going from a general to a particular. An example of that would be, I mean, the classic example that's always given in all the books of logic is all men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. That's a deduction. But deduction works because of under simple apprehension, abstraction of essences. There is an argument, and this is a later argument when you get into Francis Bacon, John Stuart Mill, and Ibn Taymiyyah makes this argument also before them. So he's actually earlier. There's an argument that you can only know that by deduction, by induction, which is to go from particulars to derive from particular examples some kind of universal. So for instance, I noticed Zayd died, and then Amr died, and then Abdullah died, and they're all men. Therefore, it looks like men die. Well, the argument against that is the black swan argument, which is to say, you don't know that all men die. You're making that assumption because it appears that everybody dies. But there might be immortals walking the earth. The Greeks believed in immortals. The Taoists, some of the Taoists believed in the immortals. Mm-hmm. What's that? What's that? Immortal is Khalid. Somebody doesn't die. Like some Muslims believe in Al-Khidr as an immortal, and the Jews and some Muslims also believe Elijah is an immortal. I mean, they will die eventually when everybody dies, but they have a longevity. According to the people that adhere, that's a khilaf issue. But if you understand the essence of what it is to be an animal, you will understand that all animals die. It's essential to the nature of an animal. And so that's abstracting in essence. Once you've abstracted the essence, then you can make deductions about that. So that's the argument for deductive reasoning. Anyway, we'll get into that when we get into. So I know it's kind of because we use these terms even in common language, and they come out of sciences that need studying. But that's basically. An example in fiqh would be kullu muskirin haram, right? Every muskir is haram. That's a universal statement. Cocaine is a muskir. Or it's, I mean, if you want to get into, you know, fuqaha classified them as murqidat, mufsidat, and muskirat, and they would put cocaine as a mufsidat. But it's basically goes under the same ruling by analogy, by qiyas. And it's a deductive because the general, the kulliya, is everything that affects the intellect is in a way of iskar or takhmir, yukhamiru, like it, khamar is yughatti al-aql. The women wear a khimar, right? Because it covers the head. Khamar is a isti'ara. It's a metaphor taken from khamara, to cover. And so it's because it covers the intellect. It overwhelms you. So by deductive reasoning, any particular example of that universal rule would go under the same category. So that's an example. Now, Ibn Taymiyyah would argue that's just qiyas by ashbah, you know, when nadair. You're just looking analogically. It's not really deduction. So that's his argument. I mean, he has an argument against it, and a lot of the modern philosophers will make those arguments as well. Is that clear? Not really? Sorry. Alhamdulillah. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وقل ربي زدني علما ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So, in the qaida, that's number 7, he says, حكم التابعي كحكم المتبوع فيما تبعه فيه وإن كان المتبوع أفضل وقد كان أهل الصفة فقراء في أول أمرهم حتى كانوا يعرفون بأضياف الله ثم كان منهم الغني والأمير والمتسبب والفقير لكنهم شكروا عليها حين وجدت كما صبروا عليها حين فقدت فلم يخرجهم الوجدان عما وصفهم مولاهم به من أنهم يدعونه بالغداة والعشي يريدون وجهه كما أنه لم يمدحوا بالفقدان بل بإرادة وجه الملك الديان وذلك غير مقيد بفقر ولا غنى وبحسبه فلا يختص التصوف بفقر ولا غنى إذا كان صاحبه يريد وجه الله فافهم. So he says the category of a follower or the ruling of the follower is the ruling of what's followed. So what you judge the follower based on what he's following. فيما تبعه فيه, concerning that thing that he's following. وإن كان المتبوع أفضل, even though what's being followed is better than the one following it because we're following the Prophet ﷺ. He's the matbu'. So the mafdul, the less virtuous follows the more virtuous. That's why they're following it. But it has the hukm, so it's a nisbah. You know, it has a relationship to it. وَقَدْ كَانَ أَهْلُ الصُّفَّةِ فُقَرَاء. And the people of Sufa, which is one of the derivations according to some of the scholars, they were the Sufiya, and then it became Sufiya, like
الدارجة. They were poor people in the beginning of their affair, to the point or to the degree with which they were known as the guests of God. And then later there was among them wealthy people and even governors. Abu Huraira became a governor, Salman al-Farisi. Abu Huraira became very wealthy. وَالْمُتَسَبِّبُ وَالْفَقِيرُ, and they also had people that were earning their livelihoods, and then there were the indigent that weren't. But they all were grateful when they had things, and they were patient when they didn't. So that was their station. And that, the wijdan, when they had things, that did not remove them from the description that they were given by their Lord. Because He described them not with their poverty, but by the fact that they called on their Lord in the morning and the evening. That's the description He gave them. So even though they were poor at the outset, that did not, once they gained wealth, it did not remove them from that status. Nor were they praised for their poverty. It's not something that Allah said. I mean, He declares all of us impoverished before Him. Antum al-fuqara. All of us are faqir in reality. So He did not praise the fiqdan. بل بإرادة وجه الملك الديان. No, what He praised was their desire, their yearning for the sovereign, our Lord. وذلك غير مقيدا بفقر ولا غنى. And that's not restricted to poverty or wealth. وبحسبه فلا يختص التصوف. Based on that, then tasawwuf is not limited or specific to either poverty or wealth, but rather its possessor is the one that desires the countenance of God. اختلاف النسب قد يكون لاختلاف الحقائق وقد يكون لاختلاف المراتب في الحقيقة الواحدة. فقيل إن التصوف والفقر والملامة والتقريب من الأول، وقيل من الثاني وهو الصحيح. وعلى أن الصوفي هو العامل في تصفية وقته عما سوى الحق، فإذا أسقط ما سوى الحق من يده فهو الفقير. والملامتي منهما هو الذي لا يظهر خيرا ولا يضمر شرا، كأصحاب الحرف والأسباب ونحوهم من أهل الطريق. والمقرب من كملت أحواله فكان بربه لربه وليس له سوى الحق إخبار ولا مع غير الله قرار فافهم. So he says that the differences in ascriptions or attributions are based on the differences in realities. So sometimes it's because of differences in their stations in the same reality. So you can have nisbatuhu, or his relationship to one thing, that we're talking about the same thing, but this person has a different relationship to it than this person. So you look at them, they don't look like the same thing. And he says that could be for two reasons. One is because their realities differ. Or two, it's because the degrees differ in the same reality. And he said, and concerning tasawwuf, it's the second one, right? Or it's the first one, rather. When you look in the tasawwuf, it's said that tasawwuf and poverty and blameworthiness and also proximity are from the first. Those are all different haqa'iq, different realities of people that have attribution to this art. And then he said, وَقِيلَ مِنَ الثَّانِ وَهُوَ صَحِيح. But then it said, no, they're from the second, which is differences in their degrees. It's the same reality, but they have different degrees. So in logic and in philosophy, they make a distinction between kind and degree. نوع والدرجة. Like, for instance, men and women are of the same kind. We're equal in kind, different in degree. And when we get into comprehension and extension, it's one of the
problems that people have when they speak, because if they studied logic, they wouldn't have these problems. But when you say men are stronger than women, you're talking about the comprehension of men and not the extension. Because the extension covers all men. And that's not true for all men. But in comprehension, when we think of a man, we think of that which is stronger than the woman. Right? Taller, stronger, able to leap tall buildings with a single bound. So, but there are many women that are smarter, taller, stronger than many men. So it's not, but the degree is different. And this is why if you play golf, they have the ladies' tees and they have the men's tees. Men don't play with women in most sports, although we're starting to move into an era because of enhancements and drugs and I mean really, and I think there are women that are going to be challenging these things as we're seeing them do it in high school. There's women now playing high school football and things like that. So things are changing in that way in the West. But generally, that's not the case. So that's what he's talking about, differences in degree, not in kind. So the kind is the same. It's one reality, tasawwuf, but it has different degrees. Like poverty. Some of the Sufis are poor, some aren't. Or malamatiyah. Some are malamatiyah, some aren't. The malamatiyah, and the ulama differed on them. Most of the ulama oppose it as a concept. The malamatiyah were people that, what he said, يُظْهِرُ شَرَّ وَلَا يُضْمِرُهُ وَيُضْمِرُ خَيْرًا. That they manifest the opposite of what their inward reality is. So the malamatiyah would be people like, they would be people like, there were certain Sufis that used to wear rags purposefully, and it was actually part of their discipline. So they would also have to beg. Like in Buddhism, they make the monks have to go out and beg. It's to break their ego. One of my close friends, Mauritanian, told me in the eastern province, when they finish memorizing the Quran, they make them go beg, which is very hard because they're very proud people, Mauritanians. But they would make them go beg in the tents. They would have to go with a bowl, and they would beg. And it was to break their egos, because once you memorize the Quran, you might think, hey, I'm really something. So it was a way of reminding them that we're all dependents. That's a malamati tradition. And some people would say that that's not permissible. The Prophet ﷺ said, "Al-mu'minu la yudhillu nafsah." The mu'min doesn't humiliate himself. But ad-darurat tabih al-mahdhurat. Necessities permit the impermissible. The way they looked at it was, you're not going to get into paradise if you have an atom's weight of pride in your heart. And if I feel pride in my heart, I'm going to do whatever I can to get out of it, because we're talking about salvation now. So this was the approach that they took. Sidi Ali al-Jamal in Morocco is a good example of that, of somebody who was a minister, and when he took suluk, his teacher made him sit on a garbage dump in Fez. And people knew him as a minister before, and it's just they thought he went mad. But it was to break his nafs. Ibn Ajiba, who's one of the great scholars of Islam, and in the later period, really one of the giants, has a very famous tafsir, al-Bahr al-Madid. Ibn Ajiba had to beg. His teacher made him beg. And this is a man who was a alim and in Tatwan, and he made him beg at the masjid where he had been the imam. And the ulama, they criticized him to no end. But he had the pride of the scholars. And what his teacher was doing was he was breaking that pride. And what's interesting is all those ulama that were passing him by, nobody reads their books anymore. Nobody knows who they were. But people know who Ibn Ajiba was. So I'm not condoning the practice, but I'm just saying it has been a practice in the Islamic tradition in the past, the malamatiyah. And I know one sheikh in Morocco, very, very distinguished grammarian. He used to tell the raunchiest jokes. And it used to really shock me. You know, I couldn't get, and he was an older guy too. I mean, he said once that somebody actually asked him the hukum of being intimate with the lights on. And he said, if she looks like my wife, then you should turn the lights off. You know, I mean, really outrageous stuff. And one day I just said to him, I got you. You're Malamatiya. And right when I said that, man, he just... Yeah. You know, he just lowered his head. And I actually regretted it, you know, just saying it, but I really... It's an interesting man. So those are the Malamatiya. So he's talking about those people. And then the Taqrib are the people in close proximity to God. وقيل من الثاني وهو صحيح. So he says, وعلى الصوفي وهو العامل في تصفية وقته عما سوى الحق. The Sufi is the one who is engaged in purifying his time. What an interesting idiom. Purifying his time. Because you are essentially your time. What we do with our lives defines who we are. It's our habits, it's our dispositions, all of that. We're in-time creatures. And so using time in the best way, which is the purest way, is what the Sufi is engaged in. Purifying it of anything other than what's true. Imam Malik was asked about chess, and he said, "Al-min al-haqqi huwa?" Is it something from the haqq? And he said, and the man said, no. And he said, وَهَلْ بَعْدَ الْحَقِّ إِلَّا بَاطِل? Is it, what's after haqq other than just empty things? And, you know, the fuqaha, like I wrote an article on this about chess. They permitted, you know, from time to time engaging in that. But Imam Malik was at a whole other level. And the people who are sitting and studying with him at another level. They're the people that are preoccupied with their time, of utilizing their time in the best way. And the preciousness of time. So that's what he's talking about. فَإِذَا أَسْقَطَ مَا سِوَى الْحَقِّ مِنْ يَدِهِ فَهُوَ الْفَقِيرُ. If he removes from his hand everything other than the truth, then he's a faqir. That's a faqir, because he doesn't possess anything. وَالْمَلَامَةِ مِنْهُمَا. So the malamati is the one who's preoccupied with purifying his time, but also with removing everything other than the truth from his hand. So he says, هُوَ الَّذِي يُظْهِرُ خَيْرًا لَا يُظْهِرُ خَيْرًا. He doesn't show good. وَلَا يُضْمِرُ شَرًّا. And he doesn't hide badness, foulness. كَأَصْحَابِ الْحِرَفِ. Some of the people, the professional people, the people, craftsmen, because craftsmen are often known in the marketplaces. There a lot, especially in Morocco where he was from. The craftsmen were often in guilds, and they were part of, they were engaged in tasawwuf. And so in the souk, they would be like souqi. You would think they were just some bazaari person, you know, somebody in the bazaar. وَالْأَسْبَابُ وَنَحْوِهِمْ مِنْ أَهْلِ الطَّرِيقِ. وَالْمُقَرَّبُ. And the one who's the muqarrabun, أُولَٰئِكَ الْمُقَرَّبُونَ. The muqarrab is the highest. مَنْ كَمُلَتْ أَحْوَالُهُ. He's the one who his states are perfected, human perfection. فَكَانَ بِرَبِّهِ لِرَبِّهِ. He was through his Lord for his Lord. لَيْسَ لَهُ سِوَى الْحَقِّ إِخْبَارٌ. He has nothing other than the truth to inform you about. وَلَا مَعَ غَيْرِ اللَّهِ قَرَارٌ. And he has no place except with his Lord. So now, Bismillah. In the introduction here, he says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, قال الشيخ الإمام أفضل المتأخرين قدوة الحكماء الرازخين أثير الدين الأبهري طيب الله الثراء وجعل الجنة مثواه بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نحمد الله على توفيقه ونسأله هداية طريقه ونصلي على سيدنا محمد وعلى عترته أجمعين أما بعد فهذه رسالة في المنطق أوردنا فيها ما يجب استحضارها لمن يبتدئ في شيء من العلوم مستعينا بالله إنه مفيض الخير والجود. So he's saying here that the Shaykh, the Imam Athiruddin al-Abhari, who was one of the scholars, he was a Hanafi scholar, and he's a 13th century scholar, contemporary and in the area of Fakhruddin al-Razi and others. He died in 1263 and lived in Iraq and Central Asia. He wrote a lot in what are called the aqliyat, and he was also a falaki of some note. So he was an astronomer. And then he says, may Allah purify the earth that has his body, وَجَعْلَ الْجَنَّةَ مَثْوَى, and make paradise his final abode. And then he says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The Prophet said, كُلُّ شَيْءٍ ذِي أَمْرٍ وَذِي بَادٍ لَا يُبْدَأُ بِبِسْمِ اللَّهِ الرَّحْمَنِ الرَّحِيمِ فَهُوَ أَبْتَرْ أو أقطع أو أجذم. So anything that is momentous or important and it doesn't begin with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and in a riwayah bi Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, then it's cut off. And they say it's cut off from the barakah of it, the blessing that comes from it. So he's beginning Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and this is ibtida idafi, not haqiqi, because it begins Qara Shaykh al-Imam above. So Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Nahmadullah ala tawfiqihi, I praise Allah because of this tawfiq, ala tawfiqihi. Praise can be because of attributes, because of things that are done. There are different reasons why we praise. So here he's praising Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that he has gifted us with tawfiq. And tawfiq is the opposite of khidlan. Tawfiq is when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala enables you to do what is pleasing to Allah. That's tawfiq. If Allah enables you through your free will to do what is displeasing to Him, then it's khidlan. So we ask Allah for tawfiq. It's one of the things that Muslims ask Allah, that we do the right thing, because we're accountable for our actions and we have free will. We believe that we have free will, that we can act according to our irada, our will, irrespective of what, even though most argue determinism when you get into scientists, and even if they argue that even before your thoughts there are neurological events or hormonal events that precede your thoughts themselves. You know, there's these arguments that these happen. That all of that is irrelevant, because Allah is the one enabling you. The istita'a is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So He's the enabler, and He knows what you're going to do, and He will, if He gives you the ability to do a good thing, then it's His tawfiq. If He gives you the ability to do a bad thing, then it's that He has withheld that tawfiq. And then he says, وَنَسْأَلُهُ هِدَايَةَ طَرِيقِهِ, and we ask Him for guidance on His path. And the path is, tariq is just the path. In technical vocabulary, the sharia is the outward path and the tariqa is the inward path. So you have the suluk al-zahiri and the suluk al-batini. The suluk al-zahiri is the fiqh, and the suluk al-batini is the tasawwuf, the tasfiyah, purifying the heart. And then obviously you have what's called the haqiqah. So traditionally they talked about the sharia, the tariqah, and the haqiqah, which is the arrival through the two. You need the two, the inward and the outward road. وَنُصَلِّ عَلَى سَيِّدِنَا مُحَمَّدٍ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. A lot of the earlier books don't use Sayyidina. It's more of a later edition. You will find in the earliest editions of Imam Jazuli's Dalail al-Khairat, there's no Sayyidina, but the later Jazuli put Sayyidina in it. So in all the places where it's read with Sayyidina. The Prophet ﷺ, there's a hadith where somebody said Sayyidina, and he said, Bal Sayyidukum Allah, your Sayyid is Allah. That's a Sayyid al-Mutlaq, the absolute Sayyid. But the Sada that are relative here on the earth, just like you can use Rabb for an absolute meaning, Rabbul Alameen, and you can also say Rabbul Mal, Rabbul Bayt, Ana Rabbul Bayt. So that's a relative meaning. And the same is true for Sayyid. The Quran calls Yahya Sayyid, and the Prophet ﷺ said about Mu'adh ibn Jabal, Sa'd ibn Mu'adh, Qumu li Sayyidikum, get up for your Sayyid. The Sada or the so if you ever hear anybody say that, it's not proper to say that. It's not true. وَعَلَىٰ عِتْرَتِهِ أَجْمَعِينَ. And the itra are his family, and that's based on two hadiths. The hadith in the Muwatta on the recession of Yahya bin Yahya al-Laythi, the Prophet ﷺ said, was reported to have said, تَرَكْتُ فِيكُمْ أَمْرَيْنِ مَا تَمَسَكْتُمْ بِهِمَا لَن تَضِلُّوا مِنْ بَعْدِ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ وَالسُنَّةِ. But in a absolutely sound riwayah, he also said, kitab Allah wa itrati. And the much blessing is in the family. Amma ba'd. And then this is called Fasl al-Khitab. It's how the Arabs move to proceed, is how it's sometimes translated. Literally, it means as for what's after. فَهَذِهِ رِسَالَةٌ فِي الْمَنْطِقِ. This is an epistle. It's a short treatise on logic. Al-Mantiq is categorically logic in English, meaning the art of logic. And then he says that we have placed therein all of which must be immediately accessible. In other words, you have to be able to تستحضره. You have what's called ready at hand. Present at hand is whatever you're doing. Like if I'm writing something, then it's present at hand, my ability to write. But if I know how to write, it's ready at hand. So I can write when I want. Like if I'm driving a car, that act of driving is present at hand. I'm doing it at the time. If I have the ability to drive a car, it's ready at hand. So what he's saying is that you should be able, this should be ready at hand for you to draw on these meanings. لِمَنْ يَبْتَدِئُ فِي شَيْءٍ مِنَ الْعُلُومِ. And this is for anyone who's going to begin to study something from the sciences. And the sciences here means the ulum from the Latin sense of it, scientia, to know. So it's knowledge. So science is not, in the modern English, we use science to specifically mean a certain type of knowledge, scientific knowledge. Now we have the hard sciences, the soft sciences, so social sciences. But that's a closer meaning the idea of science is not differentiating between hard and soft. Anything that is something that can be known and it's been codified, organized, then it's called a science. So science is organized knowledge, because you can have disorganized knowledge. You can know a lot of facts about different things, but it's not organized. That's a type of knowledge, but it's not a science. A science is organized knowledge. So he's saying, if you're going to study any organized form of knowledge, then it's necessary for you to know these things. So I'm going to give you the basic things that you need to know before you go in to that science. And then he says, اللفظ الدال بالوضع يدل على تمام ما وضع له بالمطابقة وعلى جزئه بالتضمن إن كان له جزء وعلى ما يلازمه في الذهن بالالتزام. This, he really starts in a place that in Western logic, in studying traditional logic, they don't usually start here. He doesn't really go into understanding the wujud al-dhihni, which is really important. But what he's talking about here is a lafz al-dal, is an articulated term. It's something that indicates something else. It has a dalala, or a signification. And bil-wad'i means that it was posited for that meaning. على تمام ما وضع له بالمطابقة. So if it corresponds with the thing that it is defining specifically, then it's by mutabaqa, it's by correspondence. So when I say horse, horse is lafz dal. It's an articulation, it's a vocable, it's something that I express. So it is a verbal expression that corresponds perfectly with what occurs to your mind if you know the English language and you know what horse means in English. So I say horse, and all of you have an idea of a horse. Now, if you actually close your eyes and imagine that horse, then you have a phantasm. You have the surah, the form of the horse in your mind. And that's different from the idea of the horse. And this is one of the real, in Enlightenment philosophy, this was one of the major mistakes that was made. And that was not differentiating between the mental image and the idea. And Locke does not differentiate. Berkeley, the empiricists, this will go. And it causes a lot of problems. Because they basically, what they argue is that meaning does not exist without language. Whereas we don't actually believe that. We believe that meaning pre-exists language. Al-ma'ani qabla al-mabani. Meanings before al-ma'na qabla al-mabna. So this is one of the most important things for you to get. Because there's a lot resting on this, a lot more than you might think. These are really important concepts, because the modern madness, a lot of it has to do with a denial of knowledge. Skepticism is the norm. There's an acceptance of scientific knowledge, inductive knowledge, but it's still with skepticism. And even though you have poorly trained, philosophically poorly trained scientists that believe in their materialistic knowledge, when you get into Western philosophy today, and I don't advise any of you do that, but when you get into it, what you will find is they really don't believe in knowledge anymore. They don't believe that knowledge is actually something that we can have with any certainty. Skepticism is the dominant mode in Western tradition now. And some of the greatest philosophers of the 20th century were profound skeptics. Wittgenstein, who's probably one of the most brilliant philosophers of the 20th century, pretty much gave up talking. Just thought it was a waste of time. Because he considered them language games that didn't really lead to any truths. The Muslim belief is that the world is knowable. In fact, the Arabic word for world is what? Alam. And Allah is Rabbul Alameen. Alam in Arabic is what they call ismu ala. The fa'al wazn is called, it's a type of, it's a noun of instrument. So you have tabi' is something you make an imprint with. Khatam is something you make a seal with. And alam is the instrument of knowledge. So the alam is what you know. And so our belief is that all knowledge comes initially from the world. But we have a very special and unique gift that has been given to us that enables another type of knowledge to occur, so that our knowledge is not merely perceptual. Now what happens in the West, and it begins with Descartes, but it goes to Locke, and then Hobbes, Locke, Hume, and it ends up with Kant. And after Kant, there's really a major shift. I mean, Kant, in many ways, knowledge is very different after Kant in philosophy. And he called it his Copernican revolution, his great discovery. And his discovery was that reality is not informing us, that we are informing reality. And this is very much a postmodern articulation when they say things like seeing is not believing, believing is seeing. You know, it's an inversion. And this is one of the signs of the end of time, is what's called qalb al-haqa'iq, which is the inversion of realities. And this is mentioned in all of our books, that in the end of time, order is turned upside down. So the child orders the parent around, and not vice versa. The worst people are the people in power. They're there for self-service, not for benevolence or to rule. They're there to rule for themselves. So here's what I want you to understand from this. The first thing that enables us to know anything is called a simple apprehension, tasawwur, a tasawwur as-sadij. And it's simple because it's immediate. It's grasped immediately. There's no mediation. There's no discursive thought that's needed. When you see an apple, you just grasp what it is. That's a simple apprehension. And it's simple because there's also no judgment on it. You're not making a judgment. So when you see something and you have a tasawwur of it, that's your apprehension of it. Now, when you see it physically, as I'm looking at that cup, I have a perception of the cup. That's called a percept. So I'm perceiving the cup. When I turn away and I say, can you see that cup? I'm not perceiving the cup, I'm conceiving the cup. So the concept is in the mind. The percept involves the mind and the material object that you're seeing, because you have to have this perception of it. Now, what you're doing is the most significant thing that you will ever do in your life. That very act is the single most significant act that a human being does. And we take it completely for granted. And we have no idea what we're actually doing. But what we're doing is so sophisticated and so complicated. And no computer can do this. No animal that we know of can do what we're doing. And the angels don't do it. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً وَإِذْ قَالَ رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ, He said to the angels, إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً قَالُوا, they said, أَتَجْعَلُ فِيهَا مَنْ يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيُسْفِكُ الدِّمَاءَ وَنَحْنُ نُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِكَ وَنُقَدِّسُ لَكَ. You know, are you going to put in the earth the one يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيُسْفِكُ الدِّمَاءَ, and he sheds blood, he sows corruption and sheds blood? They were doing they had known the jinn before. So one group that had free will were put on the earth, made a mess of it. And so the angels said, is this the same thing? And نَحْنُ نُقَدِّسُ لَكَ, we're praising you, we're glorifying you, we're making you holy. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, إِنِّي أَعْلَمُ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ, I know what you don't know. Well, what did Allah know that they didn't know? وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ, He taught Adam all of the names. كُلَّهَا ثُمَّ عَرَضَهُمْ عَلَى الْمَلَائِكَةِ, and then He showed the names. Hum, عَرَضَهُمْ عَلَى الْمَلَائِكَةِ فَقَالَ أَنْبِئُونِي بِأَسْمَاءِ هَؤُلَاءِ إِن كُنْتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Tell me the names of these things if you're being truthful about what you said. You know, why are you putting this one there? It wasn't i'tirad, it was istifham. And so they قالوا سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا. We don't have any knowledge except what you have given us. They're programmed in that way. يفعلون ما يؤمرون. They do just what they've been programmed to do. يفعلون ما يؤمرون. And then, right, He said to Adam, Ya Adamu, أنبئهم, right, بأسمائهم. So tell them their name. فَلَمَّا أَنْبَأَهُمْ, right? When He told them, Allah says, didn't I tell you? قَالَ أَلَمْ أَقُلْ لَكُمْ إِنِّي أَعْلَمُ غَيْبَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. I know the unseen. There's something that's unseen happening in the abstraction. Because what's happening is immaterial. It's not of the material world. And this is why thought, in our understanding, is not material. It's immaterial. And this is why this is the refutation of the materialists who argue that there's nothing but materiality. There's nothing but the concrete world. No, there's the abstract world. There is another world that is immaterial. It's a spiritual world. And thought is from that world. And so this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is what He gave Adam. And this is Fakhruddin al-Razi says, the name, the ism, is from either wasama, which is a sign, so it's a signification. What's the significance of this thing? Or it's from sama yasmu, which is high or exalted. And if you look in Surah Ar-Rum, when Allah talks about the difference of the al-sina and the alwan, right? In the science of balagha, he puts the tongues in an tibaq form. In rhetoric, he puts the tongues with the heavens, and he puts the alwan, the complexions, with the earth. So the complexion is from your body, but the tongue, your language, is from somewhere else. You see, and this is why when you study kalam, and this is only in a teaching situation do you say this. You don't say this in any other place. And it's even, you're not even supposed to repeat it to students like go out and tell people this. But when they talk about kalam Allah, because Allah kalam Allahu Musa taklima, Allah spoke with Musa, and the Prophet ﷺ, Aisha radiyallahu anhu, ma bayna daffatay al-mushaf, kalam Allah, what's between the two covers of the mushaf, right, is kalam Allah. Now, that kalam is, according to our tradition, this is the soundest opinion because it gets out of a lot of problems. If you don't take this opinion, you have very serious metaphysical problems. And you end up basically asserting the same thing that the Christians asserted, which is the idea that God can come into the world in his attribute, the attribute of his logos, that it could come into the world in the incarnation. And this is why Montgomery Watt argues that the Muslims, we have incarnation, they have imbibliation. In our tradition, God became flesh. In their tradition, he became book. So if you take a literal understanding of that, you have that problem. But out of adab, we call the mushaf kalam Allah, and it is kalam Allah, and anyone who says it's not kalam Allah is a kafir. But one of the early debates was, is the kalam makhluq or is it ghayru makhluq? Is it eternal, an eternal attribute? Because it's an attribute of God. It's a sifa. And the sifa is not an accident, because accidents are not necessary. Only the essence is necessary. Allah's attributes are necessary to his being. So he doesn't have accidents. He only has attributes. And so what they said, and this is what Imam al-Maqari, and there are many variations of this, but he says, إنما كلامه القديم ما فيه تأخير ولا تقديم نعم ولا لحن ولا إعراب أو كل أو بعض أو اضطراب إذ كلها إلى الحدوث انتسب ككون علمه على مكتسبة. This is what he says in إضاءة الدجنة, that when we talk إنما كلامه, his speech, القديم, the uncreated speech, ما فيه تأخير ولا تقديم, there's not syntax in it. نعم, indeed, ولا لحن, it's not articulated. ولا إعراب, it doesn't have إعراب. أو كل أو بعض, or part or whole. You can't take something out of it, and because it's an infinite attribute of Allah. You can't. So because all of that goes to huduth, created things. Those are all attributes of created things, and his kalam is not created. So it's the uncreated. What they're talking about is this thing that we're talking about. It's the ma'ani. So the ma'ani, when we say kalam Allah, it's the ma'ani, not the alfad, not the mabani. Even though we don't deny the mabani are kalam Allah, but not the eternal kalam Allah, because the mabani are written, they're spoken, you speak them with sound waves are created. The book comes into the world, not as an uncreated thing, because then it would be an attribute of God that's coming into the world, and that's exactly what the Christians say. So that understanding is very important in terms of abstraction. What you are doing. Now, this is the essence of our understanding. All of understanding is based on this. You cannot have understanding without the ability to do this. So when I see something, what am I seeing? What am I seeing when I see that thing? If you understand it, if you get a tasawwur of it, you're seeing its essence. And what is its essence? Its essence is the oneness in its multiplicity. And this is why I can call any glass a glass, because it's a universal, one out of many. In other words, what you're doing is you're tuwahidu. You are unifying the concept. It's tawhid. And you're doing it all the time because that's what you were created to do. You were created to see one in many, one in multiplicity. That's what the human is created to do. And this is Abu al-Atahiyya says, وَيَا عَجِبًا كَيْفَ يَعْصَى الْإِلَهُ أَمْ كَيْفَ يَجْحَدُهُ الْجَاحِدُ وَلِلَّهِ فِي كُلِّ تَحْرِيكَةٍ وَتَسْكِينَةٍ فِي الْوَرَى شَاهِدُ وَفِي كُلِّ شَيْءٍ لَهُ آيَةٌ تَدُلُّ عَلَى أَنَّهُ الْوَاحِدُ. That how wondrous that anybody could disobey Allah. How strange it is that anybody could disobey Allah. وَعَجِبًا كَيْفَ يُجْحَدُ كَيْفَ يُعْصَى الْإِلَهُ أَمْ كَيْفَ يَجْحَدُهُ الْجَاحِدُ. Or how could an atheist deny him? And God has in everything that's moving and every still thing, everything that's moving and every still thing in creation, a testimony, a shahid. And what's the shahid saying? Ana wahidun. In every single thing in existence, there is a witness saying, I'm one. That glass is saying, I'm one. And when you understand me, you understand I'm one. Even though I have many, many particulars, you have grasped my universal essence. And that's why you can apply that essence to any particular. And so, the oneness, that ability to pull that oneness out is abstraction. Tajreed. It's istikhraj al-kulli min al-juz'i. It's taking the universal out of the particular. And that's how we communicate. Now, there are a group that says that doesn't happen. It's impossible. It's rubbish. And they're called nominalists. They say there's only names. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran about those who worship idols without reality, without essences. مَا هِيَ إِلَّا أَسْمَاءٌ. They're only names. سَمَّيْتُمُوهَا أَنْتُمْ وَأَبَاؤُكُمْ. They're only names. You named them. They have no real meaning. So what he's saying is, when you speak about real things, there's the name and then there's something else. And then he says, سَبِّحْ اسْمِ رَبِّكَ. Glorify the name of your Lord. Because the name of your Lord is not just a nominal phenomenon. The name of your Lord indicates the essence of your Lord. And the essence of our Lord for us is existence. Because that's what's knowable about His essence. That's what we can know. And in that way, He's not unknown. And so we define Him by wajib al-wujud. He is the necessarily existent. So that is what human beings are. It's an amazing thing. It's an incredible thing to be able to do that with everything, and that's how we communicate. I saw a man yesterday. How do you know what a man is? Because you have the universal concept of the one in the many. And that's why when you look at a dog, what does a dachshund have to do with a Great Dane? Seriously, or a Chihuahua? What does a Chihuahua have to do with a Great Dane? The size is not important. They share the same essence, which is that they have dogginess. That's what it is. It's dogginess. That's what we call the abstraction. We use like words that end with S, happiness, dogginess, or ty, beauty, humanity. These are all talking about abstractions. Nominalists deny their existence. They say they don't exist. Conceptualists it's a nominalism light. They say that we'll accept that it has a kind of mental existence, but it's not real. And so nominalists will argue that there's no universals. The Kantian version of it is that our mind just tricks us into lumping you all together. But the reality of it is you're all just separate little entities that have nothing to do with each other. It's just the mind plays a trick on you. And this is the same argument that Dawkins used about evolution, the selfish gene. That all these things, design it's all a trick. There's not really design out there. If you really understood it, you'd understand that it's all randomness. It just looks like design. I mean, these are their arguments, and this is the aqidah to shaitan. Just because what does shaitan do when he sees Adam? What does he say? What does he say when he sees Adam? Like he's told to bow down. Why won't he bow down? He's made out of water and earth. He couldn't see the essence. He's a nominalist. Shaitan is the first nominalist, and it's his creed. He couldn't see the essence. All he could see was the material form. He could not see the immaterial reality which is articulated in thought and understanding. He couldn't see it. And that's why these people are trapped in a diabolical philosophy that doesn't enable them, it doesn't allow them to open up to understanding. The scholastics, they said, we understand to believe, and we believe to understand. سَأَصْرِفُ عَنْ آيَاتِي الَّذِينَ يَتَكَبَّرُونَ. Allah, I will remove my signs from arrogant people. And anybody, at least be agnostic and say, I don't know. But no, there's no God. Your imaginary friend. You know, I mean, it's going to be interesting because we're actually going to see them, according to the Quran, going into hell. And you know, because they used to, وَإِذَا مَرُّ بِهِمْ يَتَغَامَزُونَ. When the believers go by, they're all nudging and look at those idiots. أَنُؤْمِنُ كَمَا يُؤْمِنُ السُّفَهَاءُ. Do we believe like fools believe? It's the same stuff. They say the exact same stuff. They're not even original. No, seriously, they always do the same things. They make fun of believers. And I'm talking about, you know, I mean, these people like Bill Maher, you know, they just, like simple people, you know, they make fun of Mormons and Buddhists and Hindus and, you know, anybody that has a devotional practice, don't make fun of them. That's a subbaladini yad'una min dunillah. Don't curse the idols of those calling on other than Allah. Don't curse them. Those people, they're expressing their understanding of devotion, but they're trying to worship something. And the Muslim job is supposed to elevate them to worship the highest thing, the only thing worthy of worship. But these people are worshiping their genitals, their stomachs, their bank accounts, their clothes, their cars. I mean, nothing. Empty people, the hollow men. Vacuous people. They eat and drink for a little while and then they're gone. And laugh on. Come let us mock at the great that had such burdens on the mind and toiled so hard and late to leave some monument behind. Come let us mock at the good that fancied goodness might be gay and sick of solitude might proclaim a holiday. Come let us mock at the wise with all those calendars whereon they fix old aching eyes. They never saw how seasons run and now but gape at the sun. Mock mockers after that would not lift a hand maybe to help good, wise, or great, to bar that foul storm out of cynicism and nihilism, to bar that foul storm out. For we traffic in mockery. These are the mustahzi'un. Kathainak al-mustahzi'in. Suffice me the mustahzi'un. Let me deal with the mockers. Don't deal with them. Don't answer them. Don't respond to them. Let them laugh. Let them mock. Mock on. Mock on. Really, mock on. We're all going to find out. It's either all black or some people are in big trouble. Right? It's one or the other. Either something's going to happen after we leave this body. And for me, there's so many indications that it's true and real. And I mean, if you're a believer and are open to it, you'll see it all the time. The signs are all there. Winston Churchill said, most people will stumble onto the truth once or twice in their life, but they'll get up, brush themselves off, and carry on. You know, that's called kufr. Alhamdulillah. Any questions? Any answers? Yeah.
So you talked about the recognition of the essence. What is the Muslim differentiation between what we understand of the essence and abstraction and what Plato's forms were?
Excellent question. I've got a really good group this year. So you guys are just asking the right questions. Plato believed that it was impossible for us to be doing this if we didn't have some knowledge of it prior to this world. Because he said it's just such a complex event that's occurring when we do that. So he said there must be original source forms that we saw in another place, and we're remembering them. So he believed that there were the archaei, or the archetypes, and they were in this perfect world. So there was the perfect circle and the perfect triangle. It was all there. And we saw all these things. And Ibn Arabi was of the opinion that he called them the a'yan al-thabita. And this is what Adam was shown. And because Adam was shown these things, this is where the recognition comes from. So he would probably be closer to a Platonic understanding of that. And I think Imam al-Ghazali would. But not all the scholars would agree with that, obviously. So, but Aristotle took the position of what's called moderate realism. And this is, I think, the position of the majority of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah is closer to moderate realism. That they have a wujud dhihni, but not a wujud khariji. So they do have an existence, but it's an immaterial existence in our understanding. They don't have an actual existence outside of our understanding. Is that clear? Yeah.
So there's a region of the brain that's responsible for recognizing and assigning names. So sometimes when people have strokes, they won't be able to give names to objects.
Right. Like
so,
the Broca's
yeah,
area.
the Broca's area and
right.
even beyond it. So how exactly do you explain that in regards to abstraction?
Yeah, and that's, you know, this is something that our scholars talked about, because like Abu Hanifa said that consciousness resides in the brain, because he noted that when people got hit sometimes in the head, they would lose the ability to speak. So that was his kind of istidlal. The other three, Imam Malik and Imam Shafi'i and Imam Ahmad said it's in the heart, because Allah says, لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ لَا يَفْقَهُونَ بِهِ. And so they differentiate between the muldihat, like a dia of the head and the heart. Like you have two dia if you hit the head and knock them out. So it's an interesting kind of fiqh problem. But what that indicates is that we're not Cartesian, because Descartes had a problem with the ideas. He considered that the ideas were completely separate, and we actually see that there's that we don't have a dualism like that. That the body is resurrected. That our consciousness is, the body is part of our consciousness, and so it's the instrument that carries the consciousness. But the consciousness is immaterial. But it's still, it's necessary for that while we're here. I mean, obviously when our bodies die, the consciousness continues on, right? But there's another type of body, the ethereal body. So, and that's why we don't really consider like what they call brain dead or vegetative life. Most of our ulama don't permit the euthanasia, because they believe that the soul is still, there's a type of consciousness there. And we know that people that have been in comas sometimes came out being aware of things that had happened around them. That does happen.
So that's the best I can do. I mean, it's... from what poem did you quote when talking about mocking others? That's Yeats, and it's from a poem. It's a section of a very long poem called Easter 1916 from William Butler Yeats, great Irish poet.
Assalamu alaikum. You mentioned the word phantasm.
Yeah. That's the Greek word for it.
Okay, I'm assuming it's spelled PH, right?
It's PH,
okay,
yeah.
and you said, you talked about the concept of a horse, and then the idea we get in our mind is
we differentiate between the phantasm and the idea.
Yeah.
So the idea is this is something that is not, it's immaterial, the idea.
Yeah.
The phantasm is a representation.
Only have a phantasm of something we're aware of.
It's a really good question, because it's a problem, and the argument that Locke and others make is that you can't have a real concept of, you have to imagine a triangle. Do you see? You always have to, and it'll be, you'll always have to imagine it in some way. You can never imagine it as that pure, undifferentiated reality, which is the idea. But our scholars differentiated between the idea and the image, and that's when you get into the wujud al-dhihni. That's where they differentiate between that, because the wujudat are four. When you have kalam, like kalam, if you study grammar, they have al-kalam, like Ibn Jarrum says, labdun, murakkabun, mufidun, bil-wad'i. He's talking about a dalala al-wad'iyya, which is what he's talking about here. He's talking about the oral term. The oral term is not the kalam which and the lughawiyin, right? So, and the mutakallimin, the kalam is the ma'na. Inna al-kalama la fi al-fu'adi wa ju'ila al-lisanu ala al-fu'adi dalila. Right? That's the verse that they use, that the kalam is in the heart, it's in consciousness, and the tongue is it's a tarjuman, it's a translator of the heart. And that's why people say, I don't have words to tell you how I'm feeling. Well, there's something that, you just can't express it, but there are meanings there. They're not just feelings, they're meanings, but you can't articulate them. And that's why we love poets, because poets say things that we can't say ourselves. Right? I mean, they say these things, and when you hear it, it's like, wow. I mean, that's why people love, like, Rumi, Maulana Rumi, because they read things, and he's articulating a universal. The poet is he's universal in that way, because he speaks across time and place. Rumi is a universal human being. He speaks to everybody that reads him, if they're open to those meanings. I mean, some people, poetry, what a load of rubbish, waste of time. There's people like that. The Arabs say, "Ma indak dhawq." I mean, Indians, if they hear poetry, it's like, mukarrar. Right? They get affected. Mauritanians, it's a gut feeling. Like, they're like, They literally do that. It's like, boom, you just took my breath away. It's like, that's how they get affected by meaning. See, the ibra in Arabic, ibra, i'tibar. See, abbara means to express. The ibara is the expression. The ibra is the lesson, what's discerned. Ma'bara is a bridge, because it's taking you through words to meanings. It's taking you, the mabani take you to the ma'ani, but they're not the same. And when you have that, fa'tabiru ya ulil abasar. What kind of basar? It's the basira. It's the inner eye.
فَاعْتَبِرُوا يَا أُولِي الْأَبْصَارِ. And that's why the abra is the tears, because when you get the ibra, the abra start flowing. The meanings can be so powerful that it brings tears to your eyes. And that's an expression of, it's overflowing. You're overflowing. You're filling up with meaning. And it has to come out in the form of those tears. How does the realm of the jinn world affect our theories of logic? I mean, they have the same rules. They just have certain, they can shape shift. And they can, they can get into people as well. So you can have a type jinn possession and things. And they can, they're invisible, so they can be, you don't see them, but they see you. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Do our names, Faisal, Khalid, have a metaphysical reality, or are they just labels? No, names are very important. The Prophet said, give good names, because names have a reality. And there's a whole, traditionally there was a science of naming people. So, some people still know how to do that. But names are really important. I mean, the Prophet's name was given in a dream. So, his name, Muhammad, I mean, if that's not evidence that names have meaning, what does? So, and I always ask people, what's the meaning of your name? And a lot of people don't know what their name, but you should know what your name means. Because some people say, I don't think it means anything. Unless, I mean, there's certain names like that they use now in modern, and they've proven that those people are destined, in Freakonomics, they talk about how people that are given these meaningless names it's almost like a death sentence in terms of their upward mobility in a society. I mean, you should name them after great people or beautiful things. Like, look at the Muslim names, they're so beautiful. Hindu names even, Chinese names. I mean, I ask people their names. Hindus always have amazing names. Like, their names always mean something really interesting. Buddhist names mean something. Christian names, they name them after John the Baptist, and those have meanings in Hebrew. Aaron, Harun, it has a meaning. Musa, it has a meaning. Isa, they all have meanings. The names are very important.
Just wait for the mic.
What's that?
Sorry. Is phantasm translated to huam or something like that?
No, I mean, yeah, it would be in Arabic, but it's the surah. It's the surah it's the image, imago. It's the surah that you have in your mind. Phantasm is a Greek word for image. Yeah, now it's used like something fantastic or phantasmagorical. But that's what he meant by it. He just meant an image, imago. It's like a ghost image. It's the remnant of the perception. But it's different from the idea of the thing. Because the idea doesn't have the image. It's the grasping the essence, which is why when you see a Chihuahua, you can still call it a dog, and when you see the Great Dane, you can call it a dog, because what you've grasped is not the image. It's not the surah, it's the tasawwur. Do you see? Tasawwarta in a way that it's a conceptualization of it. It's not the actual image, it's the essence. And when we get into definitions, I think it'll be clear, because the tasawwur, the simple apprehension, moves to a term, and then the term moves to a definition. So we give a term for something, and then we define it. And you have dictionary definitions. You have different types of definitions. You have descriptions, material definitions, and then you have what's called a real definition, al-hadd al-haqiqi. You have a deficient definition, hadd al-naqis. There's different types of definition. Any other questions?
My question was, can a two-way process be understood in relation to the fitra, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala taught Adam the names, so like the specificity of the creation, which is like the names, as in like maybe not the essences, and when someone has ihsan, it necessarily comes back out from a spiritual place, but it necessarily comes out into the material world again. So it's like by fitra, we're like externalizing what was put into Adam.
Well, you have to have the sensory experience of these things, because we don't know a horse until we see it and perceive it. Because there's people that go to countries and they've never seen that thing before, like a fruit that you've never seen before, and you're like, what is that? Oh, we call that kiwi. But once you see it, the next time you see a kiwi, oh, that's a kiwi. How did you do that? That's the abstraction. And that's the seeing the one in the many. You've got the essence of whatever it is. It's got fuzzy little things, it's green. Those are attributes of it, but those attributes are essential to it, so they're properties of it. Right? Because you can have those long kiwis, that's more of an accident. Whereas the property, it's got to have that hairy, and then when you cut it, it's the green, lime green, and those kind of white strips through it. Those are properties that without that, I mean, you could have things that are freakish, or you can have things that are standard deviations, right? Like you can have, this is another thing. See, the modern people deny essences. So they deny, in moral and political thought, one of the problems that arise from that is human nature. They deny the essence, that there's any essence. So that there's no essence to a male. But for us, there is an essence to a male. And the essence to a male is that it is by fitra attracted to a female, and vice versa. So when the nature becomes deviated, something else happens. And so they say, oh, well, you have, things, these are in nature. You can't say it's not natural. No, but if you understand what human nature is, it's not natural for the human nature. In the same way that you have an infertile person who's not able to have, again, that's the difference between comprehension and extension. So once you comprehend what a human being is, you understand that's one of the properties of a human being, is that they're able to procreate. But if a person doesn't have that ability, it's in the same way that we were talking about the brain. If they lose that ability, there's something wrong with the instrument of procreation. But they have that potential there. It's just not actualized in that particular. And that's why marriage, even if it's childless, it's still a moral commitment. See, there's people that are arguing now that marriage can be between a man and a man. That's an argument. That's not the marriage of this tradition. Right? This tradition says, no, marriage is a moral bond. In our tradition, it's a moral bond. It's not it doesn't have the same type of force that it has in Christianity, because Christianity, in traditional Christianity, I mean, Protestantism changes, but in traditional Christianity, you can't get a divorce. You know, marriages can be annulled, but that's another thing. That's like a khula. But in traditional Christianity, you can't get a divorce because it's actually they consider it a sacred bond, whereas for us it's a moral bond that has sacred components, obviously, but the actual bond, the mithaq, is more of a moral transaction that's closer to a business transaction in that you can get out of it. But you should honor the contract while you're in it. And if it comes to a disengagement, you want to break the contract. Like in a company, you don't cheat them, you don't steal everything and embezzle and run off. Well, the same in marriage. You know, tasrihun bi ihsan. You leave them with ihsan. Right? Does that make sense? Alhamdulillah. Is that it? Subhanakallah. Go. Okay.
You know, in the very beginning it said immediately accessible in one's mind.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's natural to us? It's in our fitrah?
Yeah, absolutely. It's in our fitrah. And we obviously recognize it. Now, whether those are innate ideas or the abstraction comes out of the sensory perception and that's a gift, it's a divine gift, they differ on that. You know, I'm not going to, like I said, Ibn Arabi argues for a'yan thabita, that there are these fixed essences and that we know them. And this is what Adam alayhi salam saw. And so when we see them, there's a type of remembrance. That's one view. The other is that it's the perception of it creates that there's a correspondence between what we're perceiving in our mind. In other words, the world is conformable to our cognition, right? What modern, the Kantian and Humean, all these later philosophers, what they argue is that it's the mind that's projecting reality onto the world. The world is not informing us of what reality is. Whereas our tradition, we believe it's a fitra thing. Allahumma arini al-ashya kama hiya. Show me things as they are. Right? Show me things as they are. So it's a very counterintuitive approach, but it's really sees the modern world in terms of people that are thinking about this stuff. I mean, obviously, most people are thinking about the price of tomatoes, but the people that think about this stuff have really fallen into some very serious pitfalls as far as our tradition's concerned. Last one, yeah.
I was on the topic of fitrah. Can we say then if someone isn't able to discern that sense of essence, do they have a corrupted fitrah? And if they do, is that on them? Is that technically their fault for having corrupted fitrah?
Yeah, they might not. People might not grasp it, but if they're sane and they're rational, they're abstracting. They might have a difficult, because these are abstract concepts. So they might have a difficulty understanding it, but they're still doing it. And if they can, the real purpose of it is to abstract the real one from all of this multiplicity. It's to see what is the ground of being? What's the essence of this thing that we call al-kawn? What is its essence? And its essence is the reality of the one that's sustaining it.
Yeah, I mean,
because it can't exist without God.
My question is that, I mean, you kind of see from talking to people sometimes that they don't really, I don't want to say they don't have the capacity, but they just...
Well, there's people that Allah describes them as summun bukmun umyun, fahum la yubsirun. They're blind, deaf, and dumb. And the thing about, I think it's a perfect description because Helen Keller, if you read that story that I told you about the other day, that's what she couldn't do. And she was blind, deaf, and dumb. And when she got it, the abstraction, a light went off. She was enlightened. And so there are people that are blind, deaf, and dumb for whatever reasons. Like, I don't know why they are. I don't know. I mean, that's just, we don't have access to that knowledge of why there are kuffar. Allahu a'lam. You know, we don't know why people, you know, things are so clear to you or me, and they're not clear to somebody else. And we see that with mathematics. Some people, they just get it. Now, I've got a couple of my sons, man, I'm like, explain that again? You know, and I had my 6-year-old was like running rings around me. You know, so they just have that gift, you know, they get it really quick, and they got it at school. You know, my oldest boy, he just, math was just, it's like he just remembered it. So my mother told me that about her experience of geometry was she just knew it. She didn't need to study it. When she was in high school, she just knew it. And that's definitely a Socratic argument. I mean, Socrates is arguing that in the Meno and some of the other dialogues. So, and we know that we're remembering. We're here to remember. So we do have some prior knowledge. I mean, we've been in another world. A lot of us have seen each other in that other world. Because the Prophet said, Al-arwahu junudun mujannada. The souls are regimented in like army regimentation. So you have souls that you're in the same regiment. You know, and that's why you have that affinity. You like those people because you were with them in that primordial world. And so you remember that in a subconscious way. And some people you just have no affinity at all with. It's like, just, you know, get out of here. So, the concept happens within. It's in your understanding. Yeah. The percept is the interaction between your intellect and the material thing. So when you're perceiving something, it's through your 5 senses. So if you smell a smell, you know, like if you have like perfume, somebody comes into the room who's wearing perfume, you smell that, you're perceiving that through your sense, the 5 senses, through that sense of smell. When you remember the fragrance, that's the concept. Yeah, the perception precedes the conception. Yep. And that's why inna sam'a wal basara wal fu'ada kullu ulaika kana anhu mas'ula. Or inna sam'a wal basara wal fu'ada or wal af'ida qalilan ma tashkurun. You know, وَجَعَلْنَا لَكُمْ السَّمْعَ وَالْبَصَرَ وَالْفُؤَادَ. You know, we gave you hearing, sight, and understanding. Fu'ad is from fa'ida, you know, to benefit from your hearing and your seeing. And the benefit is to abstract and to learn. And that's why concrete nouns in grammar, we call them concrete nouns, right? You have concrete and abstract nouns, like liberty is an abstract noun, but Zayd is a concrete noun. They're both in logic considered abstract. Yeah, that's the sequence. Because the hearing, yeah, you have to, hearing, it just comes even from behind you. You know. Like you hear before you see. And hearing will also avert your gaze, make you look at something. It's perception, yeah. And then there's inward hearing and inward seeing. So, you know, إِذَا قُرِئَ الْقُرْآنِ فَاسْتَمِعُوا لَهُ وَأَنصِتُوا. Istima' is to internalize the hearing. That's why it's used in a reflexive. It's a mutawa' in sarf. So, you know, tasma' al-Quran is just to physically hear it. But yastami'u ilayhi is to internalize the hearing. Huh? Insat is with tadabbur. Yeah. You know, go like reflect on it.
I think that's all the time we have for tonight.
Okay.
Inshallah.
سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. وقل ربي زدني علما. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا والحمد لله رب العالمين. بسم الله. لا يلزم من اختلاف المسالك اختلاف المقصد، بل قد يكون متحدا مع اختلاف مسالكه كالعبادة والزهادة والمعرفة مسالك لقرب الحق على سبيل الكرامة، وكلها متداخلة، فلا بد للعارف من عبادة وإلا فلا عبرة بمعرفته إذ لم يعبد معروفه، ولا بد لها من زهادة وإلا فلا حقيقة عنده إذ لم يعرض عن من سواه، ولا بد للعابد منهما إذ لا عبادة إلا بمعرفة، ولا فراغ للعبادة إلا بزهد، والزهد كذلك إذ لا زهد إلا بمعرفة، ولا زهد إلا بعبادة، وإلا عاد بطالة. نعم، من غلب عليه العمل فعابد، أو الترك فزاهد، أو النظر لتصريف الحق فعارف، والكل صوفية والله أعلم. So this is the 10th qaida, and he says that the different paths or roads don't indicate the difference of destination. So, like they say, all roads lead to Rome. What he's saying is that you can have different paths to the same destination. Just like from here, there might be more than one way to get to Istanbul. But if everybody sets out, even though they take different roads, their goal is one. So he's saying, in fact, they could be the same even though they have different paths, like ibadah and zahada and ma'rifah. So devotion, ibadah, devotional practice, worship, and zahada, which is detachment. It's a difficult word to translate, but it's very similar to the idea of detachment in some other traditions. The idea of not having one's heart connected to something. Some of the ulama say the zahid isn't the one that gives up, it's the one that's detached. Because somebody could give up, but their heart is filled with desire, even though they've abandoned the thing outwardly, so they're zahid, or people think they are, but the reality of it is their heart's still filled with the desire of that thing. And also ma'rifah, which is the highest maqam. The other night we witnessed the turning, and if you look, they did that 4 rotations each time they went around. Those represent the different maqams according to their path. So each time the murid or the seeker was being elevated to a higher maqam, symbolically, obviously. And the highest maqam is ma'rifah. So it was ilm al-yaqeen, haqq al-yaqeen, ayn al-yaqeen, and then ma'rifah. And that represented also the nafs al-mutma'innah, the nafs al-radiyah, the nafs al-mardiyah, and then the nafs al-kamila, the stages of the nafs as it draws closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so he says all of these, in other words, ibadah, zahada, and ma'rifah, these are all paths to get close to the truth. Al-haq, which is Allah, the reality. Ala sabil al-karama, by the way of karama. وَكُلُّهَا مُتَدَاخِلَةٌ. All of these things are interwoven. You can't separate one from the other. So the arif, the person of ma'rifah, has to have ibadah. He has to have devotion. Because there's no consideration for his ma'rifah, his spiritual knowledge, if he doesn't worship what he knows. And also, that ma'rifah has to have zahada. So if that knowledge doesn't detach him from other than the truth, once he knows the truth, everything else is batil. So he sees through it, he loses the detachment, or she loses the detachment. وَإِلَّا فَلَا حَقِيقَةَ عِنْدَهُ. If not, then there's no reality. He has no reality. Because he hasn't averted from other than what is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He hasn't removed himself from other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَلَا بُدَّ لِلْعَابِدِ مِنْهُمَا. And the devotional practitioner, the one who does a lot of ibadah, he also has to have the two, ma'rifah and zahada. إِذْ لَا عِبَادَةَ إِلَّا بِمَعْرِفَةٍ. Because you have to know who you're worshipping. Right? If you don't know who you're worshipping, I mean, there's degrees of ma'rifah, but at least you know who the one you're worshipping is. So for ibadah, you have to know who you're worshipping. وَلَا فَرَاغَ لِلْعِبَادَةِ إِلَّا بِزُهْدٍ. And you can't be free to worship if you don't have detachment. Because if you go into the prayer, you say Allahu Akbar, and suddenly you're thinking about, what are we going to have for dinner tonight? Or what did I forget to do back at the office? Or what am I going to do tomorrow? There's no, you're not detached. So he's saying real ibadah has to have zuhud. The heart has to be free. وَالزُّهْدُ كَذَلِكَ. And zuhud needs ibadah and ma'rifah. إِذْ لَا زُهْدَ إِلَّا بِمَعْرِفَةٍ وَلَا زُهْدَ إِلَّا بِعِبَادَةٍ وَإِلَّا عَادَ بَطَالًا. If it doesn't have, if your zuhud, detachment, like somebody is zahid, they say, I'm a zahid. Like the people who came on Hajj and they didn't have any provision, and Umar said, who are you? He said, نَحْنُ الْمُتَوَكِّلُونَ. You know, we're the people of tawakkul. He said, بَلْ أَنْتُمْ الْمُتَأَكِّلُونَ. You're the people looking for something to eat. You know, because if you don't bring provision, you're going to have to go to other people to get provision. Right? So somebody can be deluded into thinking that they're zahid and they're not really zahid. It becomes batala. It's just wasting your time, or unemployment, or like good for nothing, ne'er-do-well. Naam, man ghalaba alayhi al-amal fa'abid. Indeed, the one who is overwhelmed by amal is a abid. That's the abid. And the one who's overwhelmed by giving up, tark, is a zahid. And the one who is overwhelmed by looking at how Allah is acting in His creation. Tasrif al-haq fi khalqihi, fi kawnihi. That's the arif. They see the hand of Allah everywhere. They see Allah's tasrif. They see His qudra, His irada, His ilm. And that's, and he said, وَالْكُلُّ صُوفِيَّةٌ. All of them are the people of tasawwuf. Wallahu a'lam. And Allah knows best. So, Bismillah. So, اللفظ الدال بالوضع يدل على تمام ما وضع له بالمطابقة أو على جزئه بالتضمن إن كان له جزء أو وعلى ما يلازمه في الذهن بالالتزام. So he says, he calls this a vocable. I think a better translation for it in the English would be an enunciative term is one of the terms. That's Maritain's term. But it's basically a term. And a term, you have a word, you have a concept, you have a word, and you have a term. These are distinct. The concept is the tasawwur. The word is the kalima, and the term is the lafz dal. All right, now, the tasawwur, the concept is, this is fundamental to understanding. If you don't get the concept, you'll never understand this science. The concept is in your mind. It has wujud dhihni. It's a result of interacting with the creation. So you have wujud khariji, you have something that has palpable existence. In other words, palpable in that the senses can understand it. You can see it, you can touch it, you can smell it, you can taste it. From those, the sensory perception, you discover the world. So it's a discovery, right? The Muslim theologians, epistemologists argue that the world is knowable, that it's not an illusion like modern philosophy says, that we're not skeptical about knowledge of the world, that we can have knowledge of the world. We can be fooled, so we have to be vigilant, because the senses you can have a fever and think it's hot, and it's actually cold. In fact, one of the things, when people freeze to death, they often find them naked because they start feeling very hot, and they take off their clothes. So the senses can fool you. But that's why we have common sense. So if we're all in agreement about that it's hot in here, now there could be one person that says, no, I'm cold. And that could be physiological. There could be other things. But generally, there's a common sense that people share that enables them to communicate. And if we go outside and it's a clear day and everybody says, what a beautifully clear day, and somebody says it's raining, then we have to assume they're mad, or the sprinkler system's hitting them and they think it's raining, right? So that's the shared experience, and that enables us to communicate. So the concept is the tasawwur. And it has two components. The image, the imago of the thing, which is what you imagine. That's from your khayal. And mutakhayyal is what you think on. And then the tasawwur is the concept. Now the concept has five characteristics. The first characteristic is that it's a spiritual phenomenon. It's not material. It's not made of anything. It's not madda. It's literally a spiritual thing. And this is why you don't gain weight when you learn a new concept. Because it has no weight. It has no matter to it. And so your mind, what it perceives inside your mind is a spiritual thing. It's not a material thing. And that's why consciousness is a spiritual reality. It's not a material reality. One of the bizarre things about being human is that the older you get, right? As long as you get old, the only time you're reminded of it is when you have to actually exert yourself physically or you look in the mirror. Consciousness doesn't age. You'll feel the same way when you're 90 that you feel when you're 10. Because consciousness is it's the spiritual reality of the human being. Consciousness, your soul. One of the reasons why we need sleep is because the soul can't take too much of this. In fact, we know one of the ways they torture people is sleep deprivation. Because the soul, if it stays too long in this realm, in the material realm, it begins to get psychotic. It has to go back into the spiritual, into the malakut. It has to get out of the mulk. And that's why there's a lot of, that's called rahat al-nawm. Because the soul is going back. And one of the things about shayateen, when you meet a person that says, I only sleep an hour a night, watch out. قِيلُوا فَإِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ لَا يَقِيلُونَ. Take a nap, because shayateen don't nap. They don't need to go into that other, they can just stay here and it's all fine. So, the Prophet said, إِنِّي أَقُومُ وَأَنَامُ. I get up and I sleep. And also he said that Allah gives him a sustenance. So he got a spiritual, he was able to go into a spiritual state even when he was awake. That was similar. And that's why some of the arifin are described as hadir ghaib, present and absent at the same time. Not in a mind-controlled way like a lot of people are today. You know, sleepwalkers, all these somnambulant people out there. The lights are on, nobody's home. Right? So that's the first. The spiritual is the first. And then it's an abstraction. From Latin abstraho, to draw out. In Arabic, it's called tajrid, yujarridu. Tajrid means to make naked. So what you do when you abstract the concept, what you're doing is you're denuding it, literally to make it nude. So it's, in Arabic, the word for abstraction is denude, to denude something. Yujarriduhu an al-a'rab. You remove the properties and the accidents, and you get to the essence of the thing. When you look at people, humans, when we look at each other, all we're seeing is properties. We're not seeing essence. The essence is intuited. It's understood. That's why modern people deny essence. They say there's only properties. They deny essence. So abstraction is part of the nature of the concept. You're abstracting the universal from the particular. Universal means to see the one in many, or to turn to the one, or to turn the many into one. Universus. To turn the many into one. That's the abstraction. So it's tawhid. We're literally muwahidun by our nature. We're creating, we're always making things one. And then it has to have also the it has spirit, and then it has the abstraction, and then it has to have the necessary attributes. The essence is always looking at the necessary. So the essence of a triangle is the triangularity. It has to have the triangularity. If it doesn't have the triangularity, then it's not a triangle. So it's the necessary attributes you're looking at. You're not looking at these other attributes. You're always looking at the essence. And then it has to be universal. It's always a universal. A concept is always universal. It's never a particular. When you look at an individual, that's not a concept. The concept is the universal that you draw out of the individual. Right? That's what you're seeing there is the perception. Once you move away and turn away, that's when you have the concept. Right? It's the universal representation. So you see the individual, but the individual is a particularization of a universal. So any individual is always a particularization of a universal. Right? And then it's unchanging. So it's always the same. The concept does not change. Attributes change, essences don't change. Human nature, humans can change, but human nature never changes. That's why greed has been around. That's why the prophetic messages are all the same, because they're speaking to the universal truths. Humans will always be greedy. They'll always be selfish. They can overcome those things, but it's their nature. وَمَنْ يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. If you're protected from the shuh of your nature, the selfishness, those are the ones who have success. But you can't get rid of the selfishness. And that's why the transformation of those things becomes, once you realize that salvation is what you're here for, that's a selfish quest. قُوْ أَنفُسُكُمْ. So now you've transformed the selfish pursuit of desires to the higher pursuit of eternal self-preservation. So those are the attributes, the characteristics of the concept. Now when you move to the term is the articulation of the concept. But the term is in public domain. Concept is a subjective experience. right? And that's why we can have different concepts. We can conceptualize things differently. But the term is in public domain. The term differs from the word in that the term is not conventional. The language that it's expressed in is conventional. So if I use, for instance, if I say mahabba in Arabic, that's a word. The term is the ma'na of mahabba, which causes the tasawwur. All right? So it's a chain reaction. You say the word, the term is understood, the tasawwur happens. This is what's happening in your mind. And that's why we can use, if we speak different languages, we can use the same words, different words for the same term. So we can say amor, or we can say hub, or we can say caritas in Latin, or we can say agape in Greek. These are all different words for the same term. And the term is the ma'na that the tasawwur grasps. So what he's saying is that the term اللفظ الدال بالوضعي يدل على تمام ما وضع له بالمطابقة. So the term بالوضعي, whatever the conventional usage of it is what indicates the meaning. Either by correspondence, mutabaqa is that it actually corresponds completely with the thing. So if you understand the term insan, a correspondence of that would be your understanding rational animal. According to that definition, some people are going to reject these definitions. So you have to understand these are definitions that rational people have agreed on. Right? But not everybody. You have to understand, you're going to be confronted with people that don't accept it. I don't think humans are rational animals. I think they're totally irrational. And there's going to be people like that. But this is what our ulama said is, once you understand how you define, and we'll get to that when we get to the definitions. وَعَلَى جُزِهِ بِالتَّضَمُّنِ. All right, so also if it has a part, because some things don't have parts, but if it has a part by partial accord, and that which is inextricably bound to it in the mind by concomitance, iltizam. So he's going to give examples. For example, the term human indicates, or insan, indicates its entire meaning of a rational animal. That should be animal. Haywan natiq. By complete accord, so that's been mutabaqa, by correspondence. That's what corresponds. And one of them, either rational or creature, by tadammun. So you can have a partial, right? That's tadammun. So if I say animal, that includes humans, horses, donkeys, all those. Those are all included by tadammun. You see, when I say animal, I can see the particulars of that. You got it? Yeah. And then also the meaning receptive to knowledge and the skill of writing by iltizam. So humans, if I say man, by iltizam, in other words, by concomitance, it means somebody who's capable of writing, of learning to write, or learning to speak, or learn, right? And this is important because this is used a lot in language. When people speak, often they speak by iltizam. They might not express fully what they're saying, but you understand. It's implied in the words, right? That all people love truth. By iltizam, all rational people love truth, right? All good people love truth. Because there's people that hate the truth, right? There's people that love falsehood. There's people that use falsehood. Now, we get into the 5 universals. I'm not going to do definitions yet because we're going to do those. But he doesn't cover, we're going to quickly go through this. Hopefully this class will inspire you to study deeper especially for the students of knowledge. I mean, you're all students of knowledge, but those who are going to go on and study Islamic studies at a deeper level, you have to get a good grasp of this science to understand our classical tradition. These are called the maqulat al-ashar. These are the 10 categories. And by categories, I mean the Arabs call them maqulat. The categories, according to Aristotle, they're the genera. They're the highest. They're basically, they would be called postulates in geometry. They're the highest things that when we predicate, when we speak about things, ultimately it's these 10 categories are how we speak about things and how we talk about things. So the first one is the jawhar. The jawhar is substance, but when he's using this, what he means is the thing itself. So the human being, each one of us has a substance. We take up space. We have quantity and quality, and that substance, we have an idea in our tradition, which is that the Muslims have an atomic theory, which is unique to Islam. There were pre-Islamic atomic theories, Democritus and others. But the Muslims developed a very unique atomic theory because they believed that what they call the jawahir al-fard, these monads, which are not atoms in the modern sense, because atoms are divisible, but the monad is indivisible. وَالْعَالِمُ إِسْمُ مَا سِوَى دَيَّانِ مِنْ نُوعِي الْأَعْرَاضِ وَالْأَعْيَانِ. The world, this is Imam al-Maqari says, the world is a name, al-alam is a name for everything other than Allah. So when we say al-alam, it's what's other than Allah. He's Rabbul Alameen. From the two types, al-arad wal-a'yan. The arad is the accident. Ma yaqumu bi ghayrihi. It's what needs something else to exist. The jawhar is yaqumu bi nafsihi. Right? In reality, it's Allah, al-hayyul qayyum. Allah is enabling everything. But this is the breakdown. So the jawhar is what the accidents exist in. They can't exist without an essence. They have to have an essence. So that's the jawhar. Al-jawhar al-fard. وَلَمْ يُحَقِّقْ غَيْرَ دَيْنِ قِسْمُ وَكُلُّ مَا أُلِّفَ فَهُوَ الْجِسْمُ. And the ulama have not seen anything other than these two things in existence. The a'yan, the essences, and the a'rad. These are two things that exist. وَكُلُّ مَا أُلِّفَ فَهُوَ الْجِسْمُ. And everything that is composite is a body. So the body is made of substance. And that substance are these jawahir, which are on an on-off cycle. So they're being created and destroyed in every instant. And so that's the first category, the jawhar, what you're made up of, your substance. The second category is kam. This is the quantitative. So you have kam, and then you have kayf. So you have the quantitative and the qualitative. The quantitative is how much is there. So when you talk about something, you say there's two of them. So that's the quantity. There are 2 eggs. I bought 2 eggs. You could say they were white eggs. Now I'm talking about the quality. Color is a quality. Or you could say they were well-cooked eggs. Right? So that's quality. And then you have the aina. I bought the eggs at that store next to the masjid. There's the place. I bought them yesterday at 4 o'clock. There's the time. So you have the place and the time. And then you have the idafa, the relationship. So you say, for instance, so-and-so is the son of so-and-so. That's the relationship. Or the wall is 30 feet away from me. So that's a relationship. And I'm also, because it goes both ways, I'm 30 feet away from the wall. So it's relative. So relationship is relative. And then you have the wada', which is how you're placed. So it's your position. And then you have the milk, which is your property. So they also call it the lahu, what you have. So like he says, kathoban, ihaban intaqal, like a gown, what you're wearing. So yalbisu thawban, he's wearing a thawb. So that's his milk. And then you have the fi'al and the infi'al, the action and then the passion, what's being done to you. So what you're doing and what's being done to you. And though, if you think about it, you're going to be hard-pressed to find any other type of expression. And this is pretty exhaustive. So these are the 10. If you want them in Arabic, for those who want them in Arabic, this is like a mnemonic for memorizing them. And then he says, ثم اللفظ إما مفرد وهو الذي لا يراد بالجزء منه. So then a vocable that signifies meaning is either singular, mufrad, namely that which a part of it does not designate a part of its meaning, like human, or it is composite, mu'allaf, namely the opposite, such as one who casts stones. So you have he says singular, it's actually, you have incomplex or complex. That's the English technical vocabulary in logic. So one term is incomplex and the other is complex. So, because singular actually means something else in logic. This is a good translation, but there's a few just tweaks that I would do to it, and that's one of them. So there he's talking about you have a complex and an incomplex. So an incomplex is just simply a statement like Zayd, right? Zayd. And then you have like Rami al-Hijara. That's complex, one who casts stones, because you have the Rami and the Hijara. And then he's Rami al-Hijara. So it's not simple, it's compounded. والمفرد إما كلي وهو الذي لا يمنع نفس تصور مفهومه عن وقوع الشركة كالإنسان وإما جزئي وهو الذي يمنع نفس تصور مفهومه من ذلك كزيد. So this incomplex is either a universal, namely that which the very comprehension of the designated meaning does not prevent the occurrence of commonality. So, in other words, it can mean you're talking about all of these different things that share the same things. There's a universal aspect to it. But it's a simple understanding, like human. And then you have, so therein, by instantiation, like human, or a particular, namely that which the very comprehension of its designated meaning does not prevent that, like the proper name Zayd. So there is the juz'i. So you have the kulli and the juz'i. You have the universal, and then you have the particular, which is something like Zayd. So that's a particular example of the universal. And they can both be incomplex. والكلي إما ذاتي وهو الذي يدخل في حقيقة جزئياته كالحيوان بنسبة إلى الإنسان والفرس وإما عرضي وهو الذي يخالفه كالضاحك بنسبة إلى الإنسان. The universal is either essential, it's dhati, namely that which applies to the essence of its members, such as animal is hayawan, so it should be, yeah, hayawan is animal. Creature is makhluk. And animal is what they use in Western logic for that. In relation to human or horse. So when we say animal, we can mean by it a human or a horse. They're different things, but they share animality. All right, so that's a universal that has, you're talking about the essential nature of something. Or it could be accidental, which is aradi. Namely, its contrast, such as the one that laughs in relation to human. So when you talk about a human being, one of his descriptions is that he's risible. That's the term that they'll usually use in English books on logic. Risible. In other words, they have the ability to laugh. And so that's aradi. It's actually a khasa. It's a type of arad lazim. It's a accident, inseparable accident to the human. By quwwa, by potential, not by fi'l. Because in fi'l, it comes and goes. But as a potential, humans can laugh. Like if I told you a joke, let me think of a good joke. See, you all just laughed. I didn't have to tell a joke. Now, not everybody laughed. But the point is, you all had the potential to laugh. So that was bil quwwa. That's a arad lazim. It's a property of human beings. By comprehension, right? Not necessarily by extension. And this is an important distinction. The comprehension is the mafhum. So when we speak about humans, we comprehend humans. That's the mafhum. But the extension is what that mafhum applies to. So the mafhum are all of those things that are comprehended by human. And this is where we get into what's called the tree of Porphyry. So when we talk about human, the human being has what's called 5 notes. Because when we say human, we're talking about the first in the tree. Sometimes they put this the other way around, which makes more sense in terms of a tree. But in the first one, it has being, right? Being. That's the essential characteristic of all things. And there's 2 types of beings. What are they? No. Higher level. Okay, good. Yeah. Possible and necessary. Right? So you have being that is wajib al-wujud and being that is mumkin al-wujud. The ulama basically say that mustahil doesn't have being. There's a khilaf about that in Muslim metaphysics. Is Adam a thing or not a thing? Is non-existence a thing or is it not a thing? And this again gets to what we call meaning and reference. So you have meaning, it has a meaning, but it doesn't refer to anything. But it has a meaning. So you can conceptualize nothing, but you can't refer to anything that's nothing. So the next level, once being, now remember, God is not in the 10 categories. So just nix that from your mind. When we're talking about the 10 categories, we're talking about created things. So God, we don't talk about God as being a physical being. We don't believe that. In fact, Imam al-Bukhari has a chapter called The Permissibility of Saying Thing About God. Jawaz itlaq shay' ala Allah. The reason they permit it is because to say that God is la shay', nothing, is like kufr. But we know laysa kamithlihi shay'un. There is no thing like him. So nothing that you can point to is like Allah. So when we say that Allah is a thing, what we mean is He has wujud. But if you look at the etymological meaning of thing, sha'a yasha'u shay'an. The shay is what is willed into existence. Allah is the one willing things into existence. But He was not willed into existence by anything. So in that way, Allah is not the masdar of sha'a yasha'u shay'an. He's the fa'il of sha'a yasha'u. He's the one who wills things into existence. But we don't say He's nothing. That's what the mulhidun say. God is nothing. And they would say that it has a meaning, but it doesn't have a referent. It doesn't really refer to anything, you see. So when you look at the term has a comprehension and it has an extension. When you have a tasawwur, you understand something. One of the things that modern people do is, because of a type of political correctness, they remove comprehension, they include comprehension and extension, they conflate the two terms. So you can't make statements like men are more aggressive than women. But in terms of comprehension, that's a true statement. In terms of extension, it's not a true statement. Do you see the difference? In other words, extension, when I say men, meaning dhukur, male human beings, I'm talking about 3 billion men on the earth. When I say females, I'm talking about another 3 billion. When I say man, meaning both male and female, I'm talking about all 6 billion. So my comprehension of man includes male and female. And it extends to all 6 billion living human beings that are alive. I could also, if I want, extend it to all human beings that have ever existed, exist, and will exist. I can extend it in that way. That the purpose for man's existence is to know God. Now I'm referring man. That's the purpose of man as a creature. So, you have comprehension and extension. When I talk about comprehension, comprehension doesn't necessarily extend to all people. So for instance, Aristotle, at the opening of his book on metaphysics, he said, all men by their nature desire to know. He's talking about man's comprehension, not man's extension. Because some men apparently could care less about knowing. But he's saying it's human nature to desire that thing. And this is why little children are always asking, why? What? What is that? What is that? Why? What is that? Where did it come from? Because that's their nature, is to know. But that can be stamped out. They can lose that. But so by extension, that's not true. Some people lose that desire to know. But it is human nature to desire to know. It's human nature. So extension, when we say men are more aggressive than women, we're talking about the comprehension. Men have testosterone. Testosterone makes them aggressive. Women have oxytocin, that makes them more compassionate, less aggressive. I mean, a lot of the so-called glass ceiling, they're discovering in the West by their own social sciences that women just aren't as assertive by nature. Doesn't mean all women, but the comprehension of women is that they're not as assertive as men. And now people don't want to hear that today because they're trying to build societies on biological lies. This is all political correctness. And it's not a negative thing about women. They're trying to make women like men. When it's more or the other way around. That women are there to humanize men, to make them more like women, with compassion and mercy, and right? Because men become shayateen pretty easily. It's easier for a man to become a shaitan than a woman, just by pure biology. You give women testosterone shots and you look what happens. Seriously, plenty of studies about this. The aggressiveness, roid rage, steroids. You know, give them all these male steroids and they turn into monsters just like most men. You're a physician. Is that true? I'm appealing to authority now. It's a logical fallacy. Yeah. So does everybody have a... If you don't, let me know. Because don't feel dumb, or... People that get things slower tend to have them more permanently. So it's not necessarily stupidity. It's just by the time you get it, you really have it. Whereas other people, they get it really quick and then it's gone as quick as they got it. Uh-huh.
So would we be able to summarize by saying comprehension would be natural and extension is not natural? As in, comprehension comes to us naturally and extension is the example of political correctness.
No, all extension means is it's when you have a concept of something, if you comprehend it, all right, once you comprehend it, all the extension means is all of those things that comprehension refers to. It's all the individual things that go under that comprehension. So for instance, if I say horse, you comprehend by horse this four-legged creature. Now, that's a comprehension, not an extension, because there's three-legged horses. Do you see? So, but the comprehension of a horse is a four-legged creature. It has a mane. It has a tail, right? It has a certain height. If it doesn't, it's a pony. Do you see? That's the comprehension. And that's your tasawwur. You grasp the essence of a horse. So if you see a Clydesdale is very different from an Arabian, but it shares horseness. It has the essence of a horse. And that's why when you see a Clydesdale, you might say, God, that's the weirdest horse I've ever seen. But you understand that it's a horse. And the same is true for a camel. Like if you see a Bactrian camel, right, the comprehension of a camel does not include one or two humps. Those are accidents. They're khasa to that specific camel. But we know a Bactrian camel has all that hair, but it's still a camel. Even though it has two humps, it's a camel. But it's a different type of camel. The Arabian dromedary, what's called a dromedary, that's another type of camel. So when I talk about extension of camel, I'm talking about all those things that apply to that word, the comprehension of that word. All those things that exist. That's the extension. And that's why you can have a meaning, because you have extension, and it's also called intention with a S. I-N-T-E-N-S-I-O-N. So extension, intention. In the older books, when you get into medieval scholastic writing, that's the word that they use in Latin, I think. And so it's used in some of the logic books. They call it extension, intention. John Stuart Mill called it denotation and connotation. So the denotation would be the extension, and the connotation would be the comprehension. And then the other term which is important is the meaning and the reference. That's also another way of looking at it from a different perspective, because in that you can have something that has comprehension but it doesn't have extension, like a unicorn. A unicorn has comprehension, but it doesn't refer to anything real, so it doesn't have extension, unless you were saying literary unicorn, so there's a unicorn in this book, a unicorn in that book, in that way, but it doesn't have real extension. Uh-huh. Yeah, we can't talk about God in terms of place, time, you know, and even in relation, it's not we can't talk about him in relation in any real sense of that word. Like he's the khaliq and we're the makhluq. And in that way there is a type of nisbah, right? But it's...
Is there anything else which is outside the 10 category? And how do we understand the sentence, it's not because there is 10 cities, then there is no nomads?
Okay, good point. Yeah, in terms of, when you look at the tree here of periphery, in terms of being, the first question is it material or is it immaterial? If it's material, it has madda. If it's immaterial, it's spiritual. It doesn't have madda. So, for instance, the angels are immaterial. They're immaterial. And their light is not like physical light. But we know that they can take form. So they can enter into a type of appearance. And we can see them. Like Jibreel alayhi salam appeared to the Sahaba. We know that. That's the first question. Is it material or is it immaterial? But that's still in the realm of being. So like the jinn, the spirit world, which is real, and they exist alongside of us. And each human being has a qareen, right? So we know that the shayateen are there, they whisper, people empower them and disempower them based on their vigilance, their dhikr. I mean, people shouldn't get obsessed with them, but we know that the hadith of the two jinn that meet, the shayateen, one of them's skinny and tired, exhausted, and the other one's really fat and strong. And the fat one says, "What's wrong with you?" And the skinny one says, "I have a horrible assignment. When he eats, he remembers Allah, I don't get any food. When he goes to sleep, he remembers Allah, I don't get any sleep." So by being vigilant, you wear the qareen out, right? And by being in ghafla, you empower the qareen. And the Prophet said that everyone has one. He said, "Illa an Allah a'anani ala qarini fa aslama." So he became Muslim, the Prophet's qareen. The next one is it organic or inorganic? In other words, is it living or is it inanimate or animate? So like a rock goes under that category. A rock has material being, but it's inorganic. Whereas an animal or a plant is organic, right? If you studied organic chemistry. So the next one is it sentient or is it non-sentient? Now, again, some of this stuff breaks down a little bit. There's arguments that plants have some type of sentience. And there's certainly hadiths that would indicate that also. But generally, harakan mutanatti'un. At a most basic level, we eat vegetables. You're not, please tomato, forgive me for cutting you. We don't have to do that, right? Because it's considered non-sentient. It's not feeling. But we know the Prophet, the palm tree, that's mutawatir hadith. The palm tree moaned and that was a palm tree that wasn't even, it had already been cut. And then you have non-rational, which are the brutes, right? And then you have rational. So these are the notes. Now, it's an inverse relationship. The greater the extension, the less the comprehension. The greater the comprehension, the less the extension. In other words, each time you add a note, it applies to less numbers. So if you look at that first one, being, that's pretty much everything that's in existence. So it has the greatest extension. You go to the next one, material, right? That has less extension than the one before it because it doesn't include immaterial beings, spiritual beings. And then you go to organic, inorganic again. And then you go to sentient, non-sentient. So as the comprehension increases, the extension decreases. By the time you get to men, I mean, when we talk about animals, you're talking about billions of creatures out there, insects and all these different creatures. By the time you get to human, you're only talking about 6 billion. So the greater the comprehension, the less the extension. The greater the extension, the less the comprehension. Unfortunately, this becomes important down the road as you get into logic, because there are fallacies that are based on not understanding this distinction. That's why it is important. And in a lot of debates, people don't realize that, you know, you can call them on that and say, look, you're not talking about what that term extends to. You're talking about what it means. I mean, these are, that's why it's a useful piece of information to know. Now, when you get into terms also, are we almost? Okay. When we get into terms, what are the 3 acts of the mind? Understanding, judgment, and reasoning. What's the technical term for understanding? Concept, right? And then the articulated concept is a term. What's the technical term for judgment? Proposition. And then the technical term for reasoning is argument or syllogism. So these are the 3 acts of the mind. They answer 3 questions. What? Whether? And why? Those are 3 questions. 3 W's, like World Wide Web, www. What, whether, why? The first question, what is it? Understanding. I need to know what it is. That's the first question. What is it? So you say, I had this amazing fruit today. It's called kiwi. Because this Australian guy brought me the fruit. I'd never had one before. So you say, what is it? And then you try to describe, well, it's a fruit. There's the genus. But what's its khasa? What's its fasal? What's its accident? That's when we start describing it. We get into its definition. All right? So that's what the first question is. That's about what? Now, the first question does not have to do with true or false. Has nothing to do with true or false. It has to do with ambiguous or unambiguous. Clear or unclear. So when you use a term, it's either used ambiguously or unambiguously. If I say, for instance, he's a good Muslim riding a good horse on a good journey. I've used the word good 3 times. When I say he's a good Muslim, am I using that in the same way that I say he has a good horse? It can't be. And when I say he's on a good journey, I don't mean that in the same way that good. So that term, good, is a very ambiguous term. It can be used for a lot of different things. When I say he's a good Muslim, I probably mean he's pious and dutiful. He's salih, he's upright. When I say he has a good horse, it's well trained. It's fast, it's strong, it has endurance. And then he's on a good journey. He could be going to Hajj, so there's a good religious journey. He could be going to China to make money, so there's a halal livelihood journey. He could be going to visit his grandmother, so there's silat al-rahim. So when we speak, one of the major problems in speaking is ambiguity. And this is where most problems occur, right? I mean, there's other reasons, like the 2 monks. This is a true story. There's 2 monks, and they lived together 20 years. They never once had an argument. 20 years, never had an argument. So one of the monks said to the other one, they lived in the same cell. They were in a monastery in Sinai. One of the monks said to the other one, let's have an argument just one time. You know, just see what it's like. So the other one said, well, what should we argue about? He said, well, okay, let's see this brick. And he places a brick between the two of them. He said, I'm going to say the brick's mine. And then you say, no, it's mine. He said, okay. So he said, that brick's mine. And the other one said, no, it's not, it's mine. He said, no, it's mine. And the other one said, really? He said, yes. He said, then you can have it. End of the argument, right? So that's another reason for fighting, is over possession and property and what I think is mine and what you think is yours, right? But the brick was understood, the terms were understood, so there was a different reason. But many arguments are over ambiguity in terms, what you mean. Like right now, you see, for instance, in Egypt, they don't want to use the term coup, because that's a loaded term. Because, for instance, when you have a coup d'etat, the Western, they're supposed to condemn those, because you're overriding democratic process. And you're supposed to cut off relationships with them, right? Like they did with Mauritania when they had the coup in Mauritania, right? But Egypt, it's a little too important. It's not like Mauritania. So we can say, oh, the will of the people has been observed. So suddenly a coup becomes the will of the people. Do you see the leisure domain? This is the slight-handedness of terminology. So coup becomes will of the people. Will of the people is what democracy is. When is a coup a democratic event? Do you see? So here's where you're seeing the manipulation of words. And people, unfortunately, because they're not trained in this type of stuff, they get caught up in these things. Not everybody, but a lot of people. They're not aware. And you'll find that a lot, ambiguity. So the terms can be ambiguous or unambiguous. And then they can be clear and unclear. Right? So you can have an ambiguous term. Like, you could have clear and unclear. So quasar, if I'm talking about physics, and I talk about a neutrino, that's an unambiguous term to a physicist, but it's not a clear term to somebody who's not a physicist. So if I'm talking in a debate or something like that, and it's a general audience, I can't use unclear terms. I have to use unambiguous and clear terms, right? In order for my communication to be most effective. It shouldn't be vague either. So a vague term is also, if I use a word like tall, tall is unambiguous, it's clear, but it's vague. Tall in relation to what? How tall? It's not a precise term. So you have vague terms and precise terms. And then you also have abstract terms and concrete terms. So when I speak about liberty, that's an abstract term. But when I speak about the Pentagon, that's a concrete term. I'm talking about a physical building that actually exists. I can use it in an abstract way. So concrete terms can be used abstractly, but generally, you know, the Pentagon of power, right? I can use it as an abstraction. So, and then you can use it literal or metaphorical. These are all problems when we communicate. There are verses in the Quran that people will argue that they're literal, and others will argue, no, they're metaphorical. But these are problems of language. And that's why rhetoric is a sister science to logic. They tend to go together. They're very important, both of them. And then grammar also. You also have collective terms and divisive terms. Like you have a term like an army. You can't say John is an army unless you're using that metaphorically. That's metaphorical. But when I talk about army, that's a collective term. It's not a divisive term. But whereas when I talk about a soldier's in an army, but it's not a collective term. All right? So these are all ways that we use terms. They're used in many, many different ways in language. And so understanding these things, the reason these things are so important with revelation, you don't need to know this stuff to communicate, to go down into the souk and say, listen, I need 3 tomatoes. You're using quantity. And if you want ripe tomatoes, you're using quality. So when you talk to the guy, you're talking in using categories. You don't have to know those categories to communicate with them, right? You don't have to know when we use terms. You don't have to know that you're being clear or unclear, or ambiguous or vague, whether you're using a concrete or abstract noun, all these things. But when you get into revelation, you're dealing with a very dangerous subject, because if you don't understand what the revelation is saying, it can be misused. And this is why our scholars exhausted these language studies to protect people from abusing the words used in Revelation that are sometimes ambiguous. Sometimes they're ambiguous. Sometimes the ulama differed on what they meant, because also you have univocal, equivocal. You have terms that can mean only one thing, and then terms that are equivocal. Or analogical terms. So you can use them analogically. So for instance, qur in the Quran is an equivocal term. It could mean the time between periods or the time of the period. Abu Hanifa said it meant the time. Hanafis. It means the time of the period. The Malikis and the Shafi'is said it means the time between the periods. That'll differ on the iddah. But there's no answer to that. And then words are used ambiguously. For instance, Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu, when the Prophet ﷺ, he woke up one morning and he said to Aisha, and it's at duha time, right? He took a nap after Fajr, and he woke up. And then he said, is there any food in the house? And she said, no. And he said, Inni sa'im, I'm fasting. Abu Hanifa said, that means that you can decide to fast after the sun, after Fajr, after dawn. Imam Shafi'i, Imam Malik said no. Imam Malik said no, because there's a hadith that says, La siyama liman lam yubayyit an-niyya. There's no fasting for the one that didn't go to sleep before dawn with that intention to fast. Abu Hanifa knew that hadith. He said, that's for fard. This is for nafila. So that was his position, because the language is not... Imam Malik said, you're interpreting that to be you're interpreting a dalala lughawiyya for a dalala shar'iyya. When the Prophet said, Inni sa'im, he was just saying, mumsikun ala ta'am. I guess we're not eating. He wasn't saying, I'm fasting. He was saying, I'm not eating. Because in Arabic, sa'im means the one who's not eating. So he was saying his dalala there was not shar'iyya, it was lughawiyya, wada'iyya. And this is why you have difference of opinion amongst the ulama, because this is how they're analyzing. They're going into the depths of meaning. And if you don't have these tools to do it, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. The Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith, Man atba' Ramadan sittan min Shawwal, فَكَأَنَّمَا صَامَ الدَّهْرُ كُلُّهُ. Whoever follows up Ramadan with 6 days from Shawwal, min Shawwal, it's as if he's fasted all year. Right? Because 30 days for Ramadan, 10 times 30, 300, and then 6, 10 times 6, 60, 360. It's like you fasted the whole year. Imam Shafi'i said that min is a partitive. It's called min tabaid. So it means the min, akeltu min al-khubz. I ate from the bread. So I'm talking about the whole, I took a part of it. Imam Malik said, no, that min is min al-ibtida. It's the min of initiation. Ataytu min Makkata. came from Mecca. There's also min al-bayan, wa nunazzilu min al-Qur'an. It doesn't mean part of the Quran. يُبَيِّنُ أَنَّهُ al-Quran. So it's bayan. That's min al-bayan. There's different types of min. And language by its very nature is ambiguous. Most language is not precise. That's why the modern world loves mathematics, because they don't like to deal with ambiguities. They don't like to deal with the impreciseness. It's an age of quantity. It's not an age of quality. Quality is more subtle. Quantity, it's not subtle. So, okay. So let me go into the 5, and then we'll open up the question. Let's go into the 5. So, إما مقول في جواب ما هو بحسب الشركة المحضة كالحيوان بنسبة إلى الإنسان والفرس وهو الجنس. So that's called jins, the genus. ويرسم أنه كلي مقول على كثيرين مختلفين بالحقائق في جواب ما هو. So, what is said in response to the question, what is it, based solely on the shared members, such as animal in relation to human or horse, this is termed the genus. That's called jins. It can be described as a universal that is set in response to what is it, yet refers to many members that differ in their essential realities. All right? So, when we talk about genus, we're talking about a term that many things share that term. There's something they all share in common, but they're actually different. That's the genus. These are called the predicables. And these are also very important because when we get into definitions, you have to understand these. And then he says, وَإِمَّا مَقُولٌ فِي جَوَابِ مَا هُوَ بِحَسَبِ الشَّرِكَةِ وَالْخُصُوصِيَّةِ مَعًا كَالْإِنسَانِ بِنِسْبَةِ إِلَى زَيْدٍ وَعَمْرٍ وَهُوَ النوع ويرسم بأنه كلي مقول على كثيرين مختلفين بالعدد دون الحقيقة في جواب ما هو. And then the second is called the species, or what is said in response to what is it, based on both shared members as well as the specificity, so the khasa, such as human in relation to Zayd and Amr. This is termed the species, nu'. So you have the jins and the nu'. You have the genus and the species. This is logic, not biology, so don't get them confused. All right? So you have the genus and the species. It can be described as a universal that is said to respond in response to what is it, and that refers to many members that differ in number, not in their essential reality. So they differ in number, but they share the fasl. This is the third one. So, وإما غير مقول في جواب ما هو بل مقول في جواب أي شيء هو في ذاته وهو الذي يميز شيئا عما يشاركه في الجنس كالناطق بالنسبة إلى الإنسان وهو الفصل ويرسم بأنه كلي يقال على الشيء في جواب أي شيء هو في ذاته. So the jins, you just say what is it? It's an animal. So a lot of things share that quality. But then you say, what type of an animal is a human? Now you've got the species. But what makes the human different from other animals? That's called the fasl. So that's the difference. So a lot of things share that quality. But then you say, what type of an animal is a human? Now you've got the species. But what makes the human different from other animals? That's called the fasl. So that's the difference. It's called differentia or difference. The fasl is what yafsiruhu an ghayrihi min jinsihi. So it differentiates it from others in the same genus. So when we talk about the human, what makes us different from all the other animals? We have the ability to abstract. And as far as we know, no other animals are doing that. And that's our rationality. Because by abstraction we understand. By understanding we can judge. By judging we can argue and reason. And this is what makes us unique as a species. So this is what defines us. So you have the genus, the species, the difference, and then the last two, وَأَمَّا الْعَرَضِي, and as for the accidentals, فإما أن يمتنع انفكاكه عن الماهية وهو العرض اللازم أو لا يمتنع وهو العرض المفارق. So you have an inseparable accident. So as for the accidental universal, the aradi, it is either that which cannot be separated from its essential reality, namely the inseparable accident, arad lazim, or that which can be separated, namely the separable accident, which is aradun mufariq. So you have a separable and inseparable. When you look at, you can have a triangle, the inseparable, what's called the khasa, is that the sum of its angles equal 180. That's not the fasl. It's not what differentiates it from other polygons. Essentially, what essentially differentiates it is triangularity. But that the khasa is something that flows from the essence. It's inseparable from the essence, but it's not the essential thing that makes it different from other things. The fasl. All right. Anyway, so we'll stop there, and if anybody has any questions. So we'll start with definition tomorrow, inshallah, this is important. So those of you who know, who talk with others about this, if you need some explanations, I know it's abstract. It takes a little time to get, but it's not that difficult. All right, but if you're having a hard time, it's very natural. So don't worry about that. All right. And it takes, like I said, the story I told, the teacher had to teach it 3 times. I mean, generally you have to go over it before it really starts sinking in, because it's something you're doing intuitively, and this is learning what you're doing. But you are doing this. You're practicing logic all the time. These are just ways of understanding what you do naturally. Did the jinn have the same responsibilities of abstraction as humans? Capabilities of abstraction. Well, again, there are certain people that appear, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls them asum al-bukmu, the deaf and dumb. And he says that they're not using their intellects. So it appears that some people are really not, they seem to be almost incapable of doing it at a level that's going to take them to the truth. But the jinn, as far as we know, have free will because of who their progenitor is. They tend to be more in rebellion than not. Humans tend to, feel remorse, thank God. I mean, most people don't like to do evil. They feel bad about it. There are shayateen al-ins, but most humans, because our father felt remorse, even though his them was nisyan, according to our scholars. It was forgetfulness. But nonetheless, he felt nadama and asked forgiveness. So humans tend to have that capacity to a greater extent than the jinn. But there are good jinn. There are believing jinn. And they have free will to believe. So the disobedience of Iblis is not the kufr of ilhad. He believes in God, but his disobedience is ma'asiyah. It's like blatant, gross disobedience. And that's not like, trust me, if, you know, most people, unless you're Hunter S. Thompson or something, most people, if they see a policeman, they slow down. Right? Because they're in the presence of authority and they don't want to get in trouble. Iblis just threw that one off, you know. So that's, trust me, a cop will get really angry at you if you don't slow down. Because you're just basically dismissing his authority, right? So you notice, like, you're driving down the road and suddenly all the red lights on the back of the people's cars, you know there's a cop ahead. Because everybody slows down at the same time. So I know somebody who just kept zooming past. The cop pulled him over. He said, "Why didn't you slow down like everybody else?" He said, "I felt like such a hypocrite." So he let him off. Probably never heard that one before. It was a Muslim too, you know. What's the difference between inseparable accident and differentia? Well, like I said, the difference is the fasl. It's what makes it unique in its essential difference from other things in its genus. So with a human being, an inseparable accident would be the potential to laugh. That's an inseparable accident to the human being. But it's not a fasl. It doesn't make the human uniquely human. As far as we know, other animals aren't laughing. I mean, we don't think, you know, the cows are sitting around chewing the cud and telling jokes, unless you're Larson, right, the guy that writes The Far Side. Yeah, so you use triangularity in your example, but I thought triangularity was 180-degree angles and 3 sides. Well, that is, but you don't have to know that the sum of those angles is 180 degrees to understand a triangle. You know, there are lots of people that know what a triangle is, and they don't know that it equals 180 degrees, whether it's a scalene or a isosceles. Right? Or equilateral. They don't know that unless you study geometry or something. So to get the essence of a triangle, you don't need to know that. But it is a khasa. It's something that is part of the essence of a triangle, but it's not indicative of the essence. And in that way, it's inseparable from a triangle. Whereas whether it's a big triangle, a little triangle, a red triangle, those are all separable accidents.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
I'm not sure if this is an illogical question, so feel free to just tell me if it is.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, you mentioned consensus. How Islamically do we define a consensus?
Ijma'.
And, sorry.
Like in usul?
I mean, in terms of, like, do we have a majority and by what scale? And do we differentiate what we mean by consensus in terms of terms and universals? Is there like a difference?
Yeah. Ijma' it's a term. It's linguistically pretty unambiguous because it means to agree upon something. Consensus. But there's different types of ijma'at. You have ijma' al-sahaba. So this is the division of the term. We didn't get into that, but terms have divisions, just like you have divisions of glass. You have different types of glass. So there are different types of ijma'. You have, in Imam Malik's madhab, you have the ijma' of Ahl al-Madinah, which Imam Shafi'i, Imam Abu Hanifa, and Imam Ahmad, that's not a consideration with them, except for a few things. So, but when we talk about the ijma', it's what the ummah has agreed upon, the ulama, the mujtahidun of the ummah have agreed upon in any given time. Some of the ulama argue that it's not possible to have ijma'. And then you have what's called ijma' as-sukuti, which is the silent consensus, so nobody spoke up in opposition. But then they argue that not everybody knew about it because they didn't have the type of communication that we have today. So generally, a better term is the jamhur. The jamhur is when the four imams agree on something. So that's a stronger. Jamhur just means the majority. So like the four imams agreed that saying talaq 3 times, the four madhabs all agree that it's mulzim. You know, if you say it at once and you intended 3 separate ones, it's talaq bid'i. It's not a Sunni talaq, but it's binding on. Now some of the scholars today say it's not ijma', and they've given fatwas from other, like Ibn Taymiyyah didn't agree with that. So some of the modern scholars have broken with the consensus of the 4 madhabs. You know, these are debates, modern debates in Islamic law. Is that clear?
Assalamu alaikum. At the beginning, you talked about essence.
Yeah.
I think Aristotle defined essence as what it is to be.
Yeah.
So does that mean things can lose essence? And
No.
what does it mean Islamically, like essence? What's the terminology?
Yeah. I mean, that of a thing, dhatu shay, is what it is. Mahiyatuhu, mahiya, what it is. And the law of identity, a thing is what it is. The law of contradiction is it either is or it isn't. And that's the tasdeeq, the judgment. So you ask what, that is understanding. You ask whether, that's whether it is or it isn't. So it's either affirmation or negation, sadab or mujib. And then why is the reasoning behind, like, why it is. So for instance, does the world exist or doesn't? What is the world? Okay, so we can all agree that the world is the universe. Are there other universes? We don't know. Multiverse theory is a popular theory now because there's kind of this idea that it'll help explain why this universe exists. Because if this is all there is, then they have a lot of problems in cosmology. Like, where did it come from? How did it get here? So if we agree the world is, you know, the universe, so what is it? Well, it's all the things. We have its comprehension and its extension. Right? So it's comprehension, the universe, you have to understand what that term means. Its extension, it extends to all those things that are palpable and exist in this known world. Right? And then you have whether it is or it isn't. Now there are some people that argue that this is an illusion. It's Maya. You just think it exists. It's all in your head. And your head doesn't even exist. Right? There's people that will argue that. Descartes, you know, he started radical skepticism, and then he just came to the conclusion, well, the only thing I know that is that I'm thinking. And I must be here to be thinking. So my thinking gives me the reality of my existence. The Muslims would call that madness. Because they would argue that, you know, this is real. It has a realness to it. It's a type of reality. But it's one level. It's a martaba of wujud. It's one type of wujud. And then why? That's the big question. And that's the question science deals mostly with mahiyya, right? It deals with the first question and the second question. It doesn't deal with the third question because it doesn't really answer why. It can answer how. It can make arguments about how. But to ask why is there something rather than nothing? That's a big question. Why is there something rather than nothing? Where did it come from? Why is it here? Why are we here? What should we be doing while we're here? These are difficult questions. But for those who accept prophets, the prophets have access to a level Why is there something rather than nothing? Where did it come from? Why is it here? Why are we here? What should we be doing while we're here? These are difficult questions. But for those who accept prophets, the prophets have access to a level of understanding that normal human beings don't have, because they're open. Revelation enables them to know things that can't really be known by intellectual pursuits or rational pursuits. So, for instance, there seems to be evidence for the jinn. I mean, I think it's arguable that's a rational belief, because there are a lot of very weird things that happen, and many people have had experiences of jinn. Many, many people all over the world. But because scientists can't actually find them and analyze them, they don't believe in them. But many, many people around the world believe in jinn because they've experienced them. And there seems to be an immense amount of evidence. I would argue that there's more evidence for demons. You know, in fact, I find it really hard to believe why people don't believe in devils. Because there are clearly demonic people doing demonic things. And the Prophet said, shayateen wal ins, that they're worse than the shayateen of jinn. And so there are human demons. They just have no moral compunction. They have no regret or remorse for what they do. They're called sociopaths by, you know, psychiatrists and psychologists. But sociopath is just a word for a human demon. Shaitan. So, you know, those are all reasonable questions. And the prophets, you know, unfortunately, I mean, Islam is a very reasonable religion, but it's been presented in a very unreasonable way. And I mean, I had an Arab friend of mine who used to say, it's the best case with the worst lawyers. So, you know, and then we have a Turath. I mean, I'm not a modernist, and I'm very much committed to tradition, Turath. But it's not like the tradition doesn't have a lot of stuff that needs to be swept aside. So it's just who's going to do it, and what are the skill sets needed in order to do it. But there's a lot of things in our books that need to be critically looked at. But you need the tools to do that, and it's not easy. So, and then the people that tend to do that tend to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? They just dump the whole thing. So, and then the ulama, they got some things right and they got other things wrong. They're not ma'soom, unless they're a prophet. They made mistakes, but most of them had a hifz from Allah, the mahfudun. But some of the ulama, even some of the greatest ulama, you know, you'll read things in the books and it's just, you know, in that area they might have been people of their time rather than people of every time. Because you have, you know, I mean, I think one of the big challenges of Muslims in our time is to be able to identify what I would term, it's not a term that nominalists or, you know, modern people like very much in academia and things, but what I would call, you know, transhistorical Islam, the Islam that transcends time and place, the Islam that's, you know, when we talk about it, Islamu salihun li kulli zamanin wa makan, you know, it's something that is sound for every time and place. Well, that Islam is the universal Islam. There's also particular Islams. In other words, they're not essential to the teaching. They're particularized versions of Islam that emerged in times and places. And some of those have to do with misogynistic tendencies of certain peoples in certain times and places. Some have to do with elaborate patriarchal models that exist in certain times and places. You know, these are realities that that Muslims need to think critically about. But like I said, who's going to do the thinking, and what are the tools needed in order to do the thinking? I mean, that's the challenge of really trying to restore this tradition of training that is necessary to be reflective and to be critical, because critical thinking is the highest level. In reading, you have coming to terms with authors, understanding what the terms they're using and how they're using them, and then understanding their propositions, and then understanding their arguments. Once you understand those three things, you can be critical. But if you don't understand those three things, you're just making a fool of yourself. And a lot of people read books and they don't know the terms, they don't know the propositions, they can't identify the arguments of the author, and then they can't identify why those arguments are fallacious if they are, or why they're not if they aren't. So these are critical skills needed for any literate civilization. If you want to be primitives, that is a way of being in the world, but it's not a way that's easily acquired. It's something that is transmitted over generations, and most Aboriginal peoples have lost those tools. Mauritania is one of the rare examples of a literate Aboriginal people. Rare in human history. It's one of the few places in human history where you had people living Aboriginal lifestyles with a high level of literacy. Amazing. It's unique to the Islamic civilization as far as I can tell. I don't think any other civilization had literate Aboriginal peoples, as far as I know. And, I have a lot of admiration for Aboriginal peoples. And I don't think this is the only way to be in the world. There's a lot of illiterate people that are very close to Allah, and in some ways closer than a lot of literate people. So, but if we're going to take Revelation seriously, if we're going to take the book seriously, if we're going to take Iqra seriously, these are the tools that our ummah developed to make sure we didn't go astray in doing that. That's as simple as that. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. نوينا تعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم، ودعاء للهدى والدلالة على الخير، ابتغاء وجه الله مرضاته وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى. الحمد لله. The next qaida is the 11th qaida, in which he says, Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, لكل شيء أهل ووجه ومحل وحقيقة، وأهلية التصوف لذي توجه صادق أو عارف محقق أو محب مصدق أو طالب منصف أو عالم تقيده الحقائق أو فقيه تقيده الاتساعات، لا متحامل بالجهل أو مستظهر بالدعوة أو مجازف في النظر أو عمي غبي أو طالب معرض أو مصمم على التقليد أكابر من عرف في الجملة، والله أعلم. So he says everything has a people, a design or an intention, a place and a reality. And the ahliyah of tasawwuf, the appropriateness of Sufism, in other words, it's appropriate for someone who has sincere intention, or is an arif muhaqqiq, somebody who has ma'rifah and they're realized in their knowledge of God, or a asserting lover, a lover who, a trusting lover, or an unbiased seeker, somebody who's not going to get caught up in
a lot of the pitfalls that go with tasawwuf traditionally. My sheikh is bigger than your sheikh. That type of attitude. Or a scholar who his constraint is in these realities. In other words, his ilm will prevent him from going into dangers. Or فقيه تقيده اتساعات, or a faqih who is constrained by all of the loopholes in fiqh. Because some people, if they learn a lot of fiqh, they can really make things easy for themselves. So he's saying it's a faqih who's not going to use his fiqh knowledge to get out of his duties. لا متحامل بالجهل, and not somebody who inclines towards ignorance, somebody who has a partiality towards ignorance, or someone who is making claims. Because tasawwuf, some of the people who take the path of tasawwuf, they make claims, or they make claims about themselves or about their teachers, and it's not a path of claims, it's actually a path of self-effacement, which doesn't mean there aren't some of the greats in the past who did declare certain things, and they did that in the same way that the Prophet ﷺ said certain things like "Ana Sayyidu waldi Adam wala fakhar." I am the Sayyid of the children of Adam, and I'm not boasting. Like, he was commanded to say that, so he wasn't saying it out of pride or somebody who's mujazif and nadar, somebody who is they're not cautious in their investigations. In what they're doing, they're risking things because the affair has dangers inherent in it, and so it's somebody who's not cautious in that way about what they're looking into. Or for a common stupid person, I mean, that's literally what he says. Ammi ghabi. Ghabawa is stupidity, and stupidity is a real thing in the world. It's not. The ulama never shied away from that word. It's not really a politically correct word anymore, but there are fools, and there are people that just don't get it, and this is definitely not for them, tasawwuf, because it's easily misinterpreted and misunderstood. Aw talibun mu'rid, or a seeker who's not serious about what he's seeking, so he's a dabbler. أو مصمم على تقليد أكابر من عرف في الجملة, or somebody who is just dedicated to blind imitation of the greats in just the general things about them. And the thing about the greats is that you have to see what they did to get where they got to. They abandoned books. The greats almost always towards the end of their life, they abandon their books. But that's not, if somebody says, oh, well, he gave up his books, so why should I waste my time? You can't get there without the learning. And so to say, oh, I'm not, because he said, like Imam al-Ghazali, if you read Ayyuha al-Walad, he's like saying, why are you learning all this knowledge? Why are you doing? So if somebody reads that and says, oh, well, look, there he says, the Imam says, why are you doing that? What he's doing is he's warning him to make sure your niyyah is right. And he admits himself that when he was starting out, his intention was not right. He said, تَعْلَمْتُ الْعِلْمَ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ فَأَبَى الْعِلْمُ إِلَّا أَنْ يَكُونَ لِلَّهِ. I sought knowledge for other than the sake of Allah, but the knowledge refused to be other than for the sake of Allah. So initially, his intention was for other things, but as time passed, he was purified in the process. So that's what he's saying. So you can have a blind imitation and not have an understanding of why they say things, why they do things, It's attributed to Shaykh Abdul Qadir that he said people that see me at the end of my path would go astray by it. You know, in other words, if you see somebody at the end when they've achieved everything and you didn't see how they got there. So you get deluded in thinking that there's no effort to put into it. It's just something that descends from on high on somebody. It's not like that. And then he says, شرف الشيء إما أن يكون بذاته فيتجرد طلبه لذاته وإما أن يكون لمنفعته فيطلب من حيث يتوصل منه إليها به وإما أن يكون لمتعلقه فيكون الفائدة في الوصل بمتعلقه فمن ثم قيل علم بلا عمل وسيلة بلا غاية وعمل بلا علم جناية والعقل أفضل من علم به والعقل أفضل من علم به probably والعلم به تعالى أفضل العلوم لأنه أجل العلوم وعلم يراد لذاته أفضل لكون خاصيته في ذاته كعلم الهيبة والأنس ونحو ذلك فمن لم يظهر له نتيجة علمه في عمله فعلمه عليه لا له وربما شهد بخروجه منه إن كان علمه مشروطا بعمله ولو في باب كماله فافهم وتأمل ذلك. So he says that the honor of something, its honor, is either in its essence, إِمَّا يَكُونُ بِذَاتِهِ. So the honor is in the essence of the thing itself. So فَيُتَجَرُّدُ طَلَبُهُ لِذَاتِهِ. So the only reason you seek it is for itself. وَإِمَّا يَكُونُ لِمَنْفَعَتِهِ. Or it's because of some benefit derived in it, from it. And for that reason it would be sought as a means through which you get to something else. In other words, the manfa'a, the benefit. وإما أن يكون لمتعلقه فيكون الفائدة في الوصرة بمتعلقه. Or it's because of what it's connected to. And so the benefit itself is in connecting to that thing. And for that reason it's been said that knowledge without action is a means without an end. Knowledge without action is a means without an end. Because knowledge, like you're studying logic, not as an end. It's not an end. It's a means to protect your mind from common errors and mistakes. That people make in reasoning or in understanding or in making judgments. So then he says, and action without knowledge is criminal. You know, you have like activists that don't have knowledge. You have people that are acting in the world, but they don't have knowledge. And that's why Imam al-Bukhari, one of the chapters of his book, the Sahih collection, Jami' al-Bukhari, is that it's called Bab al-Ilm قبل القول والعمل, the chapter of knowledge before either speaking or doing anything. Huh? If people would actually learn before they speak, or if they would learn before they act, that would eliminate most of the problems that we have in the world. Because people want political power and they don't want to purify themselves, despite the fact that political power is one of the most corrupting forms of power. So they go into it, oh no, I'm not gonna succumb to what others have succumbed. Right? Because they have no knowledge, they have no real knowledge. Or they want political power without really understanding what political science entails, what siyasa is. So you have people that get into power and then they don't know what to do with their power. So knowledge is the foundation. That's why Umar ibn al-Khattab said, تَفَقَّهُ قَبْلَ أَن تُسَوَّدُوا. Learn fiqh before you get into power. Because once you get into power, it's difficult to humble yourself and have to ask the faqih, come tell me, what should I do? So he's saying, you better learn it before, because he knew the nature of power. Once you get into power, you have jah. You have this stature. And it's difficult to relinquish that. And the intellect is better than just knowing about it. Or it's the best thing that one understands with or knows. Because you can know things at a very informational level, but you don't really understand them. So you can have knowledge about something like fiqh. The Prophet ﷺ said sometimes you have a faqih, sometimes you have somebody who knows fiqh but he's not a faqih. So they know the rules, they've memorized the rules, but they don't have the real understanding to know when those rules don't apply. Because sometimes the rules don't apply. So that's why intellect is so important, and tahdhibul aql is very important, to refine the intellect, and so that it وَعِلْمٌ يُرَادُ لِذَاتِهِ أَفْضَلُ. A knowledge, and then he says, وَالْعِلْمُ بِهِ تَعَالَى أَفْضَلُ الْعُلُومِ. The knowledge of God is the most virtuous of all knowledges, because it's the most exalted. And وَعِلْمٌ يُرَادُ لِذَاتِهِ أَفْضَلُ. And a knowledge that is desired for its own sake is higher than a knowledge that's simply desired as a means. لِيَكُنْ خَاصِيَتُهُ فِي ذَاتِهِ. Because that the khasiyah, what makes it unique, right? We did those 5 predicables. The khasa, that property that makes it unique, is essential to it. كَعِلْمَ الْهَيْبَةِ وَالْأُنْسِ. Like having knowledge that instills awe of God or intimacy with God. Khawf and raja. Those are knowledges. Khushu' is a knowledge. The Prophet ﷺ said, أَوَّلُ عِلْمٍ يُرْفَعُ الْخُشُوع. The first knowledge that's taken away from people is that humility of the heart, the awe in the heart. الَّذِينَ هُمْ فِي صَلَاتِهِمْ خَاشِعُونَ. Those who are in their prayer are filled with khushu'. So the Prophet ﷺ said that knowledge would be the first knowledge taken away, which doesn't negate the hadith that says the first knowledge taken away is fara'il, which are the inheritance laws, because the ulama say of the outward sciences it's the inheritance laws, of the inward sciences it's the khushu'. So then he says, so the one in which the results of his knowledge have not manifested in action, that knowledge is against him and not for him. In other words, if you have a knowledge but there's no fruit coming from that knowledge, then that knowledge ends up being a hujjah against you, as opposed to something that's benefiting you. And then he says, and perhaps it will actually be the cause of it being removed from you. In other words, you lose it. Because if you don't act according to your knowledge, that knowledge can be taken away from you. إِن كَانَ عِلْمُهُ مَشْرُوطًا بِعَمَلِهِ. If that ilm the knowledge is conditioned upon action. Because some knowledges are not, they're beneficial, but they're not conditioned upon you acting upon, like mathematics. It's beneficial to know mathematics, but it doesn't mean you have to act on that knowledge. Whereas fiqh, you have to act on it. وَلَوْ فِي بَابِ كَمَالِهِ فَافْهَمْ. Even if we're talking about in terms of perfection, because there's a difference between what's needed of knowledge and then kamal al-ilm, like knowledge that is perfecting. So understand this and think about it. وَتَأَمَّلْ ذَلِكَ. So, Bismillah. The 5 predicables, went over the 5 predicables. I think we didn't finish the last. So we did. We did the fasl, right? Yeah, Amr Aradi. Okay, وكل واحد منهما إما أن يختص بحقيقة واحدة وهو الخاصة. So the khasa is what they call the proprium or the property in Western logic. So you have the jins, which is the genus, and that a lot of things share in that. That's the universal or common that many things share, like the genus of material. There's a lot of things that are made of matter, or the genus of life. There are many living things. We share life with plants. Plants can die, but they're not sentient. So animality is another type of genus. And you have what's called the jins as-safil, or the proximate genus. And then you have the distal genus. You have the medium genus. So there's different types of genus when you're looking at it in relation to the definitions. So he says, like كَالضَّاحِكْ بِالْقُوَّةِ, like the potential, laugh, the potentiality to laugh. بِنِسْبَةِ إِلَى الْإِنسان. That's a khasa, لا يفارقه. It doesn't separate from him. But the actual act of laughing is a arad. It's accidental. It comes and it goes. And then he says, وَإِمَّنْ يَعُمْ حَقَائِقَ فَوْقَ وَاحِدَةٍ وَهُوَ الْعَرَضُ الْعَامِ كَالْمُتَنَفِّسِ بِالْقُوَّةِ وبالفعل للإنسان وغيره من الحيوانات ويرسم بأنه كلي يقال على ما تحت حقائق مختلفة قولا عرضيا. Or general, encompassing multiple essential realities, not just one, namely the common accident. So you have عرض عام, such as the one who can potentially breathe or who is actually breathing in relation to humans. Because we have the potential to breathe, but we also are breathing actually, and that's inseparable. Once we stop breathing, if it extends for 5, 6, 7 minutes, the person dies. So it can be described as an accidental universal that refers to multiple differing essential realities. So he says the common accident is an accident and hence not part of something's essential reality, yet is common in that other species within the shared genus might possess that trait. For example, walking is an accident of the human, as one can conceive of a human that cannot walk, yet it is a common accident as other animals under the genus creature or animal can also walk. So these then make up the 5 universals: genus, jins, species, nu', differentia, fasl, particular accident, khasa, which is property, really, it's a better, and then common accident, the arad. Together they are deemed the foundations of comprehension, mabadi tasawwurat, because these are the things that everything that you predicate on a subject falls under one of these 5 categories. So anything you can say about a subject, they're going to fall under one of these 5 categories. You have the 10 genera, which relate to the subject itself. They can be predicates, the categories, but they relate to the subject themselves. So existence, the substance is the highest genera of anything. And then you have quality, and you have quantity. So those relate to it. But the predicable is actually what you're saying about the subject. So the horse has long hair. All right? That's what? The horse has long hair. What's that? It's an accident, because there are many horses that don't have long hair. So it's not of the essence. It doesn't flow from the essence of a horse. So it's not a property. It's just an accident. And, you know, that's a long dog. That's a short dog. Accidents. But if I say, you know, that bunny rabbit has long ears. It's a property, right? It's obviously not, it flows from the essence, because we don't imagine rabbits without those ears. But it's not defining the essence of rabbitness. One of the things that's problematic about things that we don't make ourselves is they're actually difficult to define. And we're going to move into definition now. But it's much easier to define things that humans have made, because we know their essence. Whereas in things that Allah has made, He knows their essences, and we intuit their essences, or we couldn't have any understanding of them. But what is their essence? Sometimes that's debatable. Is it a property, or is it a differentia? There are debates amongst logicians about these things in traditional logic, right? I mean, like energy. It's really difficult to define what energy is, or matter for that matter. And in some ways the categories are the postulates, the indefinables. We can't really define quality in terms of finding the genus and the species in that way. So now we're going to move to definitions. Al-Qawl al-Sharih, which is called the definians in Western logic. The definiendum is the thing being defined. In Arabic, al-Qawl al-Sharih is also called the ta'rif. The ta'rif. The mu'arrif is what defines it. And so he says, al-haddu qawlun dalun ala mahiyat al-shay, wa huwa alladhi yatarakkabu من جنس الشيء وفصله القريبين كالحيوان الناطق بالنسبة إلى الإنسان وهو الحد التام. So you have different types of definitions. Basically, if you look, Okay, yesterday we went over comprehension and extension. So who can tell me what comprehension is and what extension is? Somebody. What's that? No, I want a definition of comprehension, not an example.
Broadly,
right.
Extension is whether it applies to an individual within that category.
You're working around it. Comprehension is just all of those things that are comprehended by whatever we're talking about. Well, all those notes. These are notes. So this refers to the comprehension. Like the human is rational. He's an animal, he's organic, he's material, and he's a being. That comprehends. So there's 5 notes in the human being. That tells us what he is. The extension refers to all of those that fall under that category. So the comprehension is vertical, the extension is horizontal. It's giving you the comprehension, it's what you understand about the thing. And it's its meaning. It's also called the intention with a S, intention in the older books. It's called, this defines it basically, the tree of porphyry, when we get into. So there's two new concepts that we're going to introduce. The first is division, and the second is definition. So definition is to comprehension what division is to extension. Definition is to comprehension what division is to extension. So when you comprehend something, when you have the proper tasawwur of what it is, what can you do? You can define it. If you can't define it, you can't talk about it in any sophisticated way, in any serious way. Like I said, people are out there practicing logic all the time. But if you try to press them on it, they're very murky about a lot of things. If you ask the average Western person to give you a definition of democracy, if you ask 20 people, you will probably get 20 different definitions for democracy. If you ask the FBI to define terrorism, and then you ask the CIA to define it, and then you ask the MI5 to define it, and then you ask the Egyptian Secret Service to define it, they're all going to give you different definitions. Because they're not clear in their thinking about these things either. And one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. So often definitions are left to the power, whoever's labeling, whoever's got the power to do that. George Washington was a terrorist to the British, right? Braveheart, William Wallace, he was a Scottish terrorist. Sorry, the Scottish people here, right? And he was a nasty guy. Like, he burnt down cities, killed women and children. He was not a pleasant character. But he's a Scottish hero. He wasn't at the time in England, that's for sure. So defining things is not that easy, but it's incredibly important, and it's the foundation of the next stage or the next act of your mind, which is to judge things. Because all judgments are based on two things. All judgments are based on two things. What are they? Huh? No, that's when we get to reasoning. Uh-huh.
Would it be perception and abstraction?
Well, okay, when we have a concept of something, the tasawwur, that's perception and then abstraction. That's what we're doing. We're perceiving and then we're abstracting the universal from the particular. That's a tasawwur. You've got the concept in your mind, and the concept, remember, had those qualities, right? It's got 5 characteristics, right? What were they? It's spiritual. It's not material. It's a spiritual thing, a concept. It has no physicality. And that's why consciousness is spiritual by nature. That's why when people say we're not spiritual, they're denying their consciousness. Because there's no basis, physiological basis for consciousness. I mean, we know that the brain, in the same way that, I mean, this is a horrible analogy, but you have a hard drive, right? Then you've got the software. So the brain is the hard drive, but the consciousness is the software. We can't identify that software anywhere. Mm-hmm. It's either one of the two. Yeah, it's either you're either making a positive statement, God exists, or you're making a negative statement, God doesn't exist. It's one or the other. Those are both propositions, but they're based on two things. Always. Uh-huh.
Is it abstractions and understanding?
That's your tasawwur. You have to have that to make a judgment. That's true. Uh-huh. Anybody
Is
else?
it a definition and comprehension?
Okay, you have to have a definition. But it's basically, it's a subject term and a predicate term.
Definition and division?
No, it's a subject term and a predicate term. That's what you need. A proposition always has two terms. One of them is called a subject, the other is called a predicate, always. And it's always a declarative statement. You're making a, it's called a jumla khabariya in Arabic. You're making a statement that is either true or false. That's a proposition. It's not a wish, like I wish I was a king. That's not a proposition. I don't wish I was a king, but people do. That's not a proposition. That's a wish, right? It's a different type of sentence. Or you have like a ceremonial sentence. I dub thee this, that, or the other. You have an exclamatory sentence. Oh my God, I can't believe it, right? So, but when you use a declarative sentence, you're declaring something. It's either true or it's not true. That's a proposition. In order to have a proposition, you have to have two terms. In order to have two terms, you have to have two words, at least. They can be multiple, because we had the complex and the incomplex, right? So you can say all the dishes in the kitchen are a mess. All the dishes in the kitchen is one term. Are is your copula, and then a mess is your predicate. It's either true or it's false. You can go in the kitchen and check and say, no, it's not true, they've been cleaned, right? So you can determine whether it's true or false. So a term, right, so you had it's spiritual, the concept, it's abstract, it's universal, right? Huh?
Necessary.
It's necessary and it's unchanging. Yeah. So those five characteristics are the concept. Once you have the concept, then you move to the term. The term is expressed with words. The words can be in many different languages, but the term is public domain. So everybody understands it. So if I'm talking to an Arab and I say, ماذا تسمي هذا? Like I asked him what Buyuk Shehr is. Buyuk Shehr, you know? He said it means big city. Okay, now I know. But the term, whether you say Buyuk Shehr or you say Medina Kabira or you say big city, that's the same term with different words. Because the tasawwur, the conceptualization of it in your mind is the same. If you know what a city is and you understand what the quantitative term big means, it's a vague term because Konya is a big city, but in relation to New York, it's a small city. It might even be considered a village if you're in Cairo or Tokyo or Mexico City. So that's what a term. Now, in order for us to really speak and communicate, we have to be able to define our terms. And that is really a lot harder than people realize. Because we're using words all the time that we really don't have a firm grasp on what they mean. If you ask people, what is Islam? How do you define Islam? You'll get different definitions. Some people say Islam is an ideology. To me, that indicates that they don't understand the definition of ideology. So they're using a term to define another term. Islam is an ideology. That's a proposition. So I have to have a concept of Islam, and then I have to have a concept of ideology. Now, what's interesting about calling it an ideology, when Muslims call it an ideology, is that's exactly what the enemies of Islam say about Islam. They say it's not a religion, it's an ideology. Right? Ideology is a negative term in Western civilization. Communism's an ideology, right? So, and the idea that Islam is an idea is very problematic because it's not a fikr, right? It's not a fikr. God is not mufakkir. God does not think. So he doesn't give us his thought. It's wahi, it's revelation. Because thinking is a process, and there's no process with God. He's not moving from point A to point B. In fact, in Quran, fakkara is a negative term. It's only used in a negative. It's never used in a positive light. Fakkara faqaddara faqutira kayfa qaddar. He thought, and he, if I say this, they'll say this. If I say this, they'll say that. Fakkara faqaddara, you know, each one of his thoughts, qaddarahu. Faqutira kayfa qaddara. He was destroyed in that process. Whereas tafakkur is a positive thing, which is closer to meditating or contemplating deeply about something. Not thinking is more of your own creation. It's like the spider, you know. It's your thoughts are the web that comes out of your own mind. Whereas tafakkur is reflecting on God's creation, so it's actually like it needs that object of reflection for you to reflect on it. So, so that's really important. Now, the thing about terms is that they have to be unambiguous. They have to be clear, distinct. Right? They have to have these qualities that enable communication to happen. If I use vague terms, if I use equivocal terms, if I use double entendres, you understand two things from it, then that's a big problem. And that happens all the time. So, if you want the Arabic for people that are students of Arabic, right? So you have the Jawhar is basically, that's the substance, the jism, the material, the body. And then the jism hay, which is a sentient, organic or living. And then the hayawan is, no, sorry, it's not sentient, it's living. And then the haywan is animality, the animal. And then natiq is the rational, so that's the man. And then you get into the particular, which is the individual. So Zayd or Amr is the individual. So this is his tree. And so the jins, for the human being, the proximate genus is animal. That's the closest in this tree. It's the closest to us that we share with a lot of other things. That's called jins al-qarib. Now, the difference, when you want to define the human being, you look at the genus. So when you're doing a definition, you look at the genus and you look at the fasl, or the difference. That will give you a definition. So for instance, when we look at democracy, how would we define democracy? First of all, what's the genus? Government, right? What's the difference? By the people. I mean, this is basically, so it's government by the people. So, could a democracy be totalitarian? Yes or no? Why not? What's totalitarian? Uh-huh. Okay, but grammatically, what is totalitarian? What type of a word is it? Huh? What's that? It's an adjective, isn't it? Isn't it an adjective? Like you call a government totalitarian, right? So what would the noun be if we were going to use a noun? Yeah, totalitarianism, right? So totalitarianism is the form of government. A totalitarian is the adjective. So you have to make sure that you're using the right part of speech. All right? So can a democracy be totalitarian? Can it be qualified by the adjective totalitarian? Yes or no? How many people say yes? And how many people say no? Okay, so why do you say yes?
Well, because I think people can choose the government.
Right.
But then people can choose the government, but then the government can make decisions, afterwards based on their own, sort of in their own interest. I live in a country which is sort of considered totalitarian democracy, so
which
that's
is
why.
what?
Belarus.
Okay, good. Yeah, good. So that's a good example. So people elect the government, right? But then they pretty much act in a totalitarian way, right? So you live in a totalitarian democracy. So that's a pretty strong proof, right? So who said no? Why?
I think we might need to define the terms, right? So in terms
That's what we have to do, definitely. Yeah. That is how we communicate. Yeah. By either having the same definitions, or if it's not making sense to me, or if we get difference of opinion, we need to define our terms. So let's define the terms.
So I would say that totalitarianism would...
what does totalitarianism refer to, really? What's at the essence of totalitarianism?
Isn't it an all-encompassing? It's a right. It's control, but if it's
control, right? Isn't it? Isn't it control? But what type of control is it? Because all government has to have control. It's absolute control, right? So when we're talking about democracy, what are we talking about? We're talking about what?
Yeah, representational government.
So what does that mean? Like when?
Yeah.
Okay, but when I say it's a democratic government, what am I talking about actually? What am I really talking about? I'm talking about who runs the government, right? The people, the demos, okay? When I talk about a totalitarian government, am I talking about who runs the government? What am I talking about? How it's run. So there's a difference between who runs the government and how they run it. And therefore, it seems it would be possible to have a totalitarian democracy, right? Because if the demos decides that they want absolute control in the way the government runs, then you have a totalitarian democracy, right? So this is part of what we have to do when we're really trying to think about things, is we really have to understand the words that we're using and how we're using them, who they refer to, how they refer to it, what they refer to. All of these are really important, and this is how communication is possible. This is why they killed Socrates, because he went around pointing this stuff out, and it drove the Greeks mad. Right? Really. And this is why Wittgenstein stopped talking. Because it's very difficult to communicate, and some people would argue it's impossible to communicate. There are really philosophers who will argue that it is impossible to communicate. We don't believe that. We actually believe that language has the possibility to communicate meaning. And the highest act of communication is revelation. And then the words of the prophets. And then the words of the sages, the amtha, the wise people. because we have a hierarchy. We have ciencia, like these are called the intellectual virtues. We have ciencia, which is knowing, like if I know biology, that's a type of knowledge. So if you ask me, what produces energy in the cell? And I say, well, there's this thing called mitochondria, and the mitochondria does this and it does that. That's a type of knowledge. But that's not understanding. This is the next level. Understanding is deeper. So I can tell you 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 4 is 16. I can do that. But if you ask me, why is 4 times 4 16? And I don't understand that law, I can't explain it to you. I just say, I don't know, I just memorized it when I was in school. So I have that knowledge, and I might even be able to work it, but I don't really have an understanding of it. If you ask me what pi is and why it's an irrational number, I can tell you it's an irrational number. I learned that in school. It goes on for infinity. But what does that actually mean? What is an irrational number as opposed to a rational number? That's understanding. But the highest level is wisdom, hikmah. This is the highest level of intellectual virtue. And hikmah is knowing how to apply the science and the understanding in your life to the world. The wise one is the one that knows what to say and what to do at the appropriate time and the appropriate place, or when to be silent, because sometimes it's wisdom not to say anything. So because we're committed to knowledge, this is why our scholars exhausted this science. They exhausted it because they really wanted to make sure that when we write, when we communicate, we're doing it with real understanding, with real precision, and therefore we're communicating. That doesn't mean that things aren't open to interpretation. We can agree on what Ahmed Zarruq meant when he said, لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ أَهْلٌ وَوَجْهٌ وَمَحَلٌ وَحَقِيقَةٌ. We can differ on what he meant. What did he mean by mahal, place? Did he mean a physical place? Did he mean a spiritual place? We can debate on that. And if he didn't write a commentary, or we don't have an isnad of oral tradition, unbroken tradition, as to what exactly he meant by that, then we can debate on it. Now, people can also have openings, right? This is part of the understanding, because people have enlightenment. They have, some books become clear as day to people. Ibn Sina, he said he read Aristotle's Metaphysics 50 times before he understood it. And he said whenever he would come to real difficulty, he would go to the mosque, literally leave his studies, go to the mosque and pray until he understood it. There's a story of one of the monks, because we're in a land that before the Muslims were here, the Byzantines were here. There's a story of one of the monks in the Desert Fathers. He fasted 77 weeks, begging God to help him understand a passage in the Bible that he couldn't understand. 77 weeks. And after 77 weeks, he still couldn't understand. So he said, I'm going to go and ask so-and-so, because he's more learned than I am. As he comes out of his cave, he meets an angel. And the angel said, God just wanted me to tell you, all your fasting was a waste of time. But the humility that came into your heart when you wanted to go to somebody else is what pleased God. And so he sent me to tell you the meaning of the verse. So you can have those openings. And then also teachers can be keys that unlock those meanings for you. This is all possible. So it's very important when we do division. Division has 3 basic rules. The taqsim, what's called taqsim. Yuqassimu taqsiman. It has to be exclusive. In other words, those things that you're defining really have to be different. So if you're going to define governments, you would not say, for instance, totalitarian, democratic, monarchical like that. Because you can have a democratic monarchy, right? Can you? You can? How would you have a democratic monarchy? I know, but is Great Britain really a monarchy? Isn't the monarchy just a big tourist? I mean, it's just a big scam. Isn't it? Do they really do anything other than provide the tabloids with a lot of fodder? I mean, they're ceremonial, aren't they? It's just an institution. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the running of the country, as far as I know, other than ceremonial. They open and, right? So it's a parliamentary monarchy, right? Constitutional monarchy, yeah. But it has a parliament, and the parliament runs the affairs. So really, it's, you know, it's interesting because technically that's not really a democracy. Like a democracy, I mean, even though Greece didn't allow slaves or women or unlanded people to vote, Greece had a city-state democracy because all the males had to participate. They had to go and vote. And really the computer, if it wasn't so amenable to manipulation and control, the computer would enable, in a just society, like maybe Iceland, it would enable people to practice true democracy, where everybody could vote on whether or not they want to go to war. Like in the United States, you used to have war bonds, so you didn't have tax. Before tax, in order to fund a war, you had to sell war bonds. And that's a much better way, I think. If you're gonna have war, it should be paid for by war bonds, not by taxes. Because a lot of people in the country might be against the war, but those that are for it, well, they can pay for the war bonds. The other people shouldn't have to. That's the way wars used to be fought, by selling war bonds. So anyway, when you divide, you have to make sure that you're getting your division correct. So it has to be exclusive. Each thing has to be exclusive to the other. They can't have overlapping in that way. So the genus is government, but the species, which is the genus and the difference together, that gives you the species. When you have the genus and the difference together, you get the species. So you have democracy, you have monarchy. And then you would have to say constitutional democracy, constitutional monarchy, because in that way the constitutional is an adjective, right? Because there are many types of constitutional government. So that's how you would divide. And that relates to extension, because when we talk about government, once we have a comprehension of a government, government is the institution that governs aggregates of people, right? Is that acceptable? So government is, you know, some type of organized structure that determines the way that the society or an aggregate of people is going to run. There's the government. Then there are the species of government. So there's different types of governments. You have, now, what we have today is not really democratic government. It's actually Republican government. They don't like that term anymore because, you know, the French Revolution. But even in America in the early period, they called it a republic. They didn't call it a democracy. In fact, they thought democracy was odious. It was a bad form of government because it's mob rule. Demos in Greek means mob. So it's rule of the mob. Aristocracy, rule of the aristei, the virtuous. Plutocracy, rule of the rich. Oligarchy, rule of the few. I mean, these are defined in their Greek terminology because archy is to rule, and then monarchy, one rule, so the king, one rule, right? Autocracy, right? Self-rule, so it's somebody, autocratic ruler. You can have an autocratic monarch, right? So that's division, and that relates to extension. So it has to be exclusive. It has to be exhaustive. In other words, all of the parts equal the whole. If you do a full division of something. So you had to, if you were going to divide government into its various types, the speci, you would have to exhaust it in order to really have a full division of it. And then you have to use one standard when you divide. You need to use one standard. You can't have two different things working in your, or three or more. You have to have one standard. So if you divide people into meat eaters and non-meat eaters, right? You have to use, what are you calling meat? You know, so if you say meat eaters, that's why you get all these funny words like ovo-lacto-vegetarian. Right? Because they're a vegetarian. They're not a true vegetarian because they eat eggs and they drink milk. So those are animal products. So that's not a true vegetarian, because a true vegetarian would just be eating vegetables. Maybe fruits and vegetables. And then you have like fruitarians, breatharians even. There's people that's their goal, to get to just where they breathe. So, you know, you have to use the same standard. Like if you divide all glasses, right, you have to use the same standard for your definition of a glass. If you're going to call jugs types of glasses, it's a problem, because you're going to bring in things that aren't really glasses. So, or mugs, right? Because a mug is not a glass. It's different. A mug is usually made out of clay or something. It's not made out of glass. So that has to be the standard you use. Here's like traditionally a wine glass. And then you have a champagne glass, right? You have different types of wine glasses. And if you really know about wine, you'd know they have all different kinds. The kind you drink Chardonnay in, the kind you drink sherry in. A sherry glass, right? I mean, this is when civilizations get really corrupt. So is that clear with everybody? So here we have the 5 predicables, what's essential to the subject, right? And then what's non-essential to the subject. What's essential to the subject is genus, difference, and species. That's of the essence, right? And then what is not of the essence, it's not of the essence, is the property and the accident, but the property flows from the essence. So it has a tie with the essence that just an accident doesn't happen. So predicate gives something necessarily but not essentially connected with the subject's nature. So it's necessary, but it's not essential. It's not of the essence. So all triangles, the sum of all triangles is equal to 2 right angles. I mean, that's a property of triangles. And it's obviously flows from the essence. And then you'll get a debate on that. There'll be people that say, no, that's essential. So you say, like, Zayd is mortal. That's a property of the human being. It flows from our essence, but it doesn't define us, because other animals are mortal as well, right? So mortality is not what defines us, because other things in our proximate and distal genus share that same thing, that they come to an end. What defines us is our rationality. Now you don't have to accept that, by the way. You don't have to accept that. You can say what defines us is our spirituality. But rationality, from this perspective, is a type of spirituality. Because reason is of the spirit, it's not of matter. And so we're still spiritual beings when we're rational beings. But this is generally how we've been defined in this science. It's obviously something that modern people, when you get into academia today, they don't like essentialism. They no longer this is called traditionally term logic. Traditional logic is called term logic because it's based on terms. Terms are based on concepts. Concepts are based on essences. Modern logic is called propositional logic because they don't believe in essences. They don't think that there's these things called essences, and they have theories about the self. There's no essence to the self, like the bundle theory, that we're just an aggregate of accidents, that we don't really have any true essential nature. And that enables a lot of ways of being to exist. So you can have all these alternative ways of being. If you're a female, you're not defined by your femaleness. There's no essential female nature. You can be a female and attracted to a female, and that's not going against your nature because you don't have a nature. That's just who you are. That's nominalism. There's nothing that is commonly shared amongst us essentially. Each one of us, is just an aggregate of our own individual urges, desires, rational or irrational. And so we can do whatever we want in that way, as long as you don't harm anybody else. This is the utilitarian principle. As long as you don't harm anybody else, do whatever you want. Yeah, consenting adult, and increasingly do whatever you want, wherever you want. You don't even have to have the shame, get rid of shame. Shame is just weighing us down. Right? These are burdens. Guilt is a burden. Take that guilt off your back. Right? Alaikum assalam.
As I understand that you said that the basic element of communication is to have clear definition. We have to start with clear definition of what we are talking about. Then we can maybe start understanding concepts.
Right.
So how can we deal with this time in the world when clear definitions are changed? And I will give you such an example, like, for instance, the definition of terrorism. Like, when terrorism, the way I understand it all my life, it means something, and then it's turned upside down and means something else. So how can we deal with situation when, this is just a general question I gave, but when I sit down with someone, I'm trying to make sense of something, and there is kind of a definition that is known, that this is the definition of something, and someone else said completely total definition. How can I resolve this problem so we can come together and understand? Do we have to come with a new definition, third definition? How can we resolve the problem? Jazakumullah khair.
Well, there are certain things, I would say that there are certain things, like I said, definitions are not easy. They're not easy. And there's also a subjective nature to some definitions. So people will look from their own perspective at what something means. There's also, and when we get into the fallacies, I think it'll help to understand this better, because there are things that prevent us. In fact, let me get, because I think it'll help when we get through this thing to explain it. But it's a good point, and it's an important point. So just, if you look, when you look at the genus, it gives the part of nature that it has in common with other things. So Zayd is an animal, he shares that with a lot of other things. The difference gives the part of the nature that differentiates it from other things of its kind. And then you have the specific difference, generic difference. So Zayd is rational, and then generic difference, Zayd is material, Zayd is a being. These are not complete definitions. So what's called hadd al-tam or hadd al-haqiqi, a complete definition, is when you get the genus and the specific difference, the fasl, al-khas. And it's a specific difference. When you get those two together, you will get a hadd tam, a complete definition. And that we call the species. So when you have a definition, and then you have the property, right, and the accident. When you have a definition, here's what's important to remember. there are two fundamental types of definitions. Nominal definitions and then real definitions in this science. I mean, some people will not accept real definition. A nominal definition is what you'll look up in the dictionary. It's what a word means. So a dictionary is a book that tells you the meaning of words, right? Now, a nominal dictionary, that's a nominal definition of a dictionary. A real definition and a nominal one might include a real definition, all right? But a real definition is when you have the genus. So a dictionary, the genus is what? Book. It's a book because it shares in common other types of books. What's its specific difference? Defines words, right? Not terms, words. So that's a complete definition of a dictionary. A book that defines words. Now, obviously, you have to know what a book is, you have to know what define means, and you have to know what words are to understand it. When I used to look up words when I was first studying Arabic, I had Mukhtar al-Sihah, and I'd look up a word, and he'd say, ma'loom. That just means everybody knows what that means. Like, that's his dictionary definition of it. I'm not making that up. But then he had great definitions. Like, I looked up the word dukhas once, and it means dolphin. And he said, dabbatun bahriya tunji al-ghariq wa tumakkinuhu min dhahrihi hatta tuwasiruhu ila al-bar. He said it's an ocean animal, an ocean mammal that saves drowning sailors by putting them on its back and taking them to land. So, now, when you define, you need these 6 things. These are the rules of definition. The first and most important one is it has to be coextensive. And that means it can't be too broad and it can't be too narrow. It really has to be coextensive with the concept that it is defining. It has to be clear. In other words, it has to not be an ambiguous, equivocal term. It really needs to be a clear term. It has to be literal. You can have a metaphorical definition, but that's a different type of definition. That is not a logical definition. So you can have a metaphorical definition of something, right? Love is a many-splendored thing. That's a type of definition. It's a poetic definition. It's not a literal definition. A literal definition would be love is madness. And then it has to be positive. It can't be negative. So definitions have to define things positively, not negatively. So you don't say a lion is not a horse. Right? It's a negative definition. And then it has to be brief. You can't go on and on with a definition. It really has to be concise and brief. Preferably, it should be. You should be able to define it. Democracy, government in which the people rule, or government by the people. Lincoln defined it: by the people, for the people, of the people. And then it can't be circular. So the definition can't just reiterate, like bachelors are unmarried men. Right? That's a circular, because bachelor means unmarried, right? So it's a circular definition. It's not telling you. So, so that's it. That's pretty much so you have the nominal definition, which the conventional meaning, and then you can also have a specialized meaning. So we have the urf, which is called the meaning, the urfiyya, and then you have the mustalah, the conventional, the technical term. So we can have, like, if I say incontinence, If you're a physician, that means somebody that is like incontinent to urine. They can't hold their urine. But if you're a moralist, if you're an ethicist, incontinent means something different in ethical books. Incontinence is the inability to control your desires. So an incontinent person is an immoral person. Libertine is incontinent, like that. So there's a term, incontinent, and that's called supposition, which is a whole other, all the meanings that words hold. Because one word can have many, many meanings. So you can be sitting by the bank. Where were you? I was sitting by the bank. Wells Fargo. No, the Bank of the Ohio. Oh, I've never heard of that one. What do you mean? That river, the Ohio River? So here I'm using bank, and you're understanding the place where people put their money, and I'm understanding the side of a river. Because it's the same word, but they're two different terms that are meant by it. So that's very important to know specialized meanings of words, what they specifically refer to. A real definition, you have the essential, and then you have a non-essential. So a non-essential would be by properties. So for instance, if you say that man is a laughing animal, right, an animal that laughs, that is not an essential definition. You're defining him by a property. If you say man is a featherless biped, that was one of Plato's definitions. Man is a featherless biped. In other words, birds are bipeds, but they have feathers, we don't. So he was saying you could define man as a featherless biped, but you're defining him by accidents, right? Because you could have a man with hirsutism, where they have hair all over their body. There's men that have that. Even, that a woman could be afflicted with that. So that's accidental to our nature. You could argue that it's a property. Bashar. Bashara means skin. So we're the ones that have our skin. And then you have by cause. Now this is important because when we define, if I define, for instance, if I define a hurricane as a weather phenomenon caused by hot air rising and creating turbulence or something, then I'm talking about a cause of what causes. I'm not really defining it except by a cause. What causes it? Or if I say like a solar flare. If I define the solar flare by what causes it, a nuclear reaction in the sun, then I'm defining it by cause. There are different types of causes. One of the most useful things that the ancients did was they identified the 4 primary causes. You have the material cause, the efficient cause, the formal cause, and the final cause. With definitions, you can define them by material, efficient, and final. Formal, the formal cause, and I'll explain this in a second, is not included in those 3 because that is essentially what a essential definition is. You're defining it by its formal cause, which is the genus and the difference. That's looking at it, what the form of it, what it is. The material cause is what it's made up of. All right? So if I define oxygen as being 2 parts, water as being 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, I'm defining it by its material cause. But if I define it by the thing that enables oxygen is that thing which enables life. It's the gas that enables life in breathing creatures or something like that. Now I'm defining it by what it does. So in that way it would be more like the final cause, the purpose of it for us as far as we're concerned. So the final cause is the teleological cause. That tells you why a thing exists. So a chair is a type of furniture that enables us to sit comfortably. That's a final cause. That's a definition by final cause. All right? If I did it by the essence, what is the essence of a chair? Yeah, go ahead.
So we have things being defined formally by their
genus and their difference. That's a formal cause.
By what they can be used for. Like a chair can be used to sit down on.
Well, it could be used for a lot of things, but those are then you're getting into accidents and properties. Because I could use my chair to hold my books.
I see.
But that's not what the essence of a chair is.
I was just wondering if there's a relationship between action being the fruit of knowledge, as in the ends of the means. If there's a relationship between the means and the ends and this way of defining things. There's some kind of parallel I made, but I'm not sure if it really is part of this system. But is it?
This is it in order for you to understand what type of definition you're dealing with when we define words. This is what this is for. If we define action, we have to first do a division of action. There are different types of actions, right? So there's devotional actions, like prayer. And then there's commercial actions, like buying and selling in the marketplace. And then there's political actions, like instituting the post office. Do you see what I mean? So actions, you have to divide the actions, determine what type of action you're actually talking about, like that. So knowledge and action, you have to determine what type of knowledge is it. Is it a practical knowledge, or is it a theoretical knowledge, or is it a productive knowledge? Because all knowledges go under those three categories. Practical, right? Knowledge, productive knowledge, and theoretical knowledge. The highest, according to our tradition, is theoretical knowledge. In other words, knowledge that is sought for its own sake, like knowledge of God. It's sought for its own sake. Whereas productive knowledge, like agriculture, right? And then practical knowledge, like some of the fine arts, things like that. There's a relationship, productive, but generally productive knowledge like agriculture, engineering, things like that. Mathematics has a theoretical and a practical. That's why you have applied mathematics and theoretical mathematics. So these are divisions in order for us to...
And even those, even knowledge and action, those definitions will have to go through this system.
Well, this helps you. This system is basically designed to make it clearer. Because if you want when you're trying to reason, what you want is a complete definition, which is not always possible. And we can debate also, like terrorism. Terrorism is a, it's an act of violence, right? But what makes it specifically different from other acts of violence? Because I can have an act of violence that's from passion. So somebody comes into his house and finds somebody, raping one of his family members, and he kills them, right? That's an act of passion or revenge or ghayra, whatever. And then you can have like an act of violence that's a rational act of violence, if you accept capital punishment. So somebody kills somebody else, the state says you die. So that's a type of violence which is in order to redress a wrong. And it's seen as a type of justice, establishing justice. Then, if you have political violence, war is politics by other means. That's how Clausewitz described it. War is the extension of politics by other means. So war is a political act to further political aims of a state. So Hitler wanted Lebensraum, right? He wanted more living room for the Germans because he thought they were a superior race. all these stupid Czechoslovakian people, they're just taking up space, and we need room for the Aryan people. Let's just go wipe these people out. That's based on his ideological understanding. So that's another type. And then you have a response to that, which people think was a just war. If you look at terrorism, it's an act of violence, but what makes it different from other acts of violence? Well, there's state terrorism, but like, for instance, state-sponsored terrorism, the Americans would say Iran is a state that sponsors terrorism. Good, that's a good point. So it's done, it could be done under the auspices of a government, but the actual body that covers that carries it out is non-governmental. So that's a property, probably, right, of it. It's not essential. What's at the essence? Mm-hmm.
It has a qualitative component that labels it right or wrong. And that's why there are different definitions, because it's a battle to determine which kind of violence is right and wrong. Right.
That's true. But how would you define, if we put the genus of terrorism is that it's violent. It's an act of violence. Okay? That's its genus. Act of violence. So it's a type of violence. And there are many types of violence if we divided violence. But what makes it, what's the difference? Okay, it's definitely meant to engender fear, and it's in the word itself, terrorism, irhab. I mean, it's meant to engender fear. So it's an act of violence that engenders fear, but there's lots of brigands do that, right? So what's the difference? Like, if I'm an armed robber, I come in, man, he causes fear, right? So it's a violent act, and it's engendering fear. Uh-huh. In what way? The word itself? It's definitely an abstract word. It's a concept, so it has to be abstract. But when we particularize the abstract, so, for instance, 9/11 was an act of terror, all right? Or the bombing of Iraq by the United States of America, many people will argue that that was an act of terror. It was actually called shock and awe. All right? So, what makes it different? What's that? It might be aimed at individuals. I mean, assassination is sometimes considered an act of terror. There's political motivation, right? Yeah. So I would say that is a solid definition. An act of violence, right? An act of violence carried out by a non-governmental body that has to have some organization, or else it's a random act. Like, it's just crazy, right? Because people, and that's why in the United States, a lot of these nutcases, they call it an act of terror, but it's really not, is it? Because terrorism really has to be defined as it's some group that's organized in order to perpetrate it, right? They have to have some, and they have a political agenda. So basically, it's a poor man's way of waging war. Isn't it? It's just a poor man's way of waging war. But most of the people that are practicing terrorism today, they would say it's a poor man's way of responding to a war being waged on them. And this is where you get into all the problems. Because the Israelis see themselves as legitimate in the state of Israel. They see themselves as legitimate state authority. And historically, arguably, there's a case for that. Because conquest is entitlement. Most places where you're living in the world are places that were conquered by people who came and forced another people out. You know what the Welsh are? And I'm sorry, Neil, for this. But you know what the Welsh are? You know what the Welsh are? They're the Irish that couldn't swim. Right? I mean, why do you think English has so much German in it? Gaelic doesn't have any German in it. Why does English have so much German in it? Why does it have so much French in it? Because the Normans invaded, right? I mean, wherever you go, you're going to find the people that are living there are not the people that were originally there. Now, either they learned to live together, like the Berbers and the Arabs, right? And they fought. Don't think the Berbers didn't fight. They held up for a long time. They fought in Morocco. And they considered, a lot of the Berbers, some of them became Muslim pretty early, but a lot of them considered the Arabs invaders. They've invaded our land. And they fought. But they lost. And eventually they became Muslim, and they learned to live together with some tension. It's not for nothing that the king of Morocco always marries a Berber woman. Right? And it represents this tenuous bond between these two peoples that have lived together and over time have fought each other. But if you go to Florida, I mean, you're on Seminole land, Cherokee land in Florida. And there's a lot of Cherokee that would like it back. If you're in North Dakota, you're on Lakota land. That's why it's called Dakota. It's right? So the Israelis that live there now, most of them aren't from the people that conquered. They were just born there. That's all they've ever known. I'm not making a case for Israel, I hope. But I'm just saying, this is the way that you can look at it. If you want to really talk, you have to understand how that other person is viewing things, how they're looking, if we really want to communicate. But if we don't want to communicate, if we don't understand where we're coming from, where each group is coming from. In Turkey, you've got secularists, and then you have people that would like more of an Islamic society. They're all Turkish, but they have very different perspectives on things. And right now, it's a democratic society, but democracy is tenuous. It has real problems. It can fall apart. Hitler was a democratically elected government. People forget that. He was elected by a vote of confidence from the German people. And he led them suspended the Constitution, led them into a devastating war that in some ways they haven't yet recovered from. They're still paying reparations. They just finished 2 years ago paying off the debt from World War I. Now they started on the debt from World War II. They're still paying the Israelis. So wars don't go away. Americans are going to be paying the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan for a long, long time. They just leave the bill to the next generation, which is criminal in its own right. That's a total immorality. So that is logic. Any last thoughts or questions? Or Go ahead. So did you get the material, efficient, formal, and final cause? Material is the matter that it's made up of. So this furniture is made out of wood. That's the material cause. The formal cause is what it is. That defines it. So it's a table. The efficient cause is the one that made it. So the carpenter. All right? I mean, he uses tools, and so if you dig deeper, you're going to get into problems. These things kind of break down a little bit. The final cause is the purpose, the teleological nature. So and everything that you look at can be understood. The things that men make can be understood in that way. When you talk about God, our mutakallimun say that there's no illa gha'iyya. There's no final cause with God in that there's nothing that compels him to do what he does. The carpenter had a final cause, and that's what was driving him. That was the ba'ith. That was what was motivating him. God has no bawa'ith. There's nothing that's imposing its will on God. So we make tables because they're needs, they're hajat. So we need them. So that's something outside of ourselves that compels us to do something. That doesn't apply to God. So in that way, although there is a purpose, we believe that God makes things for a reason. He created us to worship him. But even in that ayah, they say the lamb there is not for ta'leel, in the sense that that there was no illah outside of God compelling him. It's from his fadl. So these are distinctions the mutakallimun make. When you get into this. All right? Go ahead.
So, is this on? Yeah. So, I just want to understand, is this, in terms of the 5 predicables, is there a lot of overlap between them in terms of accidents and in terms of...
Yeah, the accidents and the properties can get a little bit murky sometimes, and because properties, you know, you'll get into certain things where, like matter, you know, is quantity a property of matter, or is it really the essence of matter? I mean, those type things, there's certain things where these are not really, when you get into those things that Allah has made, they're not easy to work with in the same way. Getting to essential definitions for some things are very difficult. And then there's certain things that are intuited, like what defines a horse. In the end, we have to say it's the genus is animality, and the difference is its horsiness. Whatever that, you know, that's what we intuit from it. But to define it, when we start breaking it down, it starts looking like a bunch of accidents. You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that way, you know, Aristotle said a very important thing. He said that it's a mark of an educated man to seek precision only to the degree with which whatever he is studying or that science allows for. Halakan mutanatti'un. You know, if you really press a lot of these things, they begin to break down. And so they're useful tools to communicate with. And they enable communication and can really facilitate communication. But they have to be understood that they have their limitations. That this is not physics or mathematics, or it doesn't have the precision of numbers. Because of the nature of language, the vagueness of language, the ambiguity in language, these are all problems. And this is why we have so much difference of opinion about things. Who's a terrorist and who's not? But I think the hallmark of terrorism to me, I mean, certainly is violence against civilians. And one of the things about that, the reason it's so alien to Islam is because the Prophet ﷺ would have never sanctioned anything like that. Now, I know in the Palestinian conflict, there are people that would argue that, you know, that this is their only means of resistance. And I don't agree with that position. I really think any act of violence against women and children is prohibited in Islam, clearly. And the idea of setting off a bomb on a bus where you don't even know who's on that bus, I mean, those things are just so alien to my faith. It boggles my mind how anybody ever sanctioned these things from within a scholastic community that reads the same Quran I read and the same hadith that I read. I don't understand that. But I know a lot of ulama, and the ones certainly that I studied with, are very much opposed to those type of things. And a lot of these things are really, they're just communism that has influenced Muslim tradition, because I don't think people realize how impactful communist thought was in the Muslim world during the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, during the whole anti-colonial period. The Palestinians, most of the Palestinian resistance was communist-driven for decades. It wasn't until really the 80s, after, you know, Iranian Revolution, and where you start seeing that real change towards a kind of Islamic vocabulary. But a lot of the tactics were basically communist tactics. And I think even during the time in the 60s and 70s, I think a lot of those people that were practicing their version of terrorism would be quite horrified at the type of indiscriminate violence that has emerged in this period. You know, and I think some of them have spoken about that. So, But it's a horrific situation, and the Palestinians, from my perspective, it's almost like the pen's been removed from them, because they're, you know, it's a situation that just drives people mad, and some people are driven to despair. And a lot of these people that have killed themselves actually were in very profoundly depressed states, which is another problem, because I think the ulama opened up a very dangerous door that permits people to take their own lives. It's just an escape mechanism. Just get out of the world, and it's sanctioned by your religion. And historically, Muslims have never sanctioned suicide, ever. Never in the history of Islam. Nobody, except the Assassins, which was a cult, a Batini cult. But no ulama in the history of Islam have ever permitted being the agent of your own destruction. And their proof about the catapult, that's a fallacious, that's called qiyas ma' wujud al-fariq. Analogical reasoning with a serious difference. Because, first of all, that person survived. And second of all, he wasn't, even though he knew there was a high probability that he would die, he was not he actually covered himself with cloth to protect himself when he fell so he could open the gate. The point was to open the gate. And he knew that it was a high probability that he would die. But these are called suicide missions. They're not where they kill themselves, but where the probability of death is very high, and they usually have volunteers. The Americans have done that. I mean, they usually give the Congressional Medal of Honor is usually given to people that died, because they put themselves in positions where they knew they were going to die, but it was to save other people. So all systems of government recognize that if they sanction any type of violence. So, and every religion, including Buddhism, has a just war theory. I mean, the Buddhists, there's a really interesting book called The Claws of the Buddha, which is about the use of violence in the history of Buddhism. So all religions have some form of sanctioned violence, either to defend yourself, right, or to stop others from aggressing on people. Like the Shaolin monks, who learned martial arts in order to defend themselves from brigands and defend the weak and helpless that were being attacked by them in lawless periods.
I think we have time for one more question from the sisters, then we'll have to call it a night.
All right, go ahead. Was there one? Go ahead, over there, in the corner, in the green.
Assalamu alaikum. This question goes back to terms and definition. So you said that language has the capacity or possibility to be clear, but then we can also interpret language. But how do we know which interpretation to follow, and what is the standard by which we judge that interpretation?
Well, some things you can't. But if you learn grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and ilm al-wada', ilm al-isti'ara, if you learn the tools that our tradition developed, you will have the tools to exhaust meaning in terms of how to interpret it. So, in other words, you'll always have the potential for esoteric meaning, like isharat, because that's really endless. But those are spiritual openings and insights into things. In terms of actual tafsir and how those apply to our lives, it's limited. And our scholastic tradition has pretty much exhausted it already. I mean, we have centuries of exhausting the meanings of the Quran. Its spiritual meanings will never be exhausted. And even time can reveal some meanings that we didn't know about. That's true. But generally, for instance, ila, min, you have seen categorical words. So like the prepositions, there's a book called Mughni al-Labib by Ibn Hisham. he gives you all the possible meanings of the prepositions in Arabic. Determining which meaning applies to a specific sentence, sometimes it's not clear, and there's debate, and those meanings will change those differences will change the meaning of the words. And that happens. I gave some examples last night about that, like the min of initiation and the min of the partitive min. But what min means in the Arabic language, we know. It's limited. And you have to learn those. So the definitions come from the more knowledge you have, the more capable you are of making accurate definitions. And that's why we need to exhaust ourselves in the pursuit of knowledge, to become better capable of understanding our Lord, better capable of understanding each other, less room for... And then with humility, because these things can become sources of arrogance. A lot of people learn these tools and they become sources of arrogance. They hold other people in contempt. Oh, they're so stupid, they don't know logic. You know, it's not. That's a very dangerous place to be in, because these are gifts. And if they're given to you, you have to feel gratitude and humility that you've been given these gifts. And then you should want to share them with others. A lot of people learn these things and they don't want other people to know what they are, because they want to control them. And that's why some of the early people considered this an arcane knowledge, that it was dangerous. Because if you learn the logical fallacies, you can learn how to manipulate people. If you learn rhetoric, rhetoric is a very dangerous tool. One of the great rhetoricians of the 20th century, Winston Churchill, said that the rhetorician has the orator, which is an effective rhetorician. He said the orator has a power that even kings don't have. Because a king can move an army with force, right? But an orator can move a nation with words. And it's very different. He doesn't have any power other than the power of his words and his persuasiveness. And that's why they're dangerous. And that's why they stopped teaching rhetoric in schools. They don't want people to be able to influence other people. They want to be the influencers, because they study it in their private schools. Marketers study it. They do. They study rhetoric. I mean, I had this, somebody came and gave an in-service at Zaytuna, and it was basically, you know, he was a consultant. He's a Muslim, and he offered his services. He came in, but he was a marketing consultant by profession. So he opens up this slide projection. He said, the first thing you want to do when you brand is you want to get a definition of who you are. And that definition is, you want to get at the essence of, and it's everything after that was all from Aristotle, the whole thing, you know, and which is why Mark Twain said the ancients stole all their best ideas from us. You'll get it on the way home. I'll try to answer these tomorrow. I'm sorry I didn't see that one.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم نوينا التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم والدعاء إلى الهدى والدلالة على الخير وابتغاء وجه الله ومرضاته وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى الحمد لله يقول سيدي أحمد زروق فائدة الشيء ما قصد له وجوده وفائدته وحقيقته في ابتدائه أو انتهائه أو فيهما. كالتصوف علم قصد لإصلاح القلوب وإفرادها لله عما سواه، وكالفقه لإصلاح العمل وحفظ النظام وظهور الحكمة بالأحكام، وكالأصول لتحقيق المقدمات بالبرهان وتحرية الإيمان بالإيقان، وكالطب لحفظ الأبدان، وكالنحو لإصلاح اللسان إلى غير ذلك. فافهم. قاعدة 14. العلم بفائدة الشيء ونتيجته باعث على التهمم به والأخذ في طلبه لتعلق النفس بما يفيده إن وافقها، وإلا فعلى العكس. وقد صح أن شرف الشيء بشرف متعلقه، ولا أشرف من متعلق علم التصوف، لأن مبدأه خشية الله التي هي نتيجة معرفته ومقدمة اتباع أمره، وغايته إفراد القلب له تعالى. فلذلك قال الجنيد رضي الله تعالى عنه: لو علمت أن تحت أديم السماء أشرف من هذا العلم الذي نتكلم فيه مع أصحابنا لسعيت إليه. انتهى وهو واضح. So he says that the benefit of a thing is the reason that it's sought for and its existence. So the benefit of something is the reason why you go after that thing, but also the benefit of a thing is its purpose. And he said its benefit is its reality at the outset or at the finish or during both of them. Like tasawwuf. It is a knowledge that is sought in order to rectify the hearts and also to make the heart solely for the sake of Allah and remove other than Him from the heart. Or like fiqh, the outward rules of Sharia, for the rectification of one's actions, or to protect the public order, and to manifest, and also, not or, also to protect the public order, and also to manifest the wisdom of the divine wisdom in these legal rulings. Because when you break them, you see what happens. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells you don't drink, and then you see people that drink, you see the wisdom of being told not to drink. When He tells you don't murder, then you see the wisdom when it happens of all the evil that comes out of those actions. When He says la taqrabu zina, don't go near fornication, illicit sexual relations, then when people do that, then it manifests the wisdom, diseases, breakdown of family, all the harms that come from it. So you see the hikmah in the ahkam. If everybody was following the ahkam, you wouldn't see the hikmah in it. بِضِدِّهَا تَتَمَيُّزَ الْأَشْيَاء. By opposites, things are known. وَكَالْأُصُولِ, and also in the usul, which is the aqidah, لِتَحْقِيقِ الْمُقَدِّمَاتِ بِالْبُرْهَانِ. Here he means the muqaddimat, the premises. He's using logical terms. So the premises, a premise is a qadiyya. So you say, La ilaha illallah, what's the burhan of that? So usul gives us proofs for why we have these premises that we assert. وَتَحْلِيَةِ الْإِيمَانِ بِالْإِقَانِ, and also by adorning your faith with certainty. So through coming to know, you gain more certainty, and so that adorns the faith. وَكَالطِّبْ لِحَفْظِ الْأَبْدَانِ. So what he's pointing out is all of these things have a benefit. What's the benefit of medicine? The benefit of medicine is the preservation of health.
That's why preventative medicine is better than interventionist type of medicine or disease management type of medicine. Maintaining health, because health is the natural state of the human. Illness is something that interrupts that natural state. And also, نحو ليصلح اللسان إلى غير ذلك, and then on and on and on. You can just keep going on all these sciences. The benefit of the thing is why you seek it and why it exists. So medicine is there. Why do we seek medicine? So that we can preserve health. What's its purpose? Why does it exist? The preservation of health. And so that's its reality at the outset and at the end of it. So the whole thing is there for these reasons. And then he says, وَالْعِلْمُ بِفَائِدَةِ الشَّيْءِ وَنَتِيجَتِهِ بَاعِثٌ عَلَى التَّهَمُّمِ بِهِ. To understand the benefit of a thing is going to engender the desire to acquire it. So when you know the benefit, like if people know the benefit of being well-groomed when they go for a job interview, right? That's going to make them want to do it. If they don't know the benefit, then they won't bother doing it. But if somebody explains to them, when you go, they're going to be looking at your outward appearance. They're going to be looking at how you make eye contact, how you shake hands, all those type things. When they see that there's a benefit in being concerned about those things, they're going to be more concerned about it. So he's saying that knowing the benefit of a thing and the results of that thing, the fruits of that thing, the natija, is going to make somebody more concerned about acquiring it or setting out to find it. And لِتَعْلَقَ النَّفْسِ بِمَا يُفِيدُهُ, because the nature of the self, or بِمَا يُفِيدُهَا, the nature of the self is that it wants benefit. That's the nature of the self. It always wants benefit. Everything that the self does is either for a real or an apparent good. The self will never do anything that will harm it, unless it's an insane person. But a rational person will always do something for some benefit. But the benefit is either real or apparent. We get fooled. And we fool ourselves. And then, إِن وَافَقَهَا وَإِلَّا فَعَلَ الْعَكْسِ. So, the opposite is also true. That you're not going to go after something that harms you if you know it's going to be harmful. وَقَدْ صَحَّ أَنَّ شَرَفَ الشَّيْءِ بِشَرَفِ مُتَعَلِّقِهِ. And it's true that the honor of a thing is the honor of what that thing is related to, connected to. And there's nothing more honorable than what the science of tasawwuf is connected to. Because the foundational principle is khashyatullah. That's the foundational principle, is to have khashya, which إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى من عبادي العلماء إنما يخشى الله من عبادي العلماء, that it's the scholars, the people of ma'rifah, the people of ilm, that have khashya of Allah. So khashya is a knowledge that engenders awe. And that's the purpose of tasawwuf, is to acquire a knowledge that engenders awe of your Lord. التي هي نتيجة معرفته. So that comes from knowing your Lord. وَمُقَدِّمَةُ اتِّبَعِ أَمْرِهِ. And that's the premise of following His command. If you don't have khashya, the less awe you have of your Lord, the less likely it is that you're going to actually follow the commandments that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put on you. وَغَايَتُهُ, and the end of tasawwuf is إِفْرَادُ الْقَلْبِ لَهُ تَعَالَى. It is to يُفْرِدَ الْقَلْبِ, to make the qalb solely for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because Allah didn't put two hearts in man's chest. And He put the heart for God. وَتَقْوَى هَا هُنَا وَأَشَارَ إِلَى قَلْبِهِ ثَلَاثًا. Taqwa is here, and He pointed to his heart 3 times. So there's a battle for the heart between the higher self and the lower self. And the higher self has the call of Allah, the support of the angels, of all those positive things in existence that Allah put in existence. And then the lower self has the support of the shayateen and shahawat, hawa,
dunya, all the lower things. And so the heart is being pulled between these two forces. And depending on how much work you do is going to depend on how susceptible your heart is to those forces of light or darkness that are battling for the heart. So the more polishing you do of your heart, the clearer it gets, the better it can see, the more light it lets in. You polish the heart, the more light comes in. But when the heart becomes opaque, light can't penetrate it, it becomes dark. There's an amazing, you know, there's a man, J.G. Bennett. He was an Englishman, you know. He went around. He was part of this. There was an Armenian man, Gurdjieff, who went to Central Asia, and he met Dawood Dagestani and spent time with some of the Naqshbandi people there. But anyway, that's a long, whole other story. But J.G. Bennett was one of his followers in England. And they were kind of more interested in the occult and esoteric type of things than they were in Islam. But J.G. Bennett spent a period of time where he went through the Muslim world in search of a teacher. And he wrote his memoirs of that, which I read 2 years ago. And there was a very interesting story he told about he met this Sheikh, Kiftaru, who's not the Sheikh who recently died, Kiftaru, but his father. But he met his Sheikh, this Sheikh, and he was very impressed with him, just with his presence and his power. And then he asked him how he got involved in his pursuit. And he told an amazing story. He said that when he was a young man, he wasn't particularly that interested, but some certain events in his life happened. And the foundational event was that he knew this man who he'd been taking care of, and the man died, and he was involved in his burial. But when they went to bury him, there was another body there of a man who had died 40 years before. And his body was in perfect condition and had a smell of musk. When they bury, because Muslims, you know, they don't bury with coffins, so sometimes in the graveyards they actually dig up other graves. And so he was just overwhelmed by this event. He couldn't understand it, because he'd never seen anything like that. Anyway, a little bit after that, he had a friend who was actually the governor. This was when the Ottomans were still ruling that part of the world. But he had a governor, a friend of his, who was like a local governor. It wasn't a big governor. But he was obsessed with just shahawat. And he used to marry young girls, like 14, 15. Then he would divorce them after a short time. And he would do this like on a regular basis. And he spent time with him, and then he was in his orchard and he was picking cherries, and he just dropped dead. So he was involved in his burial. They buried him. But then it came out that he was going to divorce this young wife, and apparently she was now being accused of poisoning him. So they had to dig up the body. So they went, and this is like a few days after they buried him, and he opened up the body, and it was covered with worms and like a stench that he could not believe. And he couldn't understand, like, how could that happen after just a few days? Because he'd been in war, he'd seen what happens to bodies, and it wasn't normal. There was something very strange about it. So he wanted to find out, and he met this sheikh. And he said, what you're asking about is very simple. He said, the soul is in the body. And the body is like a house. And he said, now what will happen if you close all the doors and windows of a house, and you never air that house out, and you just let it become damp and dusty
and musty, what will happen? He said it will become foul. And he said, well, this is what happened to that man. He never opened his heart up to the light of truth. He was only concerned with his own shahawat. And so his soul was in a bad state. And that's how he went into the next world, in that state, because he'd never done any work. He said the other man, he said this was a man who was opening up his doors and windows to the light of truth. So he was letting up the light of truth into his soul. And so his soul was pure. So when he went into the next world, that purity manifested. He says, because what you do here is going to determine your state in the next world. And he said, well, I want to be like that first man. And he said, it's not hard. He said, learn this religion. Practice what you've been told. Don't harm other people. And guard your tongue. He said, that's it. If you do those things, he said, you'll be like the first one. So he says that Imam al-Junayd radiallahu ta'ala anhu said, had I known anything under this heaven that was more noble than this knowledge that we speak about with our companions, I would go to it. And in a riwayah walau habwan, I would go to it, I would run to it. Here he says I'd run to it, but there he says in another riwayah, I would go to it even on my knees if I had to. So, Bismillah. What I want to do, because I said to you that we need to, each stage, these are building blocks. So I want to tonight go over what we've been through in the first act of the mind, which is understanding, so that you have a firm grasp of that. We can next move to the next, which is judgment. So formal logic, you have formal logic, which is the lesser logic, and then you have, it's sometimes called minor logic. Major logic or material logic is the most important aspect. But this is the analysis of the principles of reasoning. That's what you're doing. So the first act of the mind deals more with material logic generally. So formal or minor logic. So you have the first, which is the concept. So, and then the second is the proposition. And then the third is reasoning. And that the second should actually say judgment, because the first, which is the concept, the logical word for that is what? Term. And what's the grammatical term for it? It's just a word. Yeah, it's a word. So you have a concept, a term, and a word. Concept, then, is your apprehension of a thing. It's the simple apprehension. In Arabic, it's called tasawwur. So it's what you see when you perceive something, and that perception through your senses creates a mental understanding of that thing. But the process is called tajreed, abstraction. And that is what enables you to see the universal in the particular. That's the event, unique to human beings, as far as we know. So you see a bottle. Once you understand what it is, when you see a bottle anywhere else, it doesn't matter how big it is or how little it is, you understand that's a bottle. Because you have abstracted the universal concept of a bottle. And then you use the term bottle, which in Arabic you could use zujaja. That's the term. The word is the specific word that's distinct to that language, whatever language it is you're speaking. Mm-hmm.
How do we abstract things which are not material, like love or things like that?
Because you also have feelings, you have intuitions. There's more ways to know, right? We have other these relate to what are called the wujdaniyat, right? The wujdaniyat are the experiences that you have that are not of those 5 senses in that way. You sense them, but it's a different type of sensing. So love is something that you experience, and experience is one of the ways that we come to know something, through experience, right? Mujarrabat. He'll get in when he gets into the different ways of knowing, like the hadsiyat. Intuitive knowing is another type of knowing, which is sometimes called feminine logic, which is important because we intuit things. Wisama also is a type of knowledge, like firasa, where there's a type of perception that happens that is not, it's more of a spiritual perception than it is a physical type of perception. So those are abstractions in and of themselves. And before we can do that, because even though children are abstracting, they don't understand abstraction until they enter into the logical phase, which begins at usually about 12 or 13. It begins with puberty. Before that, it's very difficult for children to understand abstraction, which is why in traditional societies they did not introduce mathematics until the logical stage, which was around 12 or 13. It wasn't until the late 19th century that they started teaching mathematics to 7, 8-year-olds. First time in history. You won't find anywhere that they did that. Which is why a lot of people have math trauma. It's true. Like math is very easy if you get it when you're ready for it. And some people don't get that trauma because they have an intuitive grasp of it. It's just something that they're more comfortable with than others. But some children are really traumatized by early math introduction. So that's an example. So when we talk about like beauty, you have to see the particular to understand the abstraction. When you talk about love, you have to experience the particular. Like I can tell you what love is, maybe, because it's a really hard thing to explain. And it would more be, I could tell you the symptoms or the accidents of love. What is the essence of love? Very difficult to get to, right? Mahabba, right? But we know the genus. What's the genus of love? Huh? It's an emotion, right? Yeah, because hate, these are emotions. So they're related to the emotions. What type of emotion? It's a very positive type of emotion. So getting to the difference of love. And then there's a higher, obviously spiritual love, caritas, in the Western tradition, mahabba. And then you have the ishq, which is erotic love. All right? So ishq, I mean there's different, love is also a genus because there's different species of love. So you have, in some languages, they're fortunate to have those distinctions, like eros and agape and philia. The Greeks have several words for love, different types of love. The Arabs also have many words for love, like they have sababa, right, which is the love in which you feel like you're falling. Which is where we have that concept in English, and probably, I don't know, in Turkish, they have that falling. Do they say falling in love in Turkish? Do they use that metaphor? Yeah. So the Arabs have that, the falling. It's a type, it's a stage of love. And then you have like ishq, which is erotic love, and it's very powerful. It comes from a root word which is the entanglement of a vine that strangles the tree until the tree dies. And there's a type of ishq related to the divine love that's it's more metaphorical because it's not erotic love, but it's a desire for union with the divine, desire for union with the beloved, which is very intense. You know, you have people called shuhada al-Quran, ushaq al-Rasul, people who died from ishq of the Prophet ﷺ. So, is that clear? Like, for instance, beauty, I mean, you know, I would argue, you know, that this is beautiful. Now, obviously, you know, we say in English, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So somebody might say, I don't think that's beautiful, I think it's ugly. But if we asked everybody in this room to take a vote, I think the vast majority of the people in the room would say that's a very beautiful vase, right? The vase, we abstract the vase in that once we, like, how did I know this was a vase? Because I've seen a vase before and somebody told me that's called a vase in English, all right? In Arabic we could say jarra or something. So because I know that and I've abstracted the universal concept behind the particular that I first witnessed, now that I see a Turkish vase here, I can say, okay, that's that thing that I saw maybe 40 years ago or 50 years ago, and somebody told me that's called a vase, all right? Now, the beauty in it, when I say it's a beautiful vase, that's an adjective, right? But the abstraction of that is beauty, all right? So the particular, here's the particular. And this is a particular example of two universal concepts. The one universal concept is beauty. That's a universal concept. And the second universal concept is vase. All right? So here's a particularization of that universal. And so there are people, nominalists will argue that that's just your mind doing that. There's nothing in reality called beauty out there. Do you see that? That's what a nominalist says. And they'll say there's nothing in reality called a vase out there. There's just these individual things that your mind is tricking you by lumping them together. And so they'll say that these words are just shorthand. That in the mind, beauty is just some kind of pleasurable experience. That it's a feeling that you get when you see something that attracts you. And if they have scientists, they might do studies and see that, oh, its pupils dilate when you see things that attract you. And لِكُلِّ سَاقَةٍ لَاقَةٍ, you know, every fallen thing has something that redeems it. So somebody, you know, somebody might, everybody thinks they're ugly, but then another person sees them and falls in love with them, thinks they're beautiful.
There are, if someone says that we have to be educated to say that it's beautiful, we as Muslims think that we have the idea of beauty in ourselves without being educated to that.
Well, you do. I mean, but taste can be refined. Taste can be refined. Undeniably. So the Prophet said, Inna Allah jamilun yuhibbul jamal. Allah is beautiful and He loves beauty. He loves the universal beauty, and there, when it's particularized in anything, He loves the beauty in that thing. Just like Inna Allah yuhibbul abda idha amila amalan an yutqinah. Allah loves that when a servant does something, he does it with itqan, which is excellence. So Allah loves the itqan in an act. So the, you know, if your fitra is sound, what's called fitra salima, you will generally see beautiful things as beautiful, and you'll see ugly things as ugly. But fitra can go tanharif. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He says in Surah Ar-Rum, Fitratullah allati fatara an-nasa alayha, this is the fitra of Allah that He has formed the human being on, right? And then he says, لا تبديل لخلق الله. Don't change this khalq that Allah has made. Don't change it. The mufassirun, most of them say that it's a nahi, not a nafi. The la there is to prohibit, not to negate the possibility. So fitra can change, and this is why people now wear ugly clothes. If you look at any pictures from 100 years ago in the Muslim world, you will notice that they all wear beautiful clothes, even the poor people. They wore beautiful clothes. They embellished their clothes with things. When they made things, they could have made this just functionally. Just make they didn't even have to make that nice neck. Just make something that holds water. They could have done that, but they didn't. Because there's something in the human being when it's sound that likes to make things beautiful. And that's the ihsan, that we're beauty makers. Husn is beauty, al-husn wal-jamal. So the human is a muhsin by nature. But when the nature becomes perverted, they lose that capacity. And then they become sick. And the signs of their sickness is they begin to like ugly things. They like ugly sounds. So they'll listen to music that, if you have a sound fitrah, you'll be plugging your ears. But they're not well because their hearts aren't well and their souls are distorted. Now the important thing about a concept is to understand the 5 characteristics of a concept. It's a spiritual thing. It's not a physical thing. The vase is physical, but the concept of the vase is spiritual. All right? The concept is spiritual. It's also abstract. It's not concrete, it's abstract. And this is why that is not a concept. That's a percept. It's something that we can perceive with our senses. It's not a concept. And then it also has to be universal. And this is why some of the logicians, especially the more staunch Aristotelians, will say that you can't really have a term that's not universal. But in practicality, that doesn't really work well. So they'll use, when you have terms, you have universal term, you have a particular term, and then a singular term. And so the singular term would be like Zayd. All men are mortal, Zayd is a man. But when I use that term, I'm really I'm indicating the universal in the particular. So it's really a type of, you have the concept of man when you say Zayd. All right, so it has to be universal. And then it has to, the concept, when you have a concept, what you are conceiving of is what is necessary to that thing. Like the concept of a triangle has to have triangularity in it. If it doesn't, it's not a triangle. You're thinking of something else. All right? So it has to have something that necessarily is indicative of it. By necessity. It has to have that thing. So the human being, when you have a concept of a human being, you have to have the concept of an animal that is rational. You can't have the concept of just animal, because that's not enough for a human being. You haven't understood a human being, because there are lots of animals, but there's only one that's rational, and that's the human. And then it cannot change. The concept cannot change. Once you have a concept of a horse, you cannot imagine a horse as a concept that doesn't have 4 legs. You can see a particular horse that's only got 3 legs, but it's missing a leg conceptually. So a horse has to have 4 legs. It has to have the mane. It has to have that head that's a horse's head. So those things that we'll call horseness, it has to have those necessarily. And they're unchanging. They can't change. You know, you can have Pegasus, but Pegasus it's an imaginary horse, a horse with wings. It's not the concept of horse, it's the concept of a mythological horse. Or a unicorn. So those are concepts that have comprehension but no extension. They don't apply to anything in reality, as far as we know. I mean, there's a narwhal. You ever seen a narwhal? It's a whale that has a unicorn's horn. Those are real. Yeah. It's called a narwhal. They have a horn right out of it. It's a fish with a horn. It's not a fish because whales are mammals, right? Yeah. Did somebody have a question?
I was just going to ask, what about the, is it the burak? Is that...
Well, burak is not a horse, though. Yeah, burak is, and we would not say it's an imaginary being. We don't believe it's imaginary. It's not a horse, but it has a relationship to a horse. It's got some qualities. And those are like composite things that have, like a mermaid. You know, it has qualities of a fish and qualities of a human. Right? Whether they exist or not. I mean, most people say they're mythological. You know, there's some people that believe in them. There's people that actually try to find them. You know, they go out in the ocean, try to find them. I think they've got some pictures of them on YouTube or something like that, where they found them. And so that's very important that you have the concept. Then you move to the term. The term is the logical expression of the concept. And the term has to have a definition when you use it. You have to define it. So you can only use a term logically if you know its definition. You have to conceptualize it before you can define it. And you give it its definition, and the definition has to have certain qualities, right? It has to be coextensive, which means that it can't be too broad and it can't be too narrow. It has to actually be coextensive with the thing that it's defining. So with man, rational animal is good because it's not too broad, like animals too broad. Rational is too narrow, right? Because angels are rational. So, but rational animal, angels are not animals. So rational animal is just right, Goldilocks. Right? And so it has to be concise. Right? I mean clear, sorry. It has to be clear. So it has to be, when you use it, it has to be a clear term. If you're speaking to a group of physicians and you use a term like gram-negative bacteria, that's a clear term to that group, right? But if you use a term like that to a group of lay people, it's not clear to them. So it needs to be clear. It needs to be something that is understandable by general people, or else it becomes like a technical term. It should be literal, right? It should not be metaphorical, because if I say love is iced tea on a hot summer day, or happiness is is iced tea on a hot summer's day, that's not a real definition of happiness, right? So it's more just a particularization of the experience of pleasure. So it has to be literal, and it has to be brief also, right? It can't be too long. It can't be, that's very important to have brief definition. So when you define something, you can define it different ways. A nominal definition is, it can be a technical definition, it can be a lexical definition like a dictionary. It can also be a what they call a stipulative definition. So we can stipulate something. For the sake of argument, I'm going to say this means this. And if you agree on that definition, we have a stipulative definition, stipulatory, which is not necessarily the way others would define it. But we're going to work with that definition. So you can have that type of definition. And then you have what's the real definition, which is what logic is interested in. And the real definition is either essential or non-essential. If it's essential, it's, if you remember the 5 predicables, the genus, species, differentia, property, and accident. Those are called jins, which is genus, naw', which is the species, fasl, differentia or difference, and then khasa, which is property, and then arad. And the khasa is, it's also considered an arad. Generally in Arabic logic they use that word arad, and it's arad that's غير مفارق, it's lazim. It's always with the thing. It flows from the essence. It's not the essence, but it flows from the essence. So a triangular has the sum of 180 degrees. That's considered a khasa. That's a property. And so when you want an essential definition, which is the best definition, it's called had tam in logic, and it's the best definition. That is the genus and the difference. And the term used for that is what we call the species. So with the human, the genus is animal, the difference is rational, and the species is man. And when we say man as a term, we understand rational animal. All right? And then the khasa would be what we call a rasm, which is a description. The Arabs use the term rasm from rasmud-dar, which is, it's the athar of the thing. So it's not of the essence, but it's of the traces of the thing itself. So like the fact that humans laugh, humans are laughing animals, right? So that's a rasm tam, the laughing animal, right? Or you could say, for instance, that if you say, what's a human? Walks on 2 feet. That's naqis. It's deficient. It's not a complete description, but it's an accidental description. So the human walks on 2 feet. Well, birds walk on 2 feet. So that's why it's not a solid definition for it. Or you say the human has skin without fur, right? So skin without fur is not, it's also not, because there are other animals, right, that have skin without fur, right? Do you have any in Australia? Skin without fur? Like a snake? Spiders, some spiders, yeah. What's that? Okay, yeah. So, and some pigs do too. There's pigs that have, it's almost like human skin. So those are examples of descriptions. So you have had and rasm, or definition and description. And then you have definition that is by cause. And those are 3. We had, what were the 4 causes? Formal, final, material, and efficient. Okay, so the material cause is what it's made of. Wood in this case. Probably clay maybe in this case. And obviously some paint, different things. So that's composite. And then you have the, so material cause, and then you have the efficient cause, which is who made it. Who made it? So the carpenter in this case, God obviously in the case of our creation. And then you have the formal cause, which is not, that's in the essential definition. So we don't, that's not part of the definition by cause, because that's considered the essential definition is definition by formal cause. It's the genus and the difference. And then you have the final cause, which is to explain it by what it's for. So a chair is for sitting on, right? You're looking at its final cause. And then you have also, you can have a definition by effects, the things that actually happen from it. So if you ask like, what's the definition of the influenza virus? Causes the flu, right? So you can define something by its effects, right? So those are all ways of defining. The way that's most important for logic is al-hadd al-haqiqi, right? Or al-hadd al-dhati, the essential. That's the definition that is best and most useful. Now obviously, in the case of God, you can only define something that has limits. Define in English is from two Latin words, de finitus, with limit, with end. So when we talk about, like there's certain things, if it has no limits, you can't define it. Like if you say infinity, you have to define it negatively, right? And a definition can't be negative and it can't be circular, right? Remember, those are two rules of definition. It can't be negative and it can't be circular. So when you define God, you define God by what's called via negativa in the Latin tradition. In our tradition, it's called by salvia, the things that remove what's impossible or inconceivable for God. So that's important when you define. So we have working definitions, but they're usually negative when you actually break them down. Like for instance, if you say al-mustaghnin an al-kull, wal-kullu muftaqirun ilayhi. That's one definition of God that's used in our books of theology. If you really look at that, it's negative definitions, because you're saying he doesn't need anything, and then you're defining our definition, which is everything needs him. So it helps, but again, we can know him only through his attributes, through the way he manifests himself, through the way he describes himself. And this is why in these three acts of the mind, what you're doing, there's three questions that really these three acts are responses to, right? The first question is, what is it? Ma hiya. And that's why what you're looking for is the mahiya, the essence of something. When you say, what is it? That's concept. You're trying to conceptualize it. So that's the first question. The second question, whether. Three whys. What, whether, and why. What, three W's. What, whether, and why. So the second question is whether it is or it isn't. That's judgment. That's asserting either something positive about it, mujiba, or saliba. You're either saying God exists or God doesn't exist. Right? Those are the two possibilities. And it's either one or the other. You cannot have a third excluded middle. You can't have it. It's got to be one or the other. Believers are saying it's one. Atheists are saying it's the other. And the Quran says, you decide for yourselves. Here's my revelation. I'm saying this is evidence. But I also gave you intellects. Think for yourselves. If you decide for, I'm going to like you. You're right? I'm going to reward you. If you decide against, I've got another side of me in terms of tajalliyat, not in terms of literal. Don't take that literal. But Allah is muntaqim. That's one of His attributes. So His attributes have to manifest in His creation. That's His nature. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed to us those qualities, right, that are called His sifat. And one of them is that He's shadidul iqab. That's one of His. And that's why Sayyidina Ali said, oh Allah, you're just as I would love you to be, so make me as you would love me to be. Right? And this is like Markaz Effendi. You know, Markaz Effendi is one of the saints of Istanbul. There's a maqam there. Right? Have you heard of him? Yeah. Markaz Effendi, the reason he got that name was his sheikh asked all of his students, if you could change one thing about the creation, what would you change? So the first one he said, I'd get rid of all the disbelievers. Second one he said, I'd remove corruption. Third one he said, I would get rid of the shahawat. Fourth one, so each one he's saying what he would do. When it got to Markaz Effendi, he said, what would you do? He said, I wouldn't change anything. Because I know it's a perfect creation for the purpose for which it was created. And so he was called Markaz, you know, the center. He got it. That لَيْسَ بِالْإِمْكَانِ أَبْدَعْ مِمَّا كَانَ. There's nothing in this contingent world that could not be more perfect for its purpose. The purpose of existence. So that is the second question is whether it is or it isn't. That's what you're asking. Because every proposition is a declarative statement that is either true or false. If you want a definition of a qadiyya, it's qawlun qabidun litasdiq aw takdhib. It's a word, that's its genus, and its specific difference is it's open to affirmation or negation. It's either true or it's false. So that's its difference. So that's the definition of a qadiyya, a proposition. The concept, which is the term, the concept asks, what is it? So that's dealing with its essence. The judgment asks, is it or isn't it? So it's dealing with its existence. And this is why our scholars, with the exception of God, and there's a khilaf about this, but you know, it's more of a philosophical problem. About essence and existence, are they the same or are they different? With Allah, essence and existence are the same. Because dhatuhu wujuduhu. That's what we can know about Him, essentially, is that He exists. So in that, for us, al-wujud, ayn al-mawjud. Existence is the essence of the existent. And so, and then the last question is why? And that is, right, so you have the essence, you have the existence, and then you have the reason. The purpose, you know, why? And these are the questions that are the only important questions in our lives. If you think about it, they're the only important questions. What is man? Is the soul real? Does it exist or doesn't it? Is the soul immortal? Does it have a immortality or doesn't it? And then, if so, why? Like how did we get there? So that's reasoning, argumentation. And each one, so the concept precedes the judgment precedes the reasoning, the argumentation. All right? So material logic deals with the materials of logic, and that's the substance itself. So they're So you have demonstration, which is necessarily true. Now, when your terms are clear, when your propositions are true, and your reasoning is valid, then you have demonstrated something that people have to accept, unless they're just what's called a mu'anid, somebody who's just obstinate. They just reject the truth. So, if I say, al-kawnu hadith, the universe is hadith, it came into existence. It didn't exist and now it exists. And even our material sciences indicate that. But the proof for that is that it's made up of jawahir and a'rad. It's got these accidents. The accidents are changing, and so they don't have permanence. Things are coming into existence, going out of existence. We weren't here all the time. Where did we come from? We came into existence. So we're hadith. I'm muhdath. There's asbab for my existence. So my parents existed before me. They met, fell in love, got married, thank God, had children, right? And I'm one of them. And I know them. I know both my parents. And I know both their parents. I know who they were. And I know their grandparents. I can go back to about 1760s, not very long. There's people in here who go back, 2,000 years. Right? Some of the sada that have shajara. Alhamdulillah. So, but at a certain, I cannot believe, if I have any intelligence whatsoever, that this was going on infinitely. That's impossible to believe. To conceive that there is infinite regress. And I could prove that logically, because you cannot have an actual infinity. You can't have an infinity that goes one way and doesn't go the other way. Does that make sense? It can't make sense. If it does make sense, then you're not thinking straight. So here we are, I've got 5 children, but they don't have any children yet. So I know that my line stops with those children. I cannot believe that I go back infinitely, because you can't have infinity one way. It doesn't work that way. It's either infinite or it's not. So once I determine that I came into existence, where did I come from? Well, it was this slimy water, and lightning hit it, and the first cells began, right? I mean, this is what they say, and they've got their attempts at trying to, but that's their explanation. For me, it just doesn't make sense. This thing just seems like it's too complicated. I just can't believe it. I can't believe the order of the solar system, it all just fell into place, just by coincidence. The Earth just happened to be exactly the right, if it was a little bit closer to the sun or a little bit further, it couldn't be life. We're the Goldilocks syndrome. It's just right. Coincidence. The Quran says, He has subjugated everything in the heavens and the earth, the strong anthropic principle. That the whole thing, there's an argument, there's a very strong argument, that this whole universe is necessary for us here in this tiny little corner of this massive galactic, incredible cosmic event that we're in. That all of it is necessary for life to exist on earth, and it's actually almost impossible for there to be life in other parts of the number of perfect things which would have had to come together for life to exist on our planet. There's people who say, no, there's billions of galaxies out there, so there must be life on other. Maybe there is, but statistically, it's improbable. A statistician that will tell you the truth will admit that it's highly improbable, because life here is just so improbable that there should be life on earth. So for us, you can make these arguments, and we have many scholars that have given very strong demonstrative proofs. But if you reject the premises, I reject that premise, that the universe is created. Even though it's no longer popular, I prefer Fred Hoyle's steady state theory, that it's always been around. Or I prefer the ancient Greeks, that the universe always existed. The evidence is against you. Well, I still think, you know, this is just a theory. Another one's going to come along. So he doesn't accept the premise. You can't argue with him if they don't accept the premise. No matter how much proof you have for it, if he just flat out rejects it, if he doesn't have proof to break down your proof, then he's mu'anid. Or he can just take the agnostic route. Or the skeptic's route. Skeptic, most nominalists are skeptics because they say it's all in your head and there's no objective truth, and all these categories in your head are just projecting onto the world these things, and so I don't trust knowledge. Even scientific knowledge. It's just, it appears that way. This is the way they argue. So, you know, you can't argue with people like that. And then so demonstrative proof is deductive. Everything had a beginning. That's a deductive, you know, that's a universal statement. Everything had a beginning. And you intuit that. That's something that you abstract, but it's something you intuit about things. Everything had a beginning. And then an imperfect demonstration is istiqra', which is inductive reasoning, and it's probable. All swans are white until the black one shows up. So that's a probable. And then you have false demonstration. This is sophistical fallacies. So when you speak with somebody, what you have to always be asking is, what do you mean? That means define your terms. What do you mean by that? Right? And then, what are you saying? Right? What's your proposition? Right? What are you saying? And then you have to ask why. What's the reason for that statement? So if you say, I believe in Islam, somebody, it's very, they have every right to say, why do you believe in Islam? It's a revelation. How do you know? Because the Quran says so. Well, how do you know that the Quran is true? Because it's from God. Well, how do you know? Because it's a revelation. Well, how do you know that? Because God said so. Where did he say that? In the Quran. You know, that drives atheists crazy. That's called circular reasoning. You're not. Now, if you say the Quran is a miracle, and if you'd give me 20 years to study and master Arabic, I can prove it. And you could. Really. But you'd have to take my word. Now you're in taqleed. You know, Al-Baqallani proved it. It's called I'jaz al-Quran. He proved that the Quran is a miracle in terms of its language. He showed how every single Jahili poet has lousy lines. Even the best of them. They just have bad lines. But he showed how rhetorically, by the standards of rhetoric, he said that you cannot find any way to improve on making a statement in the Quran. There's nothing, he said, that you could rhetorically tweak. You know, editing, if you've ever done editing, you can always make something better. But at a certain point, you can't say it better. There are certain things you cannot say them better than the way they've been said. Right? To be or not to be. You're not going to improve on that. It's just you're not going to improve on that. To be or not to be, that is the question. You're not going to improve on that. Like, should I exist or shouldn't I exist? Should I commit suicide or shouldn't I commit suicide? Right? I mean, there's other ways to say what he was saying. But as far as the English language goes, you're not going to improve on that. Love is not love that alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. You're not going to improve on that. I don't think if you sat there, love is not love that alters when it alteration finds. You can't, it doesn't sound better to say, it's not really love if it changes when the one you love changes. Same meaning. It's just, it's not the same, right? And so he showed that, but that takes a long time to learn that, you know. So how do we prove to somebody who is not, why we should believe in, well, it depends on who you're talking to. If they're an atheist, then you really have to take that argument first and foremost. Without revelation, you have to take it to a rational level of talking about whether it's rational to believe that there's not an intelligent force behind creation. The idea that this just popped into existence from nothing. If they're Abrahamic, then you would have to argue what the Bible says, like the Old Testament, because they believe in the Bible. So there's a starting point. The Bible says that in the Old Testament, it says the difference between a true prophet and a false prophet. If what the prophet says comes true, then he's a true prophet. If what he says does not, then he's a false prophet. So we have plenty of evidence to show that our Prophet ﷺ prophesied things that were impossible to know in the 7th century and have come true. Many things. So these are the type, so that's what you want to ask. Are the terms clear? Are the propositions true? Is the logic valid? And there's ways of determining that. Propositions, whether they're true or not true, terms are much easier to determine whether they're clear or not, because we have rules for definition. Whether the reasoning is valid or invalid, you don't say the reasoning is true or false. The reasoning is valid or invalid. The proposition is not valid or invalid. It's either true or false. And the term is not true or false. It's clear or unclear. So those are important distinctions. Terms are clear or unclear. Propositions are true or false. And then syllogisms or arguments are valid or invalid. It's not a true argument. It's a valid argument. Now, if the terms are clear, if the premises or propositions are true, if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true. But if you have any of the other three change, if any of those three change, it's going to be uncertain. So you could have unclear terms, true propositions. It's going to be unclear whether or not the conclusion is true. You can have clear terms, false propositions. It's unclear whether or not the conclusion is true or not. So all of those different Boolean variables, the only one that's absolutely demonstrable is when your terms are clear, your premises are true, and your reasoning is valid. And there's ways to determine the first two, the clear terms, and it's more difficult because propositions, we have different ways of discovering the truth of propositions, right? Because somebody might not accept your premises, and that's a problem. So, for instance, you can arrive at a proposition through intuition. Like people intuited that the light of the moon was from the sun long before we discovered that scientifically. They intuited it. Aristotle said that, and others. That was an intuition, right? And then you can also experimentation, empirical evidence, right? These are sources of the proposition. And then also there are certain propositions that are simply known either, well, when we get into proposition, we'll do that, because so, let's see. So these are the three acts, just final. The first act, simple apprehension. So immaterial product. Mind says within itself an idea or a concept and designates this with a sign called a term. That's called a sign, right? Dalala. Wad'iyya, you have a dalala wad'iyya. This results in the first product of reason through perception. The mind produces a complex concept, which is a definition. So that's the first product of reason. States through an oral term a sign, a verbal definition. So a rational animal as a term for the simple apprehension of man. So this is all the first act of the mind, all right? That leads to Act 2. Those are the stages that lead to Act 2. Act 2, the mind constructs a composition or a division, an affirmation or a negation. So the mind takes two terms. We call one the predicate term, subject term, the other the predicate term. Same as used in grammar. And the product is a mental subject and a predicate, right? So the product there in the second is you have a mental subject and a predicate. You're putting those two together, or you're separating them. If stated, it results in an oral sign, a spoken proposition in time, or a written sign in space. So you can either write it down or you can state it. So one is in time, the other is in space. Man is a rational animal. So that's a proposition. The subject term is man. Is called the copula, which is not necessary in Arabic because Arabic doesn't need the verb to be. So you can just say, al-insan hayawanun natiq. And you always have to put it this way. You can't have, your predicate term has to be one of the 5 predicables. All right? So rational animal is, you've got the genus, right, and the difference there. So that's the species. The first is the species. So man is a rational animal. So there's a definition. But you don't say like a rational animal is Homer. You can't use a singular term for a predicate. You always have to put it into a logical form. That leads to Act 3. Act 3, the mind sees a grouping of propositions that results in inferring as true another proposition that follows from the premises of the mind's grouping. So this is the third act of the mind now. We're into reasoning. So the mind sees a grouping of propositions. And that's why grammatically the term is called a word, the proposition is called a sentence. What would be the argument? It's a paragraph. This new group now constitutes a complete argument, which enables you now, you've got a new conclusion, and from that conclusion you can make another argument. And this is how we acquire knowledge. We go from what's known to what's unknown. So that's I think that's Japan. Or is that, where is that? Is that Mount Kilimanjaro? Mount Fuji? Looks like it. Any questions? Any answers? Any comments?
We actually don't have time for questions tonight.
Okay. Great. It's all clear. Is it clearer than it was? Huh? Are you ready to move now to the proposition? Because the first part is it's probably the hardest in terms of the abstract nature of it. The next ones are just, they're more like rules. It's more like mathematical rules. They're not that, it's not that bad.